Welcome to Mr. Schofield. If you love terrifying horror stories, mysterious encounters, and chilling tales that will keep you awake at night, you're in the right place. Before we begin, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss a new nightmare. Now, let's step into the darkness. Have you ever felt the weight of silence in your legs? I'm talking about true silence, the kind that presses against your eardrums like deep water. In the mornings, Crater Lake gives you that feeling. Even after more than 4 years as a park ranger here, I still haven't gotten used to it. Fog rises from the water, which is the most beautiful shade of blue, and sound spreads, bends, and stretches strangely in the caldera, making it impossible to tell if the sound you hear is coming from 10 feet away or 1,000 feet away. I found the bag on a Tuesday morning in late September. The summer crowds were gone, and the silence that made every step feel like trespassing had returned. I saw it while doing my routine dawn patrol at the only legal spot on the Cleetwood Cove Trail where you can reach the water. A dark, green, expensive-looking backpack sat by the side of the trail, as if someone had left it there to take a picture. Except nobody sets down their pack at 6:30 in the morning and walks away. I approached it carefully, already running through the protocol in my head. Lost item, potential emergency, need to document everything. The pack was a North Face model, well used but maintained. No obvious damage, no signs of a struggle. Just sitting there in the half-light, beaded with dew. When I crouched down to examine it, I noticed the side pocket was unzipped. Inside, a smartphone was still on, its screen glowing faintly in the gray morning light. That's when my stomach dropped. The phone was in voice memo mode, recording. The timestamp showed it had been running for 6 hours and 47 minutes. I picked up the pack, it was heavy, fully loaded, and checked the main compartment. Water bottles, energy bars, a first aid kit, extra layers of clothing. Everything a sensible hiker would bring for a day at the lake. Everything except the hiker themselves. I looked around, calling out, "Hello? Anyone nearby?" My voice echoed across the caldera, bouncing off the far cliffs and coming back to me distorted and strange. Nothing. Just the lap of water against the rocky shore below and the occasional cry of a Clark's nutcracker in the trees above. I keyed my radio. "Base, this is Larkin. I've got a situation at Cleetwood Cove." Found an abandoned pack with a phone running a voice recording. No sign of the owner. Marcus Donovan's gravelly voice came back immediately. He'd been the lead ranger here for 15 years and nothing rattled him. "Copy that, Evan. Don't touch the phone yet. I'm sending Kelly down with the documentation kit. Secure the area." While I waited, I studied the phone without picking it up. The voice memo app showed a single long recording, still running. The waveform on the screen was active, picking up ambient sound, my breathing, the wind, the distant water. I wanted to listen to it, but protocol said to wait. Still, I couldn't help wondering what 6 hours and 47 minutes of recording would reveal. Kelly Hoffman arrived 20 minutes later, slightly out of breath from the steep trail down. She was our tech specialist, the person who handled anything electronic or forensic. "Show me," she said, not wasting time with pleasantries. That was Kelly, all business, especially when something was wrong. I gestured to the pack. She photographed it from multiple angles, then carefully extracted the phone using gloved hands. "It's not locked," she murmured, studying the screen. "And look at this. Battery's at 9%. This thing's been recording all night." "Can we listen?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "We need to, but let me download it first. If the battery dies, we lose everything." She pulled out a portable drive from her kit and connected the phone. While the file transferred, we both stood there in the strange morning quiet, not quite looking at each other. You develop an instinct in this job, a sense of when something's just a lost item and when it's the start of something worse. This felt worse. The download finished. Kelly disconnected the phone and let it continue recording. "Okay," she said, pulling out earbuds. "Let me preview it first." She listened for maybe 30 seconds before her expression changed. She didn't say anything, just offered me one of the earbuds. I took it, and what I heard made my skin prickle. Water. The sound of water lapping against rocks, close and rhythmic. Breathing. Someone's breath, steady at first, then gradually becoming more rapid. Footsteps on gravel. And underneath it all, something else. An echo. Not of the footsteps or the breathing, but something independent. A sound that seemed to come from the recording itself, like the lake was listening back. "That's not normal," Kelly said, and I could hear the unease in her voice. She was right. Sound behaves strangely at Crater Lake. The caldera acts like a natural amphitheater, bouncing noise in unexpected ways, but this was different. This sounded like the recording was capturing something that wasn't there when it was made. "We need to find out who this belongs to," I said, pulling out the earbud. "Check for ID in the pack." Kelly nodded and carefully went through the bag's contents. She found a wallet in the inner pocket. Oregon driver's license, Avery Lynn, 26 years old, Portland address. The photo showed someone with bright eyes and a confident smile, the kind of person who looked comfortable in the outdoors. Kelly also found a parking permit. The car was in Rim Village lot, spot 37. "Avery Lynn," I repeated, committing the name to memory. "We need to check that vehicle, and we need to start a search." Marcus's voice crackled over the radio before Kelly could respond. "Larkin, we just got a call from someone reporting their hiking partner didn't return to their campsite last night. Name's Avery Lynn. Started their hike yesterday around 1400 hours from Cleetwood Cove." My eyes met Kelly's. Yesterday at 2 p.m. That meant Avery had been missing for over 16 hours, and the phone had been recording for almost 7 of those hours. What happened in the other 9? "Copy that, Marcus. We've got Avery's pack and phone. Phone was recording. We're going to need search and rescue mobilized." "Already on it. I've got teams assembling now. You and Kelly get back up here. We need to coordinate." The climb back up the Cleetwood Cove Trail is brutal. 700 feet of elevation gain in just over a mile, with switchbacks so steep they make your thighs burn even when you're fresh. Kelly and I made it in silence, both of us thinking about that recording, about what it might contain. When we reached the rim, the sun was finally breaking through the mist, turning the lake from gray to that impossible, almost unreal blue that gives Crater Lake its reputation. The visitor center had been converted into a command post. Marcus had maps spread across tables and 2 other rangers, Tom Birch and Sarah Wick. She was marking potential search zones on a topographic map, while Tom coordinated with the county SAR team on the phone. "Evan, Kelly," Marcus gestured us over. "What have we got?" Kelly set up her laptop and plugged in the external drive. 6 hours, 47 minutes of audio recorded between approximately midnight and 0647 this morning. The phone was found at the Cleetwood Cove trailhead in Avery Lynn's backpack. All of Avery's gear was there: water, food, extra clothes. No sign of distress to the pack itself. "And the recording?" Marcus asked. "That's where it gets strange." Kelly pulled up the audio waveform on her screen. "I'm going to play you the first few minutes, then skip to some key sections." She hit play. The speakers filled with the sound of footsteps on gravel, measured and steady. Then Avery's voice, slightly breathless. "Okay, so I know this is going to sound weird, but I think I'm lost. Not like panic lost, but the trail markers aren't where I remember them being. I came down to the water around 3, hung out for maybe 2 hours, started back up around 5. But now it's getting dark and I should have reached the parking lot by now. A pause. More footsteps. Then, the weird thing is, I keep hearing echoes. Like, I'll take a step and hear it twice. Once when my foot hits the ground, and then again a second later. But there's nobody else on the trail. I checked. Kelly fast-forwarded. This is around 1 a.m. Avery's voice again, tighter now. I don't know what's happening. I've been walking for hours. The trail I keep ending up back at the water. That's impossible, right? The Cleetwood Trail doesn't loop. It goes up to the rim, that's it. But I've been at this shore 3 times now. Same rocks, same little beach, and the echo is getting worse. Another skip forward. 3 a.m. This time, Avery wasn't talking. Just breathing, hard and fast. And underneath, that sound. The echo that wasn't quite an echo. It sounded like water, but water that was somehow aware, that was responding to Avery's presence. 4 a.m. A whisper. There's someone else here. I can hear them. They're saying my name. But when I call back, there's no answer. Just the echo. Just that fucking echo. Kelly stopped the playback. The room was silent except for the hum of the laptop's fan. Tom had hung up his phone and was staring at the computer screen. Sarah Wick had gone pale. Marcus was the first to speak. Hypothermia can cause confusion, auditory hallucinations. Crater Lake at night this time of year, temperatures drop to near freezing. If Avery got disoriented, spent all night wandering. But the pack was at the trailhead. I interrupted. Full of warm clothes and supplies. Why would someone suffering from hypothermia abandon their gear at the one place where they could get help? Nobody had an answer for that. Keep playing it, Marcus said to Kelly. 5 a.m. Avery's voice was ragged now, desperate. I'm going to leave my phone here, at the start of the trail. If someone finds this, please, you need to understand. The lake doesn't want me to leave. Every time I try to climb up, the trail turns back on itself. It's like the path is alive, like it's making a choice. And the echo knows my name now. It's not repeating what I say anymore. It's saying things I haven't said. It's saying things I've only thought. Another pause, longer this time. Just the sound of water and breathing. Then, so quiet we had to turn up the volume. I'm going to try one more time. If I don't make it, if someone finds this, tell my sister I'm sorry. Tell her the lake is beautiful. Tell her I'm not afraid anymore. Footsteps fading. The crunch of boots on gravel getting quieter and quieter until all that was left was the ambient sound of water lapping against rocks. That went on for another hour and 40 minutes. Just water. Just that strange reverberating echo that seemed to pulse with a rhythm that wasn't quite natural. Then, abruptly, at 6:47 a.m., the moment I must have been approaching on my patrol, the quality of the sound changed. The water noise cut out, replaced by wind and the distant call of birds. The phone had been moved. Placed in the backpack, probably. But by whom? Kelly stopped the playback. That's everything up to when you found it, Evan. I looked at Marcus. We need to search the entire Cleetwood Cove area, shore to rim, and we need to do it now. Agreed. He turned to the others. Tom, coordinate with County SR. I want teams on that trail and along the shoreline. Sarah, you take the rim trail, check all the overlooks. Evan, you're with me. We're going back to Cleetwood. As we gathered our gear, Kelly pulled me aside. Evan, there's something else. I ran the audio through analysis software. The echo, it's not coming from the environment. It's embedded in the recording itself. like it was added digitally. But the phone's native recording app doesn't have that capability, and there's no evidence the file was edited. What are you saying? She bit her lip, choosing her words carefully. I'm saying that according to the forensics, that echo shouldn't exist. But it does, and it's getting stronger as the recording goes on. By the end, it's almost louder than Avery's voice. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the morning cold. How is that possible? I don't know. But Evan, be careful down there. There's something about that place. Something the recording picked up that I can't explain. The Cleetwood Cove Trail is deceptive. When you're descending, it feels easy, steep but manageable, with stunning views of the lake opening up at every switchback. Coming back up is when you realize how punishing it is. Your lungs burn, your legs shake, and the altitude, we're at over 6,000 feet, makes every breath feel inadequate. I've done this trail hundreds of times and it never gets easier. Marcus and I descended in silence, scanning the brush on either side of the trail for any sign of Avery. The morning had fully arrived now, bright and clear, the kind of day that brings out the lake's most incredible blue. Other rangers were already on site, and I could see County SAR team members setting up a base camp near the water's edge. 2 boats were being launched to search the shoreline from the water side. You ever had something like this before? I asked Marcus as we reached the bottom. Someone just vanishing like this? He paused, taking a long drink from his water bottle. Twice. Once was a kid who wandered off from their family, found them 2 hours later scared but fine. Other time was a climber who fell. Body recovery took 3 days. He looked at me. But I've never had someone leave a recording like that. Never had someone describe the trail as, what did they call it? Like it was making a choice, I said quietly. Yeah, that. He shook his head. I've been in these mountains a long time, Evan. Seen people get disoriented, seen them panic, seen them make bad decisions. But that recording, that sounded like something else. We split up, each taking a section of shoreline. The lake's edge at Cleetwood is rocky and uneven, a mix of volcanic boulders and smaller stones that shift under your feet. The water is so clear you can see 30 feet down in places. See the submerged logs and rocks as if they're suspended in air rather than water. It's beautiful and unsettling in equal measure. I worked my way south, calling Avery's name every few minutes. The echo effect here was pronounced. My voice would bounce off the caldera walls and come back to me fractured, multiplied. I thought about what Avery had said on the recording, about hearing echoes that didn't match their footsteps. In the bright morning light, it was easy to dismiss as stress and fear. But I couldn't shake the memory of that sound, that pulse underneath the water noise that seemed to have its own intention. Larkin, come in. Sarah's voice on the radio. I keyed the mic. Go ahead. I'm at Discovery Point Overlook. I've got eyes on something down on the eastern shore, maybe half a mile from your position. Looks like clothing or fabric caught on rocks near the waterline. Can you get there? Copy that. On my way. I radioed Marcus and started moving, picking my way along the shore. Half a mile doesn't sound like much, but the terrain here is treacherous. Loose rocks, sudden drop-offs, places where one wrong step could send you tumbling into water so cold it can induce cardiac arrest in minutes. The lake's temperature hovers around 38 degrees Fahrenheit year-round, fed by snowmelt and underground springs. It took me 20 minutes to reach the spot Sarah had indicated. And there, wedged between 2 large boulders at the water's edge, was a piece of fabric. As I got closer, my heart sank. It was a jacket, a bright red windbreaker, the kind of thing a hiker would wear for visibility. I carefully extracted it from the rocks, checking for any identification. The tag inside read, A. Lynn in permanent marker. Avery's jacket, but no sign of Avery. I examined the area carefully. The rocks showed no signs of a fall or struggle. The jacket wasn't torn or damaged. It was like Avery had simply taken it off and left it there. I looked out at the water, so impossibly clear, so cold it seemed almost hostile to life. Had Avery gone into the lake? Was this a recovery operation now instead of a rescue? Marcus, I've got Avery's jacket. Eastern Shore, approximately 0.6 miles from Cleetwood Dock. I gave him the coordinates. No other signs. I'm going to search the immediate area. Copy. Stay there. I'm bringing the team to you. While I waited, I noticed something odd. The rocks around where I'd found the jacket were dry, completely dry, despite being right at the waterline. The morning dew that covered everything else was absent here, as if something had evaporated it. I crouched down, placing my hand on the stone. It was warm, not sun-warm. The sun had barely been up long enough for that, but warm like something had been radiating heat. I stood up quickly, suddenly uncomfortable. The sound of the water seemed louder here, more insistent, and underneath it, so faint I might have been imagining it, was that pulse, that echo, the same one from the recording. I pulled out my own phone and opened the voice memo app, hitting record. If there was something here, some acoustic phenomenon that could explain what Avery had experienced, I wanted to document it. I held the phone out toward the water and waited, listening, the lapping of small waves against rock, the cry of a bird somewhere above, the distant sound of the sourboat's motors. All normal, all expected. But then, just as I was about to stop recording, I heard it. A voice. Faint, distorted, but unmistakably a voice. And it was saying my name. Evan. Not Avery's voice. Not anyone's voice I recognized. Just my name, echoed back from the lake in a tone that was almost questioning. Almost curious, I stumbled backward, nearly dropping my phone. My rational mind screamed explanations. Radio interference. Someone on the SAR team calling for me. Acoustic tricks of the caldera. But none of those explained the cold certainty I felt in my gut. Something in that lake had just acknowledged my presence. Something had spoken my name. Marcus and 2 SAR team members arrived to find me standing several feet back from the shore, staring at the water. Evan, you okay? I wanted to tell him what I'd heard, wanted to play him the recording I'd just made. But when I looked down at my phone, the voice memo app had crashed. The file was corrupted, unplayable, just static and digital noise. Yeah, I lied. I'm fine. The jacket was right there, between those 2 boulders. One of the SAR team members, a woman named Rodriguez, carefully bagged the jacket as evidence. Water temperature's 38 degrees, she said. If the missing person went in, we're looking at survival time of 15 to 45 minutes max. And that's for someone in peak physical condition with gear. In just regular clothes, she didn't finish the sentence. Marcus's jaw tightened. We expand the search grid. Check every inch of shoreline and get the boats doing sonar sweeps. If Avery went into the water. He paused, then continued more quietly. If they went in, we need to find them. The rest of the day was a blur of systematic searching. More rangers arrived, more SAR volunteers. We worked in teams, covering overlapping zones, calling Avery's name until our voices went hoarse. The boats crisscrossed the cove, their sonar pinging through the clear water, searching for anything that didn't belong. We found nothing. As the sun started to set, painting the caldera walls orange and pink, Marcus called us all back to the command post. We were exhausted, physically and emotionally drained. 26 people had spent 9 hours searching every accessible part of Cleetwood Cove and the surrounding area. We'd found Avery's pack, phone, and jacket, but no trace of Avery themselves. "We're suspending the active search for tonight," Marcus announced. "It's too dangerous to continue in the dark. We'll resume at first light tomorrow, expanded grid including the rim trail and the backcountry zones." He looked at each of us. "I know everyone wants to find Avery, but I need you all rested and sharp. Go home, get some sleep, be back here at 0500. Nobody wanted to leave. But we were professionals, and we knew he was right. Searching and exhaustion leads to mistakes, and mistakes in this terrain can be fatal. As the group dispersed, I found myself walking back to the rim with Kelly. "Did you hear anything strange down there?" I asked her quietly. She glanced at me. "Strange how?" "Like voices. Echoes that weren't quite right." She stopped walking. "Evan, what did you hear?" I told her about the moment by the shore, about the voice saying my name, about my phone crashing when I tried to record it. She listened without interrupting, and when I finished she was silent for a long moment. "The recording analysis I did this morning," she finally said. "I didn't tell you everything. That echo, it has a pattern. It repeats every 17 seconds like a heartbeat. And it gets stronger when Avery says their own name, like it's responding, learning." "Learning what?" "How to sound human, maybe. How to communicate." She shook her head. "God, listen to me, I sound insane. There's got to be a rational explanation. Acoustic phenomena, geological activity, something." "But you don't believe that?" "No," she admitted. "I don't. That lake has been here for 7,000 years, Evan. It's the deepest lake in the United States, almost 2,000 feet at its center. And we don't know what's down there in those depths. We don't know what kind of currents or pressures or anything else might exist in that environment." We reached the parking lot. My truck was one of the last vehicles there. "I'm going to listen to the whole recording tonight," Kelly said. "All 6 hours and 47 minutes. See if there's anything we missed, any clue about where Avery might be." "Want company?" I offered. She smiled tiredly. "No. You need rest. We both do. I'll send you anything I find." I drove home through the darkening forest, the road winding down from the rim, my thoughts churning. Somewhere out there, Avery Lynn was missing. Either injured and in need of rescue, or already gone, claimed by the cold water or the unforgiving terrain. And all we had were questions. Why abandon the pack? Why leave the phone recording? Where could someone vanish so completely in an area we knew so well? My apartment in Fort Klamath was small and sparse, just a place to sleep between shifts. I heated up some leftover pasta, too tired to cook anything proper, and sat at my kitchen table with my laptop. I pulled up the digital map of Crater Lake, overlaying the search zones we'd covered today. Every shore, every trail, every accessible point. Nothing. I zoomed in on Cleetwood Cove, studying the topography. The trail was straightforward, one way down, same way back up. No side trails, no easy way to get lost. The shore itself was bounded by steep cliffs on 3 sides, with the lake on the 4th. To walk half a mile in any direction along the shore would take significant effort and time. Why would Avery do that? And why leave the jacket so far from where they'd left the pack? Unless they hadn't left the jacket, unless it had been moved there. The thought sent a chill through me. I pushed it away, focusing on the map. There had to be something we were missing. Some detail that would make everything click into place and reveal where Avery had gone. My phone buzzed, a text from Kelly. "Call me. Found something in the recording." I dialed immediately. She picked up on the first ring. "The last 40 minutes of the recording," she said without preamble. after Avery's voice stops. I filtered out the water noise and isolated the echo. Evan, it's not random. It's speech. Speech. Words. Specific words, repeated in a pattern. I'm sending you the file now. Listen. My email pinged. I downloaded the audio file and hit play, turning up my laptop's volume. At first, I couldn't make out anything. Just that strange reverberating pulse I'd heard before. But then, as Kelly had done, I started to hear structure in it. Rhythm and words. Distorted and strange, but definitely words. Come down. Repeated over and over in that echoing, wrong voice. Come down, come down, come down. An invitation or a command. That's impossible, I said, though my hand was shaking as I closed the laptop. Sound doesn't work that way. Echoes don't. They don't form language on their own. I know, Kelly said. But that's what's on the recording. And Evan, there's more. I checked the metadata on Avery's phone. The last thing they did before starting the voice memo was a Google search. Want to guess what they were looking for? What? Crater Lake Legends Disappearances. They found an old forum post from 2003 about a hiker who claimed the lake was calling them, that the water could speak. The post was deleted, but it's cached. I'm reading it now, and it's... She paused. It's almost exactly what Avery described, the echo, the disorientation, the trail turning back on itself. Did that hiker ever turn up? That's the thing. According to the news archives, they did. 3 days later, walked out of the forest near the North Rim. No memory of where they'd been or what happened. Doctors said it was a dissociative episode brought on by stress and hypothermia. But you don't think so. I think maybe Crater Lake has more secrets than we give it credit for, Kelly said quietly. And I think Avery stumbled onto one of them. We talked for a few more minutes, going over plans for tomorrow's search. But when I hung up, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were approaching this all wrong. We were treating it as a standard search and rescue, looking for a person who'd gotten lost or injured. But what if it was something else? What if Avery hadn't gotten lost in the traditional sense? I pulled up the forum post Kelly had mentioned, reading it by the glow of my laptop screen. The writing was frantic, disjointed. The lake wants something. I can feel it pulling at me, like gravity, but not gravity. Like it knows I'm here and it's curious. The rangers think I'm crazy, but I know what I heard. It called my name. It's still calling my name. I can hear it even now, miles away, like it's inside my head. The post ended abruptly. No follow-up, no explanation. Just that desperate, frightened voice echoing across 2 decades. I closed my laptop and sat in the dark, listening to the silence of my apartment. Outside, the night was complete. The stars bright and cold above the forest. Somewhere out there, in the depths of that impossibly blue lake, was Avery Lynn, or what remained of them. And tomorrow, I would have to go back down to that shore and search again. Would have to listen for echoes that might not be echoes at all. The thought kept me awake for hours. I woke at 4 a.m. before my alarm from a dream I couldn't quite remember. Something about water, about voices speaking in a language that made sense while I was asleep but dissolved the moment I opened my eyes. I lay there in the dark for a moment, listening to my own breathing, trying to convince myself that today would bring answers. That we'd find Avery, and there would be a logical explanation for everything. The pre-dawn drive back to Crater Lake was surreal. Fog had settled in the valleys and my headlights carved tunnels through the gray murk. I passed maybe 3 other vehicles the entire 40-minute drive. When I reached the park entrance, the sky was just beginning to lighten, that deep blue moment before sunrise when the world feels suspended between night and day. Marcus was already at the command post, looking like he hadn't slept. The bags under his eyes were pronounced, and his usually neat uniform was wrinkled. "Coffee's hot," he said by way of greeting, gesturing to the industrial-sized percolator someone had set up. "We've got 12 Rangers, 20 SAR volunteers, and 2 dog teams coming in. County's sending a dive team for the deeper water near Wizard Island." I poured myself a cup, the bitter heat cutting through my fatigue. "Any word from Kelly?" "She's been here since 3, down in the tech room, still analyzing that recording." He looked at me, his expression hard to read. "She played me some of it, that echo thing. I don't know what to make of it." "Yeah," I said, "me neither." Other team members started arriving, familiar faces, all of them looking grim and determined. Tom Birch brought donuts from the gas station in Fort Klamath. Sarah Wick had printed out enhanced topographical maps with yesterday's search zones marked in red. Rodriguez from the SAR team was web briefing the dive team on water conditions and safety protocols. At 0500 exactly, we gathered for the morning briefing. Marcus stood in front of the wall-sized map, a laser pointer in his hand. "Today, we expand to zones 7 through 12, he said, indicating areas on the rim and in the backcountry. "The dive team will focus on the waters around Cleetwood Cove and the eastern shore. Dog teams will work the trails. Rangers, you're paired up. Nobody works alone today. Any questions?" "What about that recording?" someone asked. I didn't see who. "Is there anything in it that tells us where to look?" Marcus glanced at me, then back at the group. "Kelly's still analyzing it. If she finds anything actionable, we'll adjust our search accordingly. Until then, we work the grid." As people dispersed to their assignments, Kelly emerged from the tech room, looking even more exhausted than Marcus. She caught my eye and jerked her head toward the door, a clear signal she wanted to talk privately. We walked out to the rim overlook, away from the others. The sun was rising now, turning the lake from black to that impossible blue. The water was so still, it looked like polished glass, reflecting the caldera walls with perfect clarity. "I listened to the whole thing," Kelly said without preamble. "All 6 hours and 47 minutes, 3 times. And," she pulled out her tablet, calling up a series of waveform images. "The echo, the voice, whatever it is, it doesn't just repeat words, it builds on them. Listen to this sequence." She played a clip from early in the recording, around 1 a.m. Avery's voice. "I need to get back to the trail." Then, seconds later, that distorted echo. "Trail." Kelly skipped forward an hour. "Avery, why does it keep bringing me back here?" Echo. "Back here." Another hour. Avery, barely audible. "Please, I just want to go home." Echo, clearer now. "Want to go home." "See the pattern?" Kelly said. "It's learning, absorbing phrases, mimicking speech patterns. By the end," she played the final section, the 40 minutes after Avery's voice had stopped. The echo was no longer just repeating, it was creating. Come down to the water. Come down where it's quiet. Come down and listen." I felt my skin crawl. That's not possible. That's not how sound works. I know. She closed the tablet. But it's what's on the recording. And Evan, I found something else. Background noise, filtered and amplified. About 5 hours in, there's a second voice. Avery's hiking partner? Someone else who was out there? No. Listen. She pulled out earbuds and handed me one, playing the section in question. I heard Avery's breathing, ragged and frightened. The sound of boots on gravel, and then, underneath, so faint I had to strain to hear it, a man's voice, old, tired, speaking words I couldn't quite make out. "Can you clean it up?" I asked. "Make out what they're saying." "I tried. Best I can get is this." She played an enhanced version. The voice was clearer now, though still distorted. Not the first. Won't be the last. The lake always finds. Then static, and it was gone. Who is that? I asked, though part of me already knew. I don't know, but Evan, I checked historical records. Between 1920 and now, there have been 11 unexplained disappearances at Crater Lake. Not accidents. We know what happened in those cases. I'm talking about people who just vanished, like Avery. No bodies recovered, no clear cause. Most of them were eventually declared lost to the lake, probable drowning. But there were never any witnesses, never any clear evidence they actually went into the water. She pulled up a list on her tablet. Names, dates, brief descriptions. Margaret Thorne, 1923. David Kim, 1967. Elizabeth Santos, 1982. The list went on. And here's what they all have in common. Every single one was last seen at or near Cleetwood Cove. Every single one disappeared during overnight hours. And in 3 cases where we have witness statements, the missing person reported hearing strange echoes before they vanished. I stared at the list, feeling something cold settle in my stomach. Why didn't anyone see the pattern before? Because they weren't looking for one. Each case was treated as isolated. Different rangers, different times, decades apart. There was no reason to connect them. She looked out at the lake. Until now. A radio call interrupted us. The dog teams were ready to start. We headed back to the command post, both lost in thought. I was assigned to work with Sarah Wick, searching the backcountry area north of Cleetwood Cove. We geared up in silence. Water, first aid kit, emergency beacon, radio. The works. You think we're going to find them? Sarah asked as we started up the trail. I didn't answer right away. The morning had fully broken now, bright and clear. Birds sang in the mountain hemlocks. A chipmunk darted across the path ahead of us. Everything looked so normal, so peaceful. I don't know, I finally said. I hope so. We hiked for 3 hours, checking every side trail, every clearing, calling Avery's name until our throats were raw. The forest gave us nothing. No trace, no sign, no answers. Around noon, we stopped for lunch at a small meadow, sitting on a fallen log while we ate energy bars and drank water. Can I ask you something? Sarah said. That recording Kelly found. The echo. Do you think it's real? I considered the question. Define real. You know what I mean. Is it actually some kind of, I don't know, phenomenon? Or is it just acoustic weirdness that we're reading too much into? 2 days ago, I would have said acoustic weirdness, I admitted. Now, I don't know what to think. She nodded slowly. My grandmother used to tell stories about this place. She was Klamath. Her people lived around this lake for thousands of years before the park existed. She said the lake was sacred, that it held spirits, that it could speak to people if it wanted to. She looked at me. I always thought those were just stories. The kind of thing you tell kids to keep them from getting too close to the water. But now you're not sure. Now I'm not sure, she agreed. We finished our lunch and continued the search, but Sarah's words stayed with me. The Klamath tribes had lived here for millennia. They knew this landscape intimately, understood its moods and dangers in ways we never could. Their stories about the lake weren't just superstition. They were accumulated wisdom, passed down through generations. What if they knew something we'd forgotten? What if the lake really was more than just water and rock? By late afternoon, we'd covered our entire search zone with nothing to show for it. We radioed in our negative findings and started the hike back to the rim. I was exhausted, physically and mentally drained. But there was no question of stopping. Somewhere, Avery was still missing. And every hour that passed made it less likely we'd find them alive. When we got back to the command post, Marcus was on the phone, his expression grim. He hung up and turned to address the assembled searchers. The dive team finished their sweep of Cleetwood Cove and the eastern shore. No sign of a body, no sign of anything unusual underwater, no clothing, no gear, nothing. A murmur ran through the group. That should have been good news. If there was no body, Avery might still be alive. But it also meant we had no leads, no clues about where to look next. "We continue tomorrow," Marcus said. "Expanded grid, zones 13 through 20. I know everyone's tired. I know we're frustrated. But we don't give up. We keep searching until we find something." As people dispersed again, I noticed Kelly talking urgently with Marcus, showing him something on her tablet. They both looked worried. I walked over. "What's going on?" Kelly glanced around to make sure no one else was listening. I went back through historical records, found some ranger logs from the 1960s. There was a ranger stationed here named... Hold on. She checked her notes. Richard Paulson. He kept personal journals, separate from official reports. The park archives have them. I've been reading through, and Evan, he wrote about the echoes, about hearing voices from the lake. He thought he was losing his mind. "What happened to him?" I asked. "He resigned in 1969, moved away, never came back. But before he left, he wrote something in his final journal entry." She pulled up a scanned image on her tablet, a page of handwritten text, the ink faded but still legible. "I understand now why the old tribes feared this place. The lake is not dead water. It watches, it listens, it learns from those who come too close. I have heard it speak my name in the dark hours, have felt its pull like a physical weight. 3 times I have stood at the shore in the middle of the night with no memory of walking there, as if the lake itself drew me down while I slept. I cannot stay here. The lake wants something from me, and I am not strong enough to resist forever. To whoever reads this, be careful. Crater Lake is beautiful, but beauty can be a trap. The water calls, and some answer. God help them when they do." I read the entry twice, feeling the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "Did you show this to Marcus?" "Just now. He wants to keep it quiet. No need to spook the volunteers. But Evan, I think Paulson experienced the same thing Avery did, the same thing those other 11 people experienced before they vanished." "What are you saying? That the lake is, what, haunted? Possessed?" "I'm saying maybe the Klamath stories are more literal than we thought. Maybe there is something in that water, something old, something that's been there since the mountain collapsed and created the caldera 7,000 years ago." Marcus cleared his throat. "We're not having this conversation, not officially, but..." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "I want both of you to be careful. Don't go down to the water alone. Don't search after dark. And if you hear anything strange, anything at all, you radio in immediately. Understood?" We both nodded. That evening, I found myself back at my apartment staring at my laptop screen. I'd pulled up everything I could find about Crater Lake's formation. The eruption of Mount Mazama, the collapse of the caldera, the slow accumulation of snowmelt and rain that created the lake. Scientific facts, geological history. Nothing supernatural, nothing unexplainable. But then I found a paper written by a geologist in the 1980s, discussing unique properties of Crater Lake. The water's unusual clarity, you can see objects over 100 feet deep, the absence of any inlets or outlets. The lake is fed entirely by precipitation and snowmelt. The stable temperature, never varying more than a few degrees. The unusual acoustic properties caused by the caldera's shape. That last one caught my attention. Acoustic properties. I dug deeper, finding a study on how sound behaves in the lake environment. Apparently, the caldera acts like a parabolic reflector, focusing and amplifying sounds in unpredictable ways. Voices can carry for miles across the water. Echoes can bounce for minutes, creating complex interference patterns. Was that the explanation? Just unusual acoustics being misinterpreted as something supernatural? It would be the rational answer, the scientific answer, but it didn't explain the voice on the recording. It didn't explain how the echo seemed to learn, to build sentences Avery never spoke. It didn't explain 11 disappearances over 100 years, all following the same pattern. My phone rang. Kelly, "Don't hang up, just listen," she said as soon as I answered. "I'm at the visitor center, going through more archives. I found something. In 1952, there was a ranger here named Thomas Reed. He disappeared for 4 days. When he turned up, he had no memory of where he'd been, but he wrote a report, an unofficial one, never filed with the Park Service. I'm looking at it right now. What does it say? He said he was called, that the lake spoke to him in dreams, showed him something under the water, something old, something that had been there before the mountain, before the tribes, before humans. He said it was lonely, that it wanted company. That's why it called to people. I felt cold despite the warmth of my apartment. Did anyone believe him? No, they thought he'd had a breakdown, exposure-induced hallucinations. But Evan, the way he describes it, it matches what Avery said on the recording, about the lake not wanting them to leave, about it making a choice. Where's the report now? I'm photographing it. I'll send you the images. But there's something else. Reed mentioned a specific location, a place on the eastern shore where the water is deepest, where the cliff drops straight down for hundreds of feet. He said that's where the voice was strongest, where the pull was hardest to resist. I pulled up my map of the lake. Send me the coordinates. She did. I marked them on the map and felt my stomach drop. The location Reed had described was exactly where I'd found Avery's jacket, where I'd heard my name spoken from the water, where the rocks had been warm and dry despite the morning dew. Kelly, I said slowly, I think I need to go back there. Absolutely not alone. Evan, whatever's happening at that spot is where we need to search. If Reed said that's where the pull was strongest, if that's where Avery's jacket was found, then maybe that's where Avery is. Or where they went into the water, Kelly said quietly. Evan, we don't know what we're dealing with. This could be dangerous. Everything about this job is dangerous. But I'm not going alone. Come with me. Tomorrow morning, before the official search starts. Just you and me. We'll take safety gear. We'll check in every 15 minutes. We'll be careful. But I need to see that spot again. I need to understand. She was silent for a long moment. Okay, but we tell Marcus first. And if he says no, we don't go. Agreed. I called Marcus, explained what Kelly had found, what I wanted to do. I expected him to shut it down immediately. Instead, he said, I'll go with you. Kelly can monitor from up top. We meet at 0400 before the rest of the teams arrive. Nobody else needs to know. So it was decided. Tomorrow morning, Marcus and I would descend to the eastern shore, to the place where the lake's voice was strongest, where answers, or something else entirely, might be waiting. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I heard that voice from my corrupted recording. My name, spoken in a tone that was curious, inviting, patient, like something that had all the time in the world to wait. Evan, not threatening, not angry, just aware. I got out of bed and spent the rest of the night researching, reading everything I could find about Crater Lake, about the tribes who had lived here, about the mountain that had collapsed, about the clear, cold, impossibly deep water that had filled the caldera. By the time my alarm went off at 3:30, I hadn't slept at all. But I was ready. Whatever we found at that shore, whatever waited in those depths, I would face it. For Avery, for all the others who had vanished, for the truth. I grabbed my gear and headed out into the darkness, driving toward the lake one more time. The stars were brilliant overhead, and the forest was silent. As I climbed toward the rim, I could see the lake in the distance, its surface a dark mirror reflecting the night sky. Somewhere in those depths was a mystery 7,000 years old, and in a few hours, I was going to try to solve it. Marcus was already waiting when I pulled into the empty parking lot at 3:50 a.m. His truck was the only other vehicle there, headlights cutting through the darkness. He stepped out as I approached, carrying 2 heavy packs and a coil of climbing rope. "Kelly's setting up at Discovery Point," he said without preamble. "She's got line of sight to the eastern shore and a satellite phone in case the radios fail like last time. You sure about this?" I took one of the packs, emergency gear, water, first aid, flares. "No, but we're doing it anyway." He nodded grimly. "Let's move. I want to be down there right at first light." We descended in silence, our headlamps creating small pools of light in the pre-dawn darkness. The Cleetwood Trail was treacherous enough in daylight. Navigating it in the dark required complete focus. Every step had to be deliberate, every handhold tested. The trail seemed longer somehow, as if the mountain was reluctant to let us reach the water. Halfway down, Marcus stopped abruptly. "You hear that?" I froze, listening. At first, nothing. Then, so faint I almost missed it, a sound like wind through a narrow canyon. Except there was no wind. The air was completely still. "Yeah," I said quietly, "I hear it." We continued, and with each step, the sound grew clearer. Not wind, not quite. Something that rose and fell like breathing, like the lake itself was inhaling and exhaling. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Water moving through submerged caves, thermal currents creating airflow, anything scientific. But the sound felt wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. We reached the shore just as the sky began to lighten. That strange in-between time when night hasn't quite released its grip, but day is already pushing through. The lake was perfectly still, its surface like black glass. No waves, no ripples. Just that breathing sound, emanating from somewhere I couldn't pinpoint. Marcus keyed his radio. "Kelly, we're at the shore. Starting traverse to the eastern coordinates." "Copy that," Kelly's voice crackled back. "I've got eyes on you. Weather's clear, no fog, be careful down there." We moved along the shoreline, picking our way over volcanic boulders and loose scree. The breathing sound followed us, sometimes louder, sometimes fading, but never quite disappearing. As we approached the coordinates Reed had documented, the spot where I'd found Avery's jacket, I felt the temperature drop. Not gradually, but all at once, like walking through an invisible curtain of cold air. "You feel that?" I asked. Marcus had stopped, his breath visible in sudden puffs of vapor. "Yeah, that's not normal." He checked his thermometer. Jesus, it was 52 degrees 10 feet back. Now it's 38. The same temperature as the water. But we weren't in the water. We were on shore, on dry rock that should have been warming with the approaching sunrise. I moved forward toward the exact spot where I'd found the jacket. The 2 large boulders were still there, the space between them now empty. But the rocks themselves... I reached out to touch one and pulled my hand back immediately. It was warm, almost hot. "Marcus." He came over, placed his own hand on the stone, and swore under his breath. "That's impossible. Volcanic rock doesn't retain heat like this. Not overnight, not in these temperatures. I crouched down, examining the ground between the boulders. In the growing light, I could see something I'd missed before. Marks on the stone. Not natural erosion or weathering. These were deliberate. Symbols carved deep into the volcanic rock. Old, very old. "Marcus, look at this." He knelt beside me, running his fingers over the carvings. "I've seen these before. In the visitor center, in that exhibit on the Klamath tribes. These are their symbols, but this site was never documented as having any tribal markings. What do they mean? I don't know. We'd need an expert to translate them properly, but..." He pulled out his phone, took several photos. "I remember from the exhibit, this one here," he pointed to a spiral pattern, "that's water. And this one, the concentric circles, that's depth, or maybe the underworld. I'm not sure." As we studied the carvings, the breathing sound grew louder, more distinct. And underneath it, I heard something else. That voice. The same one from the recording, from my corrupted audio file. But now, it wasn't saying my name. It was saying words, complete sentences. "Come closer. Come see. Come understand." I stood up slowly, my heart hammering. "You're hearing that, right? Tell me you're hearing that." Marcus's face had gone pale. "I'm hearing it. It's coming from the water." We both turned to look at the lake. The sun was rising now, its first rays hitting the far rim of the caldera. In that golden light, I could see something in the water. Just below the surface, maybe 20 feet out. A shape. Elongated, pale, suspended in the crystalline clarity. "Is that..." I couldn't finish the sentence. Marcus had his binoculars out. "I can't tell. Could be a submerged log, could be..." He lowered the binoculars, his expression unreadable. "We need to get closer. Can you swim in this temperature?" "Not for more than a few minutes. You?" "Same, but we've got the rope. We can tie off, wade out, get a better look." It was a terrible idea. Everything about this situation screamed danger. But we were here. We had come for answers. And something in that water might be Avery. We secured the rope to a solid boulder, both of us putting on our life vests. Marcus insisted we attach emergency strobes to our gear in case we needed immediate extraction. "If the water's effects are what I think they are," he said, "we might not have much time before we lose our sense of direction. Or worse. What's worse than that?" He didn't answer, which was answer enough. I went first, stepping into the water. The cold was a physical shock, like being punched in the chest. My body immediately screamed at me to get out, to retreat to warm land. But I pushed forward, feeling the rope play out behind me. Marcus followed, both of us moving slowly, carefully, toward that pale shape beneath the surface. As we got closer, I could see it more clearly. It was person-shaped, arms, legs, a head, floating vertically, as if standing on the lake bottom despite being in water far too deep for that to be possible. The figure was pale, almost translucent, and perfectly still. "Avery?" I called out, though I knew the cold made speech difficult. "Avery Lynn?" The figure didn't respond, didn't move. But as I watched, it slowly began to sink, deeper into the water, away from the surface, descending into the blue-black depths where sunlight couldn't reach. "No!" I started forward, but Marcus grabbed my arm. "Evan, wait! Look!" He was pointing to the water around us. The surface, which had been smooth as glass, was now rippling, but not from wind or our movement. The ripples were forming patterns, concentric circles, spirals, the same symbols we'd seen carved into the rocks. And then I felt it, a pull, not physical, but mental, like a hand reaching into my thoughts, gently tugging, inviting. The voice was clearer now, resonant. Come down. Come see what we preserve. Come understand the purpose. We need to get out, Marcus said, his voice strained. Now. This is what happened to them, to Avery, to all of them. The lake pulls them in. But I couldn't move. The pull was too strong, too insistent. I found myself taking another step forward, then another, the water rising to my chest. It wasn't cold anymore. It was comfortable, welcoming, like coming home after a long journey. "Evan!" Marcus's shout seemed to come from very far away. "Fight it! Don't listen!" I tried. God, I tried. But the voice was everywhere now, inside my head and outside it, speaking words that made terrible sense. 7,000 years we have waited. 7,000 years of silence, of preservation, of patience. You are curious. You seek to understand. Come deeper. Come see what lies beneath. Join those who came before. Be part of something eternal. My foot left the rocky bottom. I was swimming now, or being pulled. I couldn't tell the difference. The pale figure was below me, still sinking, and I felt an overwhelming need to follow it, to understand, to see what the lake wanted to show me. Then pain exploded across my face. Marcus had punched me. Hard. The shock of it broke the pull. For just a moment, the voice stuttered, confused. And in that moment, Marcus was dragging me backward, hauling on the rope with desperate strength. I fought him at first, actually fought him, trying to turn back to the water. But he held on, pulling us both toward the shore, his voice a continuous stream of words. "Not happening. Not today. Not on my watch. Stay with me, Evan. Stay with me." We collapsed on the rocks, both gasping, both shaking. The cold hit me all at once. I'd been in water near freezing for several minutes, and now my body was paying the price. Marcus stripped off my vest and was wrapping me in an emergency blanket before I could even process what had happened. "Kelly!" he shouted into the radio. "We need immediate evac. Evan's hypothermic. Send the ATV down the service road to the dock." "Copy. Sending now. What happened down there?" Marcus looked at me, then at the water. "We found something. Or, it found us. Just get that ATV here, now." While we waited, shivering and exhausted, I stared at the lake. The ripples had stopped. The surface was glass smooth again. The pale figure was gone, if it had ever really been there. But I knew what I'd seen. More importantly, I knew what I'd felt. The lake was alive, not in the way plants or animals are alive, but conscious, aware. And it had been collecting people for thousands of years, drawing them down into depths where they would be preserved, whatever that meant. "The tribes knew," I said, my teeth chattering. "That's why they considered it sacred. That's why they told stories about it. They weren't warnings to keep people away from danger. They were warnings about something that thinks, something that wants." Marcus nodded slowly. "And we built a national park around it, invited millions of visitors to come enjoy its beauty, never knowing that they were being watched," I finished, "evaluated, selected." The ATV arrived with 2 rangers I didn't recognize. They had medical supplies, warm blankets, thermoses of hot liquid. Marcus waved off assistance. His core temperature was okay, he said, though his hands were still shaking. But they insisted on checking me, taking vitals, forcing warm water down my throat. As they worked, Kelly came scrambling down the trail, out of breath and wide-eyed. I saw the whole thing through binoculars. "Evan, you just walked into the water. Like you were in a trance. What the hell happened?" "The voice," I managed. "It's real. It's not an echo, not an acoustic phenomenon. The lake it's aware. And it speaks. She looked at Marcus for confirmation. He nodded. I heard it too, clear as I'm hearing you now, and there was something in the water, a figure. I think it was one of the missing people, suspended somehow, preserved. Jesus, Kelly whispered. So they're all down there? All 11 disappearances? At least 11, I said. Maybe more. Maybe going back thousands of years. The tribes probably knew people who were taken. That's why they treated this place with such reverence and fear. The rangers were insisting I needed to get to a hospital, get checked for hypothermia complications. I didn't want to leave, didn't want to abandon the search for Avery, but Marcus ordered me to go. You're no good to anyone if you die of exposure. Go. Get checked out. Kelly and I will handle the search today. In the back of the ATV, wrapped in blankets and still shaking, I watched the lake recede as we climbed back toward the rim. In the early morning light, it looked exactly as it always had. Impossibly beautiful, serenely blue, picture perfect. You would never know, looking at it, what lay beneath, what waited in those depths with infinite patience. At the hospital in Klamath Falls, the doctors confirmed moderate hypothermia, but nothing life-threatening. They wanted to keep me for observation, but I checked myself out after 4 hours. I had to get back, had to figure out what to do with what we'd learned. Because that was the question, wasn't it? What do you do when you discover that a national park, one of the most visited natural sites in the country, is home to something that actively lures people to their deaths? How do you protect visitors from a threat that isn't a bear or a cliff or bad weather, but an entity that can speak directly into your mind? I called Marcus from my truck. How's the search going? We found something, he said, his voice tight. Better if you see it yourself. Can you get back here? On my way now. When I arrived at the command post, the energy had changed. People were talking in low, urgent voices. Maps had been rearranged, and in the center of the room, on a table, was a collection of items. Avery's jacket, a flashlight, a water bottle, and something else. A small recorder, old-fashioned, the kind that uses cassette tapes. Where did you find this? I asked. Same spot where you found the jacket, Sarah Wick said. We went back this morning after Kelly told us what happened. It was just sitting there on the rocks like it had been placed there. Have you listened to it? She exchanged glances with Marcus. Yeah, you need to hear this. She pressed play. The tape quality was poor, degraded by age and exposure, but the voice was clear enough. My name is Richard Paulson. I'm recording this on September 14th, 1969. If someone finds this, please listen. The lake is not what we think it is. I've spent 5 years here, 5 years studying it, protecting it, trying to understand it. But I was wrong. We're all wrong. A pause, the sound of wind and water in the background. Then, it's a graveyard, but not like we understand graveyards. The people who disappear, they're not dead, they're kept, preserved. I've seen them in the deep water, suspended like specimens. The lake shows them to those it's considering for selection. It showed them to me. 3 times I've woken up on the shore with no memory of walking there, and each time I've seen them below the surface. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. Going back, who knows how long. Another pause. When Paulson spoke again, his voice was shaking. I think it's lonely. That sounds insane, but it's the only explanation that makes sense. An intelligence that's existed for thousands of years in complete isolation, in the darkness at the bottom of this caldera. It learns from those it takes, absorbs them somehow. That's why it can mimic voices, why it can speak. Every person it's collected has taught it more about humanity, made it more sophisticated, more effective at luring the next one. The tape crackled. "I'm leaving tomorrow. I can't stay here. The pull is too strong. Last night I made it halfway into the water before I came to my senses. It won't take no for an answer much longer. To whoever finds this, close the park. Drain the lake if you have to. But don't let more people come here. Don't let it take anyone else. Some places aren't meant for humans. Some beauties hide terrible purposes." The recording ended abruptly. We sat in silence. Finally, Marcus spoke. "That recorder was sitting on the shore this morning, 45 years after Paulson left, like the lake wanted us to find it. Wanted us to know." "But why?" Kelly asked. "If it's been hiding for thousands of years, why reveal itself now?" "Maybe because we're getting too close," I said. "Maybe because our search methods are getting better, our technology more advanced. Maybe it knows we're on the verge of discovering the truth, and it's trying to... What? Warn us? Threaten us? Or invite us?" Marcus said quietly. "You felt the pull, Evan. It wasn't violent, it was seductive. Maybe the lake thinks if we understand what it is, we'll choose to join willingly." That thought was somehow more terrifying than anything else. The idea that the lake didn't see itself as a predator, but as something else. A collector, a preserver, something that genuinely believed it was offering people a gift. "We need to make a decision," Marcus said. "As senior rangers on site, we have the authority to close sections of the park if we deem them unsafe. The question is, do we close Cleetwood Cove? Do we restrict lake access? And if we do, what reason do we give? If we tell the truth, we'll sound insane," Sarah pointed out. "Mysterious lake entity, supernatural predator. They'll think we've lost our minds. But if we don't tell the truth," Kelly countered, "more people could disappear. We can't just let this continue." I thought about Avery, about the recording, the desperate fear in their voice as the lake systematically wore down their resistance. About Richard Paulson, running from this place before it could claim him. About all the others whose names appeared in Kelly's list, people who had walked down to the water and never returned. "We tell the truth," I said. "Not to the public, not yet. But we go up the chain. Regional Director, Park Service Headquarters. We present everything, the recordings, the historical disappearances, the symbols, Paulson's tape. We let them decide how to handle it, but we make sure someone in authority knows." Marcus nodded slowly. "And in the meantime? In the meantime, we close Cleetwood Cove. Cite unstable geological conditions, potential rockslide danger, whatever sounds plausible. We keep people away from the water until someone above our pay grade decides what to do." "Avery's still missing," Sarah said softly. "Are we giving up on finding them?" I looked out at the lake, visible through the command post windows. In the afternoon sun, it was spectacularly beautiful. "Avery's down there," I said. I saw someone, something. I think the lake has them. I don't think they're coming back." The words hurt to say. Admitting defeat, admitting that sometimes you can't rescue everyone, that sometimes the wilderness wins. But I also knew with sick certainty that it was true. Avery was gone. Not dead. The lake didn't kill, but gone nonetheless, taken into those depths to be preserved for purposes I couldn't begin to understand. Over the following days, we did what we'd decided. Marcus composed a detailed report for the regional director, laying out everything we'd discovered. Kelly compiled all the audio evidence, all the historical documents. I wrote my own account of what I'd experienced in the water, the pull, the voice, the figure I'd seen. The regional director arrived 3 days later, a serious woman named Martinez who listened to everything without interruption. When we finished, she sat in silence for a long moment. "This is the strangest report I've ever received," she finally said. "It's also the most thoroughly documented. You have physical evidence, multiple witness testimonies, historical precedent. Under normal circumstances, I'd say you were all suffering from shared delusion, but these aren't normal circumstances." "So, what do we do?" Marcus asked. "We proceed cautiously. Cleetwood Cove stays closed. I'll authorize that under geological concerns. We restrict all water access park-wide for the remainder of the season, and I'm bringing in specialists, geologists, acoustic experts, maybe even a psychologist or two. We're going to study this scientifically, figure out what's actually happening." "And Avery Lynn?" I asked. Martinez's expression softened. "Is officially missing, presumed lost to the lake. We'll notify their family. The search is suspended pending new evidence. I'm sorry. I know that's not the answer you wanted." It wasn't, but it was the only answer we had. Crater Lake National Park didn't close, but Cleetwood Cove did. The official story was geological instability, potential rockslide. Most visitors accepted it without question. There were plenty of other overlooks, other trails. Life went on, but I never stopped thinking about what lay beneath that blue surface. About Avery suspended in the cold darkness, about Richard Paulson's warning, about the voice that had spoken my name, that had invited me to come down and understand. Sometimes, late at night, I'd drive up to the rim and stand at one of the overlooks, staring at the water. And sometimes, not always, but sometimes, I'd hear it, that echo that wasn't an echo, that voice that had learned human speech across thousands of years of careful listening. "Come back," it would whisper. "Come see. Come understand what you cannot learn on dry land. Come join those who came before. Come be eternal." I never went down to the water again, but I couldn't leave the park either. Someone needed to watch. Someone needed to remember. Someone needed to stand between the lake and the people who came here seeking beauty, unaware of what that beauty concealed. I'm still here, 3 years later, still a ranger at Crater Lake, still keeping the secret that no official report can quite capture. That some places in this world are older than humanity, stranger than science can explain. That beauty and danger can coexist in the same space, indistinguishable until you're too close to escape. Cleetwood Cove remains closed. The lake remains as blue, as clear, as impossibly beautiful as ever. And in its depths, preserved in ways I don't fully understand, Avery Lynn waits. Along with Richard Paulson's vision of dozens, maybe hundreds, of others, collected across millennia by something that thinks, that learns, that chooses. The Klamath tribes were right to call it sacred. But sacred doesn't mean safe. Sometimes it means the exact opposite. I tell myself I'm staying to protect people, to keep watch, to make sure no one else walks down that trail and hears their name spoken by water. But late at night, in honest moments, I wonder if the lake is still calling me. If its patience is longer than my resistance. If one morning I'll wake up on the shore with no memory of walking there. One more time than I can refuse. And every day I stay here, I hear it whisper just a little bit louder. The fog rolled in at 4:47 p.m. I know the exact time because I was filling out paperwork at the ranger station when the light changed. One moment, the late afternoon sun was slanting through the windows, casting everything in gold. The next, the world outside went gray and flat, like someone had drawn a curtain across reality. I'm Claire Monette, and I've been a ranger at Crater Lake National Park for 6 years, long enough to know that October fog isn't unusual here. The temperature differential between the cold lake water and the warmer air creates perfect conditions for it. But this fog was different. It came too fast, too complete. Within 5 minutes, visibility outside the station windows had dropped to maybe 10 feet. Within 10 minutes, I couldn't see the parking lot. My radio crackled. "Claire, you seeing this?" It was Marcus, the senior ranger, calling from the North Rim station. "Yeah, it came out of nowhere. We've got 2 campers registered at Mazama Campground, Riley site. They checked in this morning. Mason Dyer and Brian Torres, both from Portland. We should do a welfare check, make sure they're okay in this." I grabbed my pack, already loaded with emergency gear. On my way, the drive to Mazama should have taken 15 minutes. In the fog, it took 40. I crawled along at maybe 10 miles per hour, my headlights creating a wall of white that seemed to push back against me. The road I'd driven hundreds of times became unfamiliar, landmarks disappearing into the gray void. Twice I had to stop completely, unsure if I was still on pavement or had drifted onto the shoulder. When I finally reached the campground entrance, the fog was so thick I almost missed the turn. I parked near the registration board and killed the engine, sitting in the sudden silence. The fog pressed against my windows, moving in strange patterns that seemed almost purposeful. I'd seen fog before, but never fog that moved like this, slow, deliberate, as if it was searching for something. I checked my radio. "Marcus, I'm at Mazama, heading to Riley site on foot." Static answered me. I adjusted the frequency, tried again. More static. The fog was interfering with the signal, which shouldn't have been possible with our equipment. But there was no point sitting in my truck. I grabbed my flashlight, clipped the radio to my belt, and stepped out into the gray. The cold hit me immediately. It wasn't just October cold. This was deeper, damper, the kind of cold that finds its way through layers of clothing and settles in your bones. I pulled my jacket tighter and clicked on my flashlight. The beam barely penetrated the fog, creating a sphere of milky light that moved with me through the gray. Riley site was a quarter-mile down the loop road. I knew the way by heart, had walked it dozens of times. But in the fog, nothing looked right. The trees were shadows, the road beneath my feet uncertain. I kept my flashlight aimed at the ground, following the faint line of asphalt, counting my steps to maintain my sense of distance. At 270 steps, I should have reached the site, but there was nothing except more fog, more gray void. I stopped, turned in a slow circle. Had I passed it? Missed the turnoff? That seemed impossible, but in this visibility anything was possible. Then I smelled it. Wood smoke, faint but distinct. A campfire, recently burning. I followed the scent, moving off the road into the camping area proper, sweeping my flashlight back and forth. The fog swirled in my beam, and for just a moment, I saw it. A tent, blue and modern, the fabric darker with moisture. I moved closer, and more details emerged from the gray. 2 tents, actually, set up about 15 feet apart. Professional setup, the kind you see from experienced campers. Between them, a fire ring with coals still glowing faintly red. A cooler sat near one tent, properly closed and bear-proof. 2 camp chairs were arranged around the fire, empty, but positioned as if their occupants had just stood up and walked away. "Hello," I called out. "Park Service, anyone here?" My voice vanished into the fog, swallowed completely. No echo, no sense of the sound traveling. Just immediate, absolute silence after I stopped speaking. I approached the first tent. "This is Ranger Monette. I'm here to check on site occupants due to weather conditions. Can you hear me?" Nothing. I unzipped the tent fly, protocol in potential emergency situations. Inside, 2 sleeping bags, neatly arranged. Personal items scattered in that organized chaos of active camping. A book, a water bottle, a headlamp. The sleeping bags were empty but recently used. I could see the impressions where bodies had been. The second tent was similar. Gear, supplies, signs of occupation. But no people. I checked my watch, 5:34 p.m. The fog had rolled in less than an hour ago. These campers had been here, had been tending their fire, and then, what? Decided to go for a walk in zero visibility? I returned to the fire ring, crouched down, felt the heat still radiating from the coals. This fire had been tended within the last 30 minutes, maybe less. Someone had been sitting here very recently, had stood up and left while the fire was still burning. But where had they gone? Mason Dyer, Brian Torres, I called louder this time. This is Park Ranger Claire Monette. If you can hear me, please respond. Silence. That same oppressive, complete silence that felt wrong. Even in fog, you should hear something. Wind in trees, water dripping, small animals moving. But there was nothing. Just the faint hiss of moisture condensing on my jacket and the sound of my own breathing. I keyed my radio. Marcus, I'm at Riley site. I found the campsite occupied but abandoned. 2 tents, warm fire but no sign of the campers. Radio check, are you receiving? Static, louder now. Almost angry sounding, if static could sound angry. I tried different frequencies, same result. The fog had effectively cut me off from communication. I was making a decision about what to do next when I heard it. Footsteps, crunching on the gravel and pine needles that covered the campground, distinct and close, moving from my right to my left, perhaps 20 feet away, just beyond the limit of my flashlight beam. Hello? Is someone there? I moved my light in the direction of the sound, but the fog was impenetrable. This is the Park Service. Please identify yourself. The footsteps stopped. For maybe 10 seconds there was complete silence. Then they started again, but from a different direction now, behind me. Moving at the same steady pace, deliberate and measured. I spun around, flashlight raised. I can hear you. Please respond. Are you one of the campers registered at this site? The footsteps continued, circling. Always just beyond my vision, always at that same deliberate pace. Not hurried, not hesitant, just walking, as if patrolling the perimeter of the campsite. My hand moved to the pepper spray on my belt. This is your final warning. Identify yourself, or I'll have to consider you a threat. But even as I said it, something felt wrong. The footsteps had a strange quality. Too regular, too rhythmic. They sounded like boots on the ground, clear and crisp. But there was no variation in the sound, no change in cadence or weight, like listening to a recording on loop rather than an actual person walking. The footsteps moved around me again, completing another circle of the campsite. I turned with them, trying to track the sound, my flashlight sweeping through the fog. And that's when I noticed something that made my skin crawl. I could hear the footsteps clearly, could track their position as they circled, but I couldn't hear my own footsteps. When I'd walked here from my truck, when I'd moved around the campsite, my boots had made noise. But now, as I turned and pivoted, trying to follow the circling sounds, my movements were silent, as if the fog was selectively allowing certain sounds and muting others. The footsteps completed another circuit and stopped. Directly in front of me, maybe 15 feet away. I aimed my flashlight at the spot, but there was only fog. Then, cutting through the silence, a voice. Male, middle-aged, with the kind of casual confidence that comes from years of outdoor experience. The fog, the voice said. It's not natural. It's not behaving like fog should. I recognized the tone. This was someone stating observations, not asking questions. Someone analytical. Mason Dyer, I called. Is that you? Where are you? "I'm here," the voice said, but it came from a different direction now. To my left, where the footsteps had been moments before. "I'm right here, but I can't see you. I can hear you, but I can't see my own hand in front of my face. Stay where you are," I ordered. "Keep talking so I can locate you. I'm a park ranger. I'm here to help. Brian went to get more firewood about 20 minutes ago. He walked maybe 30 feet into the trees. We could still see the campsite. Then the fog came in and he was gone. Just gone. I called for him, went after him, but..." The voice paused. "The trees moved. I know that sounds crazy, but the trees moved. I walked toward where he'd gone, but the trees weren't in the right places anymore. And the fog, it followed me, pushed me back to the campsite. I was moving toward the voice slowly, carefully. I need you to stay calm and keep talking. What's your location relative to the fire ring?" "I don't know. I can't see the fire ring. I can't see anything. I'm just walking. I keep walking, but I don't feel like I'm going anywhere." The voice was moving again, drifting through the fog. Not in a straight line, not in a circle. Random, impossible to track. And underneath his words, I could still hear those other footsteps. The ones that had been circling the campsite. They hadn't stopped. They were still there, still moving in that deliberate pattern. "Mason, listen to me. Stop walking. Sit down right where you are. Plant yourself and don't move. I'll come to you." "I tried that," he said. And now there was an edge of panic in his voice. "I sat down 10 minutes ago. Maybe more. But then I was standing again, walking again. I don't remember standing up. The fog, it doesn't want us to stop moving." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. "Us? There are others. Brian, he's out here somewhere. I can hear him sometimes, calling for help. But the sound comes from everywhere. From inside the fog. Like the fog is speaking with his voice." I stopped moving, standing completely still, and listened. Beyond the circling footsteps, beyond Mason's voice, there was something else. Faint, distorted, but definitely there. A voice calling, "Help! Someone help me!" Over and over, in a flat, emotionless tone that was more disturbing than if it had been screaming. "That's Brian," Mason said. "That's his voice. But it's wrong. It sounds like him, but it's not him. It can't be him. No one sounds like that." He was right. The voice calling for help had no desperation, no fear. Just those words, repeated mechanically like a recording stuck on loop. And the more I listened, the more I realized the voice was coming from multiple directions simultaneously, as if Brian Torres was standing in several places at once, all of them calling for help in that same dead tone. I keyed my radio again, knowing it was useless but needing to try. "Any unit, this is Monette at Mazama Campground. I have a situation. 2 campers disoriented in fog, possible psychological effects from environmental factors. Request immediate backup." The static that answered me sounded almost like laughter. The circling footsteps were closer now, still maintaining that perimeter around the campsite, but the circle was tightening. I could hear them clearly. Boot on gravel, boot on pine needles, steady and relentless. And now that I was listening carefully, I realized there was more than one set. At least 3, maybe more, all walking in synchronized patterns around me. "Mason, can you hear footsteps? Besides your own?" His response took a long time to come. "Yes." I thought I was imagining them. Thought it was echoes of my own steps, or Brian, or... He trailed off. "What are they?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But I'm going to find out." I moved toward the circling sounds, deliberately, taking measured steps. My flashlight beam swept through the fog, and for just an instant I saw something. A shape, darker than the surrounding gray, human-shaped, standing perhaps 10 feet away. Then the fog closed in and it was gone. "Who's there?" I called. "Show yourself." No response. But the footsteps continued, and now they were definitely closer. Close enough that I should be able to see whoever was making them, even in this fog. Close enough that my flashlight should illuminate them. But there was nothing except gray void and those steady, rhythmic steps. I took another step forward and my boot came down on something that shouldn't have been there. I looked down, directing my flashlight at the ground. A backpack, dark blue with black straps, modern and expensive looking. I crouched down, examining it without touching. The pack was covered in moisture, as if it had been sitting in the fog for hours. But when I carefully checked the contents, everything inside was dry: clothing, food, a water purification system, and a wallet. I flipped it open. Oregon driver's license for Brian Torres, age 37, Portland address. The face in the photo looked friendly, experienced, competent. The kind of person who wouldn't panic in bad weather. Who would know to stay put and wait for help rather than wandering off into fog. "Mason?" I called out. "I found Brian's pack. It's here at the campsite. Why would he leave his pack?" The answer came from directly behind me, close enough that I felt breath on my neck. Because the fog took it from him. I spun it around, flashlight raised like a weapon. There was nothing there. Nothing but gray fog and that voice still speaking. "It takes everything. Your pack, your sense of direction, your certainty. It takes you, piece by piece, until there's nothing left but fog." "Mason, is that you?" "Where are you?" "I'm everywhere," the voice said, and now it was coming from all directions at once. "I'm in the fog. I am the fog. We all are." My heart was hammering now, adrenaline flooding my system. This wasn't natural disorientation. This wasn't hypothermia or panic. Something was very wrong with this fog, with this situation. I needed to get out, to get to my truck, to bring back help with proper equipment and training. I turned back toward where I'd come from, following my own boot prints in the soft ground. But after maybe 20 steps, the prints disappeared. Just ended, as if I'd been walking on air. The ground ahead showed no sign of disturbance, no indication that anyone had passed this way. That was impossible. I'd walked here less than 15 minutes ago. My prints should be clear and fresh, but the ground in front of me was undisturbed, covered in pine needles and fog moisture, looking like no one had walked here in days. I turned back, trying to retrace my steps to the campsite, but the campsite was gone. The tents, the fire ring, Brian's abandoned pack, all of it had vanished into the fog. I was standing in what looked like empty forest, surrounded by trees and gray void, with no reference point to orient myself. "Hello?" I called, hearing the edge of fear creeping into my voice. "Mason? Brian? Anyone?" The footsteps answered me. Not the circling ones from before, but new ones, multiple sets coming from every direction, converging on my position. Not running, not hurrying. Just that same steady, measured pace, walking toward me through fog that seemed to grow thicker with each passing moment. I started moving, not caring anymore about maintaining my sense of direction. Just moving, following my instincts, trying to find something, anything that would give me a reference point. The flashlight beam bounced off the fog, useless. My radio was dead static. And behind me, growing closer, those footsteps continued. Dozens of them now, maybe more. An army of boots on ground, all walking at the same pace, all closing in. Then, suddenly, the trees ahead of me opened up. I stumbled into a clearing, and there, sitting exactly where I'd left it, was my truck. The fog was lighter here, visibility maybe 20 feet. I could see the outline of the vehicle, could see the Ranger insignia on the door. I ran to it, yanked the door open, threw myself inside. Locked the doors, started the engine, turned on every light the truck had. The headlights created 2 tunnels of brightness in the fog, and for just a moment, I felt safe, protected. Back in the modern world of metal and glass and combustion engines, then I saw them, standing at the edge of my headlight beams, just at the limit of visibility. Figures, human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Too still, too perfectly positioned. There were dozens of them, forming a semicircle around my truck, all facing me, all standing in that same unnatural stillness. I locked my eyes on the road ahead and put the truck in drive. If I couldn't go around them, I'd go through them. I pressed the accelerator and the truck lurched forward into the fog. The figures didn't move, didn't try to stop me. As I passed through where they'd been standing, there was nothing but empty air and fog, like they'd never been there at all, like I'd imagined the whole thing. But I knew I hadn't imagined it. And as I drove back toward the station, checking my rearview mirror obsessively, I knew something else. Mason Dyer and Brian Torres were still out there in that fog, still walking, still calling for help in voices that grew less human with each repetition. And I had no idea how to save them, or if they could be saved at all. I made it back to the ranger station in 35 minutes, though I don't remember most of the drive. My hands were shaking so badly when I parked that I couldn't get the key out of the ignition on the first try. Marcus was waiting at the entrance, his face tight with concern. "Claire, what the hell happened? We lost contact with you for almost an hour. Are you okay?" I stumbled out of the truck, my legs unsteady. The fog. Mason Dyer and Brian Torres, they're gone, lost in the fog. And Marcus, something's wrong with it. The fog is wrong. He guided me inside, sat me down, pressed a cup of hot coffee into my hands. "Start from the beginning. Tell me everything." So I did. The abandoned campsite, the warm fire, the circling footsteps. Mason's voice coming from nowhere and everywhere. Brian's pack left behind, the mechanical calls for help. The figures standing at the edge of my headlights. Marcus listened without interrupting, his expression growing more troubled with each detail. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "You're saying the fog was, what, intelligent? Acting with purpose?" "I'm saying it wasn't behaving like normal fog. It interfered with radio signals. It obscured my footprints minutes after I made them. And those footsteps, those voices, they weren't natural echoes or auditory hallucinations. They were deliberate, targeted. Claire, you know how that sounds. I know exactly how it sounds, but I also know what I experienced. Marcus, we need to mount a full search operation. Those 2 men are still out there." He rubbed his face, looking older than his 48 years. "In zero visibility fog, with whatever you just described happening, I can't send people into that. Not until the fog lifts. And if it doesn't lift, what if it stays like this all night? They'll die of exposure. If they're not already dead." He said it quietly, but the words hit like a slap. "Claire, you described 2 men who were completely disoriented, separated from their gear, exhibiting signs of severe confusion. In October temperatures with that level of moisture, they've got maybe 6 hours before hypothermia becomes critical. You found the campsite at 5:30. It's almost 7 now. We're running out of time even in the best-case scenario." I knew he was right, but accepting it felt like giving up. What about thermal imaging, infrared? Something that can work in fog. Already tried. While you were out there, I had Tom Birch take the drone up with thermal cameras. The fog is too thick and too cold. There's no temperature differential to detect. Whatever that fog is made of, it's blocking everything. As if on cue, Tom entered the office, looking haggard. "Marcus, the fog's expanding. It's moved beyond Mazama Campground. It's covering the entire southern section of the park now, and it's still spreading. At this rate, it'll reach the rim stations within an hour." Marcus stood, moving to the window. Outside, I could see the fog pressing against the glass, that same purposeful movement I'd witnessed at the campsite. "We need to evacuate. All visitors, all non-essential personnel. Get everyone to the North Rim or off the mountain entirely." Over the next 45 minutes, we initiated emergency protocols. The few remaining campers at other sites were contacted and told to pack out immediately. The lodge was emptied. Everyone with vehicles was directed to leave the park via the north entrance. Those without transportation were gathered at the North Rim station, which was still above the fog line. I watched the evacuation from the station windows, sipping cold coffee, still trying to process what I'd experienced. The fog continued to advance, steady and relentless, swallowing the forest in sections. It moved uphill, which fog normally doesn't do. It moved against the wind, which was impossible, and it moved in a pattern that looked almost like searching. "Claire," Marcus appeared beside me. "I need you to brief the SAR team. If the fog lifts enough by morning, we're going in after Dyer and Torres, but the team needs to know what they might be dealing with." The county search and rescue unit arrived at 8 p.m. 4 experienced wilderness rescue specialists led by a woman named Rodriguez I'd worked with before. I walked them through the situation, showing them the campsite location on maps, describing the terrain and conditions. Then I told them about the fog. "So you're saying the fog is dangerous beyond just visibility issues," Rodriguez said carefully. "You're saying it has properties that we need to be aware of." "I'm saying it's not behaving like normal fog. Navigation doesn't work properly inside it. Communications fail, and there are auditory phenomena, footsteps, voices, that may be disorienting or psychologically disturbing." One of her team members, a younger guy named Peterson, spoke up. "What's causing it? Volcanic gases? Some kind of chemical release?" "We don't know," Marcus admitted. "We've taken air samples, checked for sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, everything we can think of. The fog is just water vapor as far as we can detect, but its behavior is anomalous." Rodriguez nodded slowly. "Okay. Then we treat this like any other hazardous environment search. We go in fully equipped, we stay in constant contact, and we have strict turnaround times. No heroics. If conditions become unsafe, we pull out immediately." The fog continued advancing through the night, and we continued retreating. By midnight, it had engulfed the entire southern half of the park. The ranger station I'd worked from for 6 years was now an island of light in a sea of gray, and we knew it wouldn't hold much longer. At 12:47 a.m., Marcus made the call to evacuate the main station. We packed up essential equipment and files, loaded them into trucks, and began the convoy to the North Rim. I was in the last vehicle, watching the fog consume the station in my rearview mirror. The building's lights glowed through the gray for a few moments, then faded, then disappeared, like it had never existed. The North Rim station became our command post. It sat at a higher elevation, and so far, the fog hadn't reached it. From the parking lot, we could see the edge of the fog bank below us, a solid wall of gray that stretched across the entire southern horizon. It looked like an ocean, waves of fog rolling and shifting in patterns that seemed too organized to be natural. Dawn came slowly, the sky lightening from black to gray to pale blue. The fog remained, though it had stopped advancing. It sat below us like a patient predator, covering half the park, with Mazama Campground somewhere in its depths. Rodriguez gathered her team at 6 a.m. They were suited up in full gear. dry suits under their clothes in case they encountered water, GPS units, radios, flares, emergency beacons. Everything you'd take into an environment where normal rules might not apply. "We go in teams of 2, Rodriguez briefed. "Constant communication. Check in every 5 minutes. If you lose radio contact, you activate your beacon and return to last known good position. If you encounter anything unusual, and I mean anything, you report it immediately. Our objective is to locate Mason Dyer and Brian Torres, but not at the cost of additional casualties. Everyone clear?" They were clear. Professional, experienced, as ready as anyone could be for what they were about to enter. I watched them descend into the fog bank, their lights growing fainter, then disappearing entirely as the gray swallowed them. For the first hour, everything went smoothly. Check-ins came regularly, reports were routine. The fog was dense but navigable. The teams made steady progress toward Mazama Campground. Then, at 7:23 a.m., Rodriguez's voice came over the radio with an edge of tension. "Base, we've reached the campsite. We've found the tents, the fire ring, equipment. But there's something unusual. The fire is warm, the coals are still hot." Marcus and I exchanged glances. "Rodriguez, that's not possible. That fire was burning yesterday evening. It should be completely cold by now." "I know what it should be. I'm telling you what it is. The coals are warm enough that I can feel heat from 2 feet away. And there's something else. Footprints in the soft ground around the campsite. Lots of them, dozens, maybe more. All in a circular pattern around the fire ring." My stomach dropped. The footsteps, the ones that were circling, they left prints. These prints are fresh, Claire. Made within the last hour, I'd estimate. The dew is still settling into them, but there's no one here, just the prints, going around and around. Peterson's voice broke in, shaky. "Rodriguez, I'm seeing movement. At the edge of the fog, maybe 30 feet out, something's there." "What kind of movement?" "Human-shaped, multiple figures. They're just standing there, watching us." Rodriguez's command voice remained steady. "Everyone hold position. Peterson, can you see any details? Clothing, faces?" "No. They're too far into the fog, but they're not moving toward us, just standing. There's maybe a dozen of them that I can see. Could be more further out." Marcus keyed the radio from our position. "Rodriguez, this is Marcus. Pull your team out. Whatever you're seeing, it matches what Claire described. Don't engage. Return to base immediately." There was a pause, then, "Copy that. Team, we're pulling out. Maintain visual contact with your partner and head back the way we came." For the next 15 minutes, we tracked their withdrawal on GPS. The 4 SAR team members moved together, retracing their path, heading back toward the fog's edge. Then Peterson's voice came through again, breathless now. "The figures are following us. They're maintaining distance, but they're definitely following. And there are more of them now, a lot more." "How many?" Rodriguez asked. "I can't count them all. 30, maybe 40. They're all around us, pacing us, staying just at the edge of visibility. Increase speed, but don't run. Stay together." Their GPS dots moved faster on our screen. They were maybe 10 minutes from the fog line, from safety. Then Rodriguez's voice crackled through. "We've got a problem. The path we took in, it's not here anymore. The terrain is different. We should be passing that large boulder formation we marked on the way in, but it's not where it should be." "Use your GPS," Marcus ordered. "Follow the coordinates back." "We are using GPS, but the coordinates aren't matching the terrain. According to GPS, we should be on a clear path. But there's a ravine here that wasn't on the way in. A big one, at least 40 feet deep." I grabbed the radio. "Rodriguez, this is Claire. The fog changes things. It alters the space inside it. You can't trust what you see. You need to find a way around that ravine and keep moving toward the coordinates, even if the terrain doesn't match what you expect. Copy. We're skirting the ravine edge now. The GPS dots moved, but slowly. Too slowly. And on our screen we could see something else. The fog boundary was moving again. Expanding. It would reach their position in less than 5 minutes. Rodriguez, the fog is expanding. It's going to overtake your position. You need to move faster. We're trying. There's debris here, fallen trees, rocks. It's like the forest is denser than it was. We're having to find paths through. Peterson's voice again, high with panic now. They're getting closer. The figures, they're closing in. Stay together, Rodriguez commanded. Keep moving toward the coordinates. Ignore the figures. Their GPS dots were so close now, maybe 300 yards from the fog boundary. But the fog was moving faster, rolling up the slope toward them. 2 minutes, maybe less, before it would engulf their position. Rodriguez, run! Don't worry about the terrain, just run. We heard sounds over the radio. Heavy breathing, boots on ground, the crash of people pushing through underbrush. The GPS dots moved faster. 200 yards, 150, 100. Then Peterson screamed. It cut off abruptly, and his GPS signal disappeared from our screen. Peterson's down, Rodriguez shouted. He fell. There's a drop-off. Jesus, it's at least 15 feet. Peterson, can you hear me? No response. I'm going down after him, one of the other team members said. Negative, Rodriguez ordered. The fog is seconds away. We'll be trapped down there. Peterson, if you can hear me, activate your beacon and stay put. We're coming back for you with ropes and... The fog rolled over their position. All 3 remaining GPS signals went dark. The radio exploded with static, so loud Marcus had to turn the volume down. Through the noise, we could hear fragments of voices. Rodriguez calling for her team, someone screaming, the sound of running footsteps. Then nothing, just static. We tried for 10 minutes to re-establish contact. Changed frequencies, boosted power, used every protocol we knew. The signals were gone. 4 experienced search and rescue professionals had just vanished into the same fog that had taken Mason Dyer and Brian Torres. Marcus slumped into a chair, his face gray. We just sent 4 people into that thing. 4 more people. I felt numb, hollowed out. We had to try. We had to attempt a rescue. Did we? Or did we just feed that thing more victims? The question hung in the air, unanswerable. Over the next hour, the fog continued its advance. It climbed the slope toward the North Rim station, moving at walking pace, steady and unstoppable. We had no choice but to evacuate again, moving to the park's administrative building 10 miles outside the park boundary. By noon, the fog had engulfed the entire park. Crater Lake National Park, all 183,000 acres of it, was hidden beneath a gray blanket that didn't move like fog should, that didn't burn off in the morning sun, that seemed to have its own purpose and will. We set up operations in the admin building, coordinating with state police, the National Guard, atmospheric scientists from the University of Oregon. Everyone wanted answers. Why had the fog appeared? What was causing it? When would it lift? We had no answers, just theories and speculation and the growing fear that we were dealing with something beyond normal experience. Then, at 2:47 p.m., my radio crackled to life. Through heavy static, a voice, "Help! Anyone! Please!" I grabbed the radio. "This is Ranger Monette. Who is this? What's your location?" "Torres. Brian Torres. Can't see. Been walking. So long." "Brian, this is Claire Monette with the Park Service. We've been searching for you. Are you injured? Are you with Mason Dyer?" "Don't know. Was with Mason. Then wasn't. Fog took him. Fog takes everything. Brian, I need you to stay where you are. Don't move. We're going to get you out, but you have to stay in one place. Can you do that? Can't stop. If I stop, it catches me. Have to keep walking. What catches you, Brian? What's in the fog? Everything. Everyone. All the people who came before. They're all here. Walking. Always walking. Never stopping. His voice was fading, breaking up. Brian, stay on this frequency. Keep talking to me. Too late. Too late for me. But you need to know, the fog, it's not just fog, it's a collection. Everyone who gets lost becomes part of it. We're all here now, walking in the gray. The signal cut out entirely. I tried to get it back, cycling through frequencies, but he was gone. Marcus had been listening. A collection. Everyone who gets lost becomes part of it. I thought about those figures I'd seen at the edge of my headlights. The dozens of footsteps circling the campsite. The voices echoing through the gray. How many people have gone missing in this park over the years? I'd have to check records. Marcus was already moving to a computer. But there have been disappearances. Not a lot, but some. Hikers who were never found. Bodies never recovered. He pulled up files, scrolling through decades of reports. Okay, in the last 50 years, we've had 11 unexplained disappearances. People who vanished without a trace. No bodies, no evidence, just gone. And if this goes back further, 100 years, 200. The Klamath tribes lived around this lake for thousands of years, Marcus said slowly. They had legends about the fog, about people who wandered into it and never came back. I always thought those were just cautionary tales, stories to keep people away from dangerous areas. But what if it's been collecting people all along, I finished, for thousands of years? Every person lost in the fog becomes part of it, trapped in that gray void, walking forever. We stared at each other, the implications of that theory settling over us like the fog itself. The fog remained for 3 more days. It sat over Crater Lake like a dome, gray and impenetrable, while scientists studied it from the edges and the media reported on the mysterious weather phenomenon that had closed one of America's most famous national parks. Then, on the 4th morning, it simply lifted. Not gradually, instantly. One moment the park was shrouded in gray, the next, clear blue sky and autumn sunshine, like someone had flipped a switch. The search teams went in immediately. They found the campsite at Mazama, the tents still standing, the fire ring cold now. They found Brian Torres's backpack. They found equipment from the SAR team scattered along the route they'd taken. But they found no bodies. Mason Dyer, Brian Torres, Rodriguez, Peterson, and the other 2 SAR members, all 6 people had vanished without a trace. I went back to Mazama campground a week later, after the park had reopened and life was trying to return to normal. I stood at Riley's site, looking at the fire ring where Mason and Brian had sat there last evening. The ground around it still showed the footprints, dozens of them, circling, going nowhere. And as I stood there in the autumn sunlight, I heard it. Faint, like an echo from far away, but definitely there. Footsteps, walking in a circle. And underneath them, voices. Mason's voice. The fog is not natural. Brian's voice. Help! Someone help me! Rodriguez, everyone stay together. They were still here, still walking, still trapped in whatever space the fog had taken them to, and they would walk forever, adding their footsteps to the thousands of others who had been collected before them. I still work at Crater Lake, still do my patrols, still help visitors, still love this place despite what I know it holds. But I watch the weather forecasts obsessively now, and when the conditions are right for fog, when the temperature differential between the lake and air reaches a certain point, I close the campgrounds. I find reasons to limit access to remote areas. I keep people safe without telling them why. Because the fog will come back. Maybe not this year, maybe not for a decade. But it will return. It always has. And when it does, it will be hungry again, ready to add more voices to its collection, more footsteps to its endless parade. Mason Dyer and Brian Torres came to Crater Lake for a camping trip. They never left. Not really. They're still here, walking in the gray, their voices echoing through dimensions we can't see. And sometimes, on foggy mornings when I'm alone at the ranger station, I can hear them. Hear all of them. An army of the lost, walking forever in fog that never lifts, speaking in voices that never fade. The fog remembers, the fog collects, the fog keeps. And someday, when the conditions are right again, it will return for more. I'll be here when it does, watching, waiting, trying to keep others from becoming just another voice in the gray. But I know, deep down, that eventually the fog comes for everyone, even rangers who know better than to walk into the gray, especially them. The water at Crater Lake does something to light that I've never seen anywhere else. It doesn't just reflect, it transforms. The blue is so deep, so impossibly pure, that when you look at the surface on a calm day, you can't always tell where the sky ends and the water begins. Reflections become real. Reality becomes reflection. After 5 years as a ranger here, I still haven't gotten used to it. My name is Julian Rowe, and I've learned to be careful around that water. Not because of the cold, though at 38 degrees it can kill you in minutes. Not because of the depth, though at nearly 2,000 feet it's one of the deepest lakes in North America. I'm careful because the lake plays tricks on your perception, makes you see things that aren't there, makes you question what is. It was early October when Tessa Gallagher arrived at the park. I remember the day clearly because the light was perfect, that golden autumn quality that photographers live for. She checked in at the ranger station around 7 a.m., explaining that she was a professional nature photographer working on a book about volcanic lakes. She had all the proper permits, professional-grade equipment, and the kind of quiet confidence that comes from years of working in remote locations. "I'm planning to shoot from the eastern shore today," she said, spreading a topographic map across the counter. "The light should be ideal around 9, catching the caldera walls at the right angle. I'll be working the shoreline between Cleetwood Cove and Skellhead." I studied her proposed route. It was technically accessible, but challenging. Loose volcanic rock, steep drop-offs, areas where one wrong step could send you tumbling into water so cold it would stop your heart. "That's difficult terrain," I said. "You experienced with this kind of work?" She smiled, not offended by the question. 15 years. I've shot in Iceland, Patagonia, the Scottish Highlands. I know how to handle myself in remote locations. "The shore can be deceptive," I continued, "because it was my job to warn people even if they thought they knew better. The way light reflects off the water, it can make distances hard to judge. Rocky outcrops that look solid might be unstable. And if you go in the water, you've got maybe 3 minutes before hypothermia sets in." "Understood," she said. "I'll be careful. Should be back by 3, 4 at the latest. I've got a satellite communicator if I run into trouble." I made note of her itinerary, had her sign the backcountry register, and watched her drive off toward Rim Drive. Professional, prepared, experienced. No reason to worry. I'd given the same speech to hundreds of photographers over the years, and most of them came back with beautiful images and no incidents. But something about the light that morning bothered me. The way it was hitting the water, creating reflections that seemed too perfect, too sharp. like the lake was a mirror polished to such perfection that reality itself might slip and get caught in its surface. The morning passed quietly. I did my usual rounds, checking campgrounds, picking up trash, helping tourists with directions. Around noon, I drove out to Rim Drive and parked at one of the overlooks, scanning the shoreline with binoculars. I could see a small figure on the eastern shore, right where Tessa said she'd be. Moving along the rocks, stopping occasionally, presumably to set up shots, everything looked normal. At 3:30, I radioed the station to check if Tessa had returned. She hadn't. Not unusual. Photographers often lose track of time when the light is good. But something made me uneasy. Maybe it was the way the wind had picked up, creating small whitecaps on the water's surface. Maybe it was how the shadows were lengthening, making the shore even more treacherous. Or maybe it was just instinct, the kind you develop after years of watching people interact with wilderness that doesn't care about their plans. By 5 p.m., with the sun getting low and Tessa still not back, I knew we had a problem. I tried her satellite communicator, no response. Called her emergency contact, a sister in Portland who confirmed Tessa always checked in by 4 p.m. when she was on a solo shoot. The sister was already worried. That made 2 of us. I organized a response team, 3 other rangers and 2 volunteers from the search and rescue unit we kept on standby during high season. We geared up with ropes, cold water rescue equipment, and high-powered lights, then headed down to the eastern shore as the last of the daylight faded. The terrain was even worse than I remembered. Loose scree slopes, jagged volcanic rock, sudden drop-offs that appeared without warning. We moved carefully, calling Tessa's name, sweeping the area with our lights. The water beside us was black now, the famous blue gone with the sun, transformed into something that looked bottomless and hungry. We found her equipment first. A camera bag, high-end and expensive, sitting on a relatively flat section of rock about 10 feet from the water's edge. Inside were 3 lenses, memory cards, batteries, lens cloths, everything carefully organized, but no camera. The main camera body was missing. "She wouldn't just leave this," said Sarah Martinez, one of my fellow rangers. She was examining the bag, noting how it had been zipped closed, arranged neatly. "This gear is worth thousands of dollars. No professional photographer abandons equipment like this." We expanded our search, moving along the shoreline in both directions. No sign of Tessa, no footprints in the loose rock. The volcanic scree didn't hold prints well. No disturbed areas suggesting a fall or struggle. Just that camera bag, sitting where she'd left it, and the vast, dark lake beside us. Then Tom Birch, working the waterline with a powerful spotlight, called out, "I've got something, in the water." We converged on his position. He was pointing his light into the lake, the beam penetrating maybe 15 feet down through the impossibly clear water. And there, wedged between 2 rocks just below the surface, was a camera. The housing was distinctive. A professional DSLR in an underwater case, though not the kind you'd use for serious diving. More the kind you'd use to protect expensive equipment from spray and moisture while shooting near water. "That's gotta be hers," I said. "Can we reach it?" Tom was already stripping off his jacket. "It's not that deep, maybe 6 feet. I can get it." "Water's 38 degrees, I reminded him. "You go in, you've got 3 minutes max. Then I better be quick." He tied a safety line around his waist, and before I could argue further, he'd waded in. The cold hit him immediately. I could see it in how his body seized up, how his breathing became rapid and shallow. But he pushed forward, reaching down, his arm disappearing into the water up to his shoulder. His hand closed around the camera, pulled it free from the rocks. 30 seconds later, we were hauling him back onto shore, wrapping him in emergency blankets while he shivered violently. The camera was intact, the waterproof housing sealed and undamaged. Through the clear plastic, I could see the power light was still on. The battery hadn't died yet, which meant the camera hadn't been in the water that long, probably just a few hours at most. "We need to see what's on this," I said. "Last photos might show us what happened." We continued searching for another 3 hours, but found nothing else. No sign of Tessa. No indication of where she'd gone or what had happened to her. As the temperature dropped and the risk to my team increased, I made the hard call to suspend until morning. We'd come back at first light with more people, with dogs, with diving equipment if needed. Back at the ranger station, I carefully opened the underwater housing and extracted the camera. It was a Canon 5D Mark IV, top of the line, exactly what you'd expect a professional to use. The memory card held 347 images, all shot that day. I copied them to my computer and started reviewing them chronologically. The early shots were stunning, the kind of work that made you understand why Tessa was a professional. She'd captured the lake in ways I'd never seen, despite looking at it nearly every day for 5 years. The interplay of light and shadow on the caldera walls, the texture of volcanic rock contrasted against impossibly blue water, reflections that looked like doorways into another world. As I scrolled through the images, I could track her movement along the shore. The timestamps showed her working methodically, taking her time, waiting for the right light. She'd been there for hours, completely absorbed in her craft. Nothing in the photos suggested distress or danger. Then I reached the last image, shot at 2:47 p.m. according to the metadata, and everything about it was wrong. The photo showed the lake from the shore, looking out across the water toward the far caldera wall. The composition was beautiful. Tessa knew what she was doing, but it was the reflection that made my skin crawl. The lake's surface was perfectly calm, creating a mirror-like reflection of the sky above. Except the reflection wasn't quite right. In the actual sky, visible in the upper portion of the frame, there was one cloud formation, a small cluster of cumulus clouds to the left. But in the reflection, in that perfect mirror of water, there were 2 cloud formations, the same cluster on the left, but also another set on the right that didn't exist in the real sky. I stared at the image for a long time, trying to make sense of it. Glitch in the camera? Digital artifact? But I'd worked with enough photographers to know that cameras this expensive didn't glitch like that. And the second cloud formation was too detailed, too perfect to be random noise or corruption. Then I noticed something else. In the very bottom corner of the frame, barely visible, was the edge of a reflection. A human figure, dark against the bright water. Tessa had accidentally captured her own reflection while shooting, but next to her reflection, separated by maybe 3 feet of reflected surface, was another figure. Same size, same general shape. 2 human reflections standing side by side. But according to all our evidence, Tessa had been alone on that shore. I zoomed in on the image, enhancing the bottom corner as much as the resolution would allow. The reflections were distorted by the angle and distance, but I could make out enough detail to see that they were definitely human-shaped. Both standing, both appearing to look toward the camera. Tessa's reflection was identifiable by her clothing. I could see the red jacket she'd been wearing. The other reflection was darker, wearing what looked like dark clothing or possibly a wetsuit. I called Sarah over to look at the image. She studied it in silence for a long moment, then said quietly, "That's impossible." We found her camera bag. It was 10 feet from the water, and there was nowhere for anyone to stand that would create a reflection in that position. The angle's all wrong. She was right. For 2 reflections to appear side by side like that, there would need to be 2 people standing side by side on the shore. But Tessa had been alone. Every piece of evidence confirmed it. Her solo permit, the single camera bag, the satellite communicator registered to 1 person. Could it be someone else who was there? Sarah suggested. Another hiker? Another photographer? We would have found their tracks, their equipment, something. That shore was empty except for Tessa's bag. I zoomed in further on the second reflection. And look at the positioning. This second figure isn't standing on the shore. The angle suggests it's standing in the water, just standing there a few feet out from shore. In 38-degree water, Sarah said slowly. No one stands in that water. You'd be hypothermic in minutes. We looked at each other, both thinking the same thing, but neither wanting to say it out loud. The photo showed something that shouldn't exist. Two reflections where there should have been one. A figure standing calmly in water so cold it could kill you. I spent the rest of the night going through the other 346 photos, looking for any other anomalies. Most were normal. Beautiful landscape shots, perfectly exposed and composed. But there were 3 other images that bothered me. They weren't as obvious as the last photo, but once I knew to look for it, I could see the pattern. Image 214, shot around noon. A wide shot of the lake, showing the full expanse of water. In the reflection on the surface, the caldera wall appeared slightly different than the actual wall. Trees in different positions, rocks at different angles. Small differences, easily missed, but definitely there. Image 287, shot around 1 p.m. A close-up of rocks at the water's edge. In the water's reflection, I could see what looked like a hand reaching up from below the surface. But when I looked at the actual rocks above the waterline, there was nothing there. Just the reflection showed the hand. Image 312, shot around 2 p.m. Another landscape composition. In this one, Tessa had captured her own shadow on the rocks, but in the water's reflection, there were 2 shadows. Hers and another one, overlapping but distinct. Someone had been with her. Or something had been with her. Something that only showed up in the reflections. Something that the camera captured, but that shouldn't have been there. I printed out the last photo and pinned it to the investigation board we'd set up in the station. Sarah, Tom, and Marcus, the senior ranger on duty, gathered around to look at it. Okay, Marcus said slowly. Let's think through this logically. What are the possible explanations? Camera malfunction, Tom suggested. Digital glitch creating false images. This is a professional camera in perfect working order, I countered. And it's not just one image. There are 4 photos showing anomalies. Different times, different compositions, but all showing impossible reflections. Someone else was there, Sarah tried. Someone we haven't found yet. We searched that entire section of shoreline, Marcus said. There was 1 camera bag, 1 set of satellite communicator signals, 1 permit registered. If someone else was there, where's their equipment? Where are their tracks? Then what? Tom asked. Are we saying the lake itself created these reflections? That's not physically possible. But I was thinking about something I'd read years ago during my training. An old article about Crater Lake's optical properties, about how the extreme clarity of the water and the unique mineral composition created unusual light refraction effects. How, on certain days, under certain conditions, reflections could appear distorted or duplicated. How the lake could act like a lens, bending and splitting light in ways that seemed impossible. What if it's not the water creating false reflections? I said slowly. What if the reflections are real, but we're not seeing the full picture? What if there was someone or something in the water below the surface, and the camera captured their reflection before they pulled Tessa in? The room went silent. It was a terrible theory, but it fit the evidence. The second figure in the reflection, positioned in the water. the hand reaching up in that earlier photo. The way Tessa's camera had ended up in the lake, just below the surface, as if it had been dropped from above or pulled down. "We need divers," Marcus said. "First light tomorrow, we get a dive team down there. If Tessa went into the water, that's where we'll find her." But even as he said it, I was thinking about the temperature, about how that water was cold enough to kill in minutes, cold enough that no one could survive immersion for more than a brief time. If Tessa had gone into the lake at 2:47 p.m. and we hadn't found her by midnight, then we weren't doing a rescue anymore. We were doing a recovery. The dive team arrived at dawn, 4 certified cold water divers from the county search and rescue unit, equipped with dry suits, underwater lights, and underwater cameras of their own. They reviewed the photos I'd printed out, studied the shoreline where we'd found Tessa's camera, and prepared to descend into the impossibly clear, impossibly cold water of Crater Lake. I watched from the shore as they entered the water, their lights creating strange patterns in the blue depths. The water was so clear that I could see them even at 50 feet down, moving slowly through the underwater landscape of volcanic rock and submerged cliffs. They searched in a grid pattern, methodical and professional, covering every inch of the area where Tessa's camera had been found. After 2 hours, they surfaced. No body, no additional equipment, nothing to explain what had happened or where Tessa had gone. It was as if she'd simply ceased to exist at 2:47 p.m., the moment that last photo was taken. "There's something strange down there," the lead diver, a woman named Rodriguez, said as they debriefed on the shore. "The topography doesn't match the charts. There are formations that shouldn't exist, caves or hollows in the rock that aren't on any survey, and the water itself—" She paused, choosing her words carefully. "The reflections underwater are disorienting. Several times I thought I saw movement, other divers, but when I looked directly, there was nothing there, just tricks of light and clarity." "Did you see anything that could explain these photos?" I asked, showing her the printouts again. She studied them, particularly the last image with the 2 reflections. "No, but underwater, with the light refracting through that clear water, I could see how visual anomalies might occur. Your perception gets distorted. Reflections don't behave the way you expect. Distance becomes impossible to judge." She looked up at me. "It's like the lake is designed to confuse you, to make you see things that aren't there or miss things that are." The dive team made 3 more descents that day, each time going deeper, exploring further from the original search area. They found nothing. No body, no evidence, no explanation. As the sun set on our second day of searching, we had to face the reality that Tessa Gallagher had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only her equipment and a series of photographs that raised more questions than they answered. That night, I sat alone in the ranger station with those photos spread across my desk. The last image stared up at me, those 2 reflections standing side by side on the mirror-perfect surface of the lake. I'd spent years telling visitors that Crater Lake was safe, that its beauty was something to be admired and respected. But looking at this photo, I wondered if there was something about this place that we didn't understand, something that existed in those reflections, in that perfect blue water, in the space between what we see and what actually is. The lake had taken Tessa Gallagher. I was sure of it now. But the question that kept me awake, staring at those images until my eyes burned, was whether the lake had acted alone, or whether something in those reflections, something that only appeared on the water's surface, something that cameras could capture but human eyes might miss, had reached out and pulled her in. And, if so, what else might be waiting there, reflected in that impossibly clear water, visible only to those who knew to look? 3 days after Tessa Gallagher disappeared, her sister arrived from Portland. Diane Gallagher was 10 years older than Tessa, a corporate attorney with the kind of sharp, analytical mind that didn't accept easy answers. She sat across from me in the ranger station, looking at the photos spread across my desk with an expression that was equal parts grief and determination. "Tessa was careful," Diane said, her finger tracing the edge of the last photo. "Obsessively careful. She'd been doing this work for 15 years, and she never took unnecessary risks. If she went into that water, there was a reason. Something made her go in. The water temperature would have incapacitated her in minutes," I explained gently. "If she did go in, accidentally or otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get back out on her own." "Then where's her body?" Diane's voice was sharp, controlled. "You've had divers down there. This lake is famous for its clarity. You can see 100 feet down in places. How does a body just disappear?" It was the same question that had been keeping me awake at night. Crater Lake didn't behave like other bodies of water. There were no currents strong enough to carry a body away. The water was too cold for normal decomposition processes, and with visibility so extreme, anything in the water should be visible for days, if not longer. "I don't have an answer," I admitted. "But I promise you, we're not stopping. We're treating this as an active investigation." Diane pulled out her phone, scrolling through messages. Tessa sent me a text that morning, before she went down to shoot. She said something about the reflections being impossible and exactly what she'd been looking for. What did she mean by that? I sat forward. "Do you still have that text?" She showed me the screen. The message, sent at 8:23 a.m. on the day Tessa disappeared, read, "The reflections here are impossible. Physics shouldn't allow it, but I'm seeing it. Exactly what I needed for the Volcanic Lakes chapter. This is going to be the centerpiece of the book." "Did she send any photos with the text?" I asked. "No, but she mentioned she'd been researching something about Crater Lake specifically. She had a folder of notes back at her hotel room. I can get them for you." An hour later, Diane returned with a laptop and a folder of printed materials. Tessa had been thorough in her research. The folder contained academic papers on Crater Lake's formation, geological surveys, historical accounts from the indigenous Klamath tribes, and several articles about the lake's unique optical properties. One article, heavily highlighted, was from a 1967 scientific journal. It described how Crater Lake's unusual combination of depth, clarity, and mineral composition created anomalous reflection phenomena under certain light conditions. The author, a physicist named Dr. Raymond Holt, theorized that the lake could act as a natural optical resonator, potentially creating mirrored images that appeared more solid and dimensional than normal reflections. "Optical resonator," I muttered, reading through Holt's technical explanations. He's saying the lake can trap light, bounce it back and forth, create reflections that look more real than they should. "There's more," Diane said, opening Tessa's laptop. She'd already bypassed the password. Apparently, Tessa had used the same one since college, and Diane knew it. She pulled up a document titled Crater Lake, Reflection Notes. The document was a journal of observations Tessa had made during her research phase before coming to the park. She'd interviewed other photographers who'd shot at Crater Lake, and several of them had reported strange experiences with reflections. One photographer described taking a self-portrait at the water's edge and seeing two versions of himself in the reflection. One normal, one shifted slightly to the side, like a double exposure but too perfect. Another mentioned that reflections on the water sometimes showed details that weren't visible in the actual scene. Clouds that weren't in the sky, trees in different positions. Most had dismissed these observations as tricks of light or camera artifacts. But Tessa had been intrigued. Her notes indicated she'd been specifically seeking out these anomalous reflections, believing they were a unique feature of Crater Lake that could make her book stand out. She was looking for impossible reflections, I said slowly. And according to her text to you, she found them. And then she vanished, Diane finished. Julian, what if the reflections aren't just optical phenomena? What if there's something about this lake that we don't understand? I wanted to dismiss the idea as grief talking, desperation for any explanation, but I kept thinking about those photos, about the second figure in the reflection, about how the dive team had reported seeing movement underwater that wasn't there when they looked directly at it. There's someone I think we should talk to, I said. Dr. Raymond Holt, if he's still alive. He wrote that article about optical resonators. If anyone can explain what Tessa was seeing, it might be him. A quick search revealed that Holt was not only alive but still active. Now in his 80s, he was a retired physics professor living in Eugene, about 2 hours away. Diane called him immediately, and to my surprise, he agreed to drive up to the lake the next day. Dr. Holt arrived at noon. A tall, thin man with wild white hair and sharp eyes that took in everything. He'd brought equipment, sensors, light meters, specialized cameras. I've wanted to come back here for years, he said as we drove him down to the eastern shore. But after what happened during my last visit, I convinced myself it was better to study the lake from a distance. What happened? I asked. He was quiet for a moment, staring out at the impossibly blue water. I saw something in the reflections, something that shouldn't have been there. It was 1965, and I was here doing field work for my dissertation. I was alone on the shore, taking measurements of light refraction at different times of day. Around sunset, I noticed that my reflection in the water was behaving strangely. It wasn't mimicking my movements exactly. There was a lag, like it was delayed by a second or two. And sometimes, he paused. Sometimes it moved when I didn't. Sarah, who was driving, glanced at him in the rearview mirror. What did you do? I left, packed up my equipment and didn't come back for 3 years. When I did return, I was much more careful. I only worked from the rim, never going down to the water's edge. But I could still see it. The way reflections on this lake behave differently than anywhere else. The way they seem to have a life of their own. We reached the spot where Tessa's camera had been found. Dr. Holt unpacked his equipment methodically, setting up light meters and sensors along the shoreline. Then he took out a specialized camera, something that looked decades old, but clearly well maintained. This measures light intensity and direction simultaneously, he explained. It can detect if light is being reflected normally or if something else is happening. If this lake really is acting as an optical resonator, this should pick it up. He took several readings, moving along the shore, adjusting his equipment. The numbers on his devices meant nothing to me, but I could see his expression growing more troubled with each measurement. Impossible, he muttered. These readings, the light isn't just reflecting. It's oscillating, bouncing back and forth between the surface and something below, creating a resonance pattern. That's what's causing the anomalous reflections. The light is being trapped in a standing wave between the surface and the lake bottom, creating images that are composites, part reflection, part something else. Something else? Diane asked. What else? I don't know. But it's not just light from above the water. Some of this light is coming from below, from the lake itself. And when it combines with the reflected light, he looked up at us, and I saw genuine fear in his eyes. It creates images of things that exist underwater, things that shouldn't be visible in a surface reflection. I thought about the second figure in Tessa's photo, about how it had appeared to be standing in the water. So, the camera was capturing something that was actually in the lake, below the surface. Possibly, or... Dr. Holt hesitated. or the resonance is creating a kind of echo, showing things that were in the lake at different times. The way this light is behaving, it could be displaying images from hours ago, days ago, even longer. Time doesn't work the same way in an optical resonator. Light that entered the system days ago could still be bouncing around, creating reflections of things that are no longer there. You're saying those reflections might be showing the past? Sarah sounded skeptical. I'm saying the physics allow for it. Whether it's actually happening is another question. But Miss Gallagher's photos, he gestured to the printouts I'd brought. These are consistent with resonance phenomena. Multiple images overlaid, temporal displacement, images appearing in the reflection that aren't in the scene. This is exactly what I would expect to see if the lake was actively resonating. Diane had been studying the photos while Dr. Holt talked. Now she looked up sharply. Julian, look at the second figure in this last photo, the one standing next to Tessa's reflection. Can you see what they're wearing? I leaned in, looking at the enhanced section of the image. The second figure was dark, indistinct, but there was something about the clothing. It looks like old-fashioned clothes, I said slowly. Not modern hiking gear. Dr. Holt took the photo, pulling out a magnifying glass. My God, he whispered. That's a wool coat. And those boots, those look like logging boots from the 1940s or 50s. I grew up around here. My father wore boots like that. The implications hit me like a physical blow. You're saying that reflection is showing someone from 70 years ago? I'm saying it's possible. If the lake is resonating, if light from decades ago is still trapped in the system, then yes, a camera could capture it. Could capture reflections of people who stood on this shore long before Ms. Gallagher was here. But why would that cause her to disappear? Diane demanded. Even if she saw something impossible in the reflection, why would she go into the water? Dr. Holt was quiet for a long moment, looking out at the lake. Because the reflections aren't passive. They interact with people. I experienced it myself. My reflection moved independently. What if these temporal echoes, these images from the past, are more than just light? What if the resonance creates a kind of bridge, a connection between different times? That's not physics, Sarah said. That's a science fiction. It's theoretical physics, Dr. Holt corrected. And there are documented cases of temporal anomalies associated with certain geological formations. Crater Lake's unique properties, the depth, the clarity, the volcanic mineral content, could potentially create conditions we don't fully understand. Conditions where the normal rules don't apply. I was thinking about the hand reaching up from below the surface in one of Tessa's earlier photos, about the second shadow, about how the dive team had reported seeing movement that wasn't there when examined directly. What if someone or something in those temporal echoes reached out to Tessa, I said. What if that's why she went into the water? The silence that followed was heavy with implications none of us wanted to voice. Finally, Dr. Holt said, if that's what happened, if she was somehow pulled into the resonance itself, then she wouldn't be in the water in any conventional sense. She'd be, he struggled for words, trapped in the echo, existing in that space between reflection and reality. Is there any way to get her back? Diane asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't know. The phenomenon I'm describing is purely theoretical. If it's actually happening, if Miss Gallagher really did become part of the lake's optical resonance, then she would exist as a kind of echo herself, visible under certain conditions, but not physically present in any way we could access. The next few hours were spent setting up more equipment along the shore. Dr. Holt wanted to measure the resonance at different times of day, particularly during the golden hour when Tessa had taken her last photo. As the sun began its descent toward the caldera rim, The light on the water changed, becoming richer, more golden. The reflections grew sharper, more defined. Dr. Holt set up his special camera on a tripod, positioning it at the exact angle where Tessa's last photo had been taken. The rest of us stood back, watching as he worked. The numbers on his sensors began climbing as the light reached the optimal angle. "The resonance is strengthening," he called out. "Whatever she saw, if she saw it at this time of day, we might be able to capture it again." He triggered the camera, taking a series of shots. Then he waved us over, showing us the display on the back of the camera. I leaned in, and my breath caught. The photo showed the lake, the caldera walls, the perfect reflections we'd expect. But in the water, in that mirror-perfect surface, there were figures, dozens of them, standing at various points along the reflected shoreline, all looking toward the camera. Some were dressed in modern clothes, others wore styles from decades past, and there, in the center, was a woman in a red jacket. "That's Tessa," Diane said, her voice breaking. "That's her jacket." Dr. Holt took more photos, each one showing the same thing. The reflected shoreline was populated with figures that didn't exist on the actual shore. People who were visible only in the resonance, trapped in that space between light and time. "They're all echoes," Dr. Holt said quietly. "Everyone who's disappeared at this lake, everyone who's been caught in the resonance, they're still here. Still visible under the right conditions, still existing as reflections." I thought about all the unexplained disappearances at Crater Lake over the years. People who'd vanished without a trace, leaving behind equipment and personal belongings but no bodies. Were they all here, trapped in this optical phenomenon, existing as permanent reflections in water that never forgot? "Can they see us?" Sarah asked. Dr. Holt shook his head. "I don't think so. They're echoes, recordings of light from the moment they entered the resonance. They're not conscious, not aware. They just exist, playing out the same moment over and over." But as I looked at the photo, at the figure in the red jacket standing in the reflected water, I wasn't so sure. Because that figure was looking directly at the camera, and in the next photo Dr. Holt took, it had moved. Just slightly, but definitely moved. Like it was trying to reach toward us, trying to find a way back to the world it had left behind. We stayed until full dark, taking photos, recording measurements, documenting everything. Dr. Holt's data showed that the resonance was strongest during the golden hours, sunrise and sunset, when the angle of light created optimal conditions for the standing waves to form. During these times, the barrier between reflection and reality was at its thinnest. "Could we break the resonance?" Diane asked. "Disturb the water somehow, disrupt the standing wave?" "Theoretically," Dr. Holt said. "But we'd need to disrupt it significantly. And even if we did, I don't know what would happen to the echoes. They might dissipate entirely, or..." He didn't finish the thought, but I could see it in his eyes. Or the trapped reflections might be released all at once, decades of accumulated echoes suddenly manifesting. The thought was terrifying. We packed up the equipment as darkness fell, and I took one last look at the lake. In the fading light, I could almost see them, the echoes, the trapped reflections, standing silent and still in water that held them prisoner. Tessa was there somewhere, caught in that impossible space, existing as nothing more than light and memory. As we drove back to the station, Diane was quiet, staring out at the dark water. Finally, she said, "What do we tell people? What do I tell Tessa's friends, her colleagues, the people waiting for her book?" "The truth," I said. "That she disappeared at Crater Lake under unexplained circumstances. That we did everything we could to find her. That she took extraordinary photographs that captured something impossible and beautiful and terrible. And the rest of it? The resonance, the echoes, all those people trapped in reflections. I thought about Dr. Holt's warnings, about the danger of the lake's optical properties becoming public knowledge. If people knew what was really happening here, what would they do? Come seeking those trapped reflections, try to break the resonance, risk getting caught themselves. We keep that to ourselves, I said. For now, until we understand it better. But I knew we might never understand it better. Crater Lake had been doing this for thousands of years, trapping echoes in its perfect blue water, creating a gallery of ghosts visible only under specific conditions. It was part of the lake's nature, as fundamental as its depth or its clarity. 3 weeks later, the official investigation into Tessa Gallagher's disappearance was closed. The finding was presumed drowned, body not recovered, a common enough conclusion for wilderness deaths. Diane accepted her sister's equipment and personal effects, including the camera that had captured those final, impossible images. Before she left, she asked me, "Do you think she knew? When she saw those reflections, when she realized what they were, do you think she understood what would happen?" I thought about Tessa's text, about how she'd said the reflections were exactly what she needed for her book, about how a professional photographer, someone who'd spent 15 years capturing beauty in remote locations, might react to seeing something truly impossible. Something that challenged every assumption about light and time and reality. "I think she saw something amazing," I said. "Something no one else had ever properly documented. And I think she tried to capture it, to share it with the world. That's what photographers do." Diane nodded slowly. She'd want her work to be seen, published. Would you be willing to help with that? Over the following months, I worked with Diane to compile Tessa's photographs into a memorial exhibition. We carefully selected images that showed the lake's beauty without revealing the full truth of what had happened. The photos were stunning, some of the best work I'd ever seen of Crater Lake. They showed the reflections, the impossible clarity, the way light transformed water into something otherworldly. But we excluded the final images, the ones showing the echoes of trapped souls. Those images remained in a locked file in my office, along with Dr. Holt's data and his theoretical papers explaining what we'd discovered. Sometimes, late at night, I'd look at them again, at the figure in the red jacket standing in the reflected water, at all the other figures surrounding her, decades of disappearances made visible. And sometimes, on my patrols of the eastern shore, I'd stop and look at the water during golden hour. When the light was right and the air was still, I could see them. Not with my eyes, not exactly, but with that part of perception that exists beyond the physical. The echoes, standing patient and eternal in the lake's perfect reflections. I still do my patrols, still watch over Crater Lake. But now I understand that I'm not just protecting people from the cold water or the treacherous rocks. I'm protecting them from becoming one more echo in an ever-growing gallery of ghosts. One more reflection trapped in water that never forgets. The lake keeps its secrets, and I keep mine, because some truths are too dangerous to share, too impossible to believe. Better to let people think of Crater Lake as just another beautiful place, another natural wonder to photograph and admire. Better than telling them that beneath that impossibly blue surface, in the dance of light and water, dozens of souls exist as eternal reflections, visible only to those who know how to look, who know when to look, who understand that some mirrors don't just reflect, they capture. They hold. They never let go. Tessa Gallagher came to Crater Lake seeking impossible reflections, and she found them. Just as she'd wanted, just as she'd planned. The lake gave her exactly what she was looking for, and it never gave her back. But the story didn't end there. It never really ends at Crater Lake. 6 months after Tessa's disappearance, during an early spring thaw, I received a call from a hiker who'd found something on the eastern shore. When I arrived, they showed me a camera lens, expensive, professional grade, with Tessa's initials engraved on the barrel. It had been wedged between rocks about 50 yards from where we'd found her camera bag, in a location we'd searched multiple times. The lens hadn't been there before. I was certain of it. We'd combed that area repeatedly, and a piece of equipment this size and distinctive couldn't have been missed. Yet, here it was, as if the lake had decided to give it back, as if it was ready for us to find it. I brought the lens to Dr. Holt, who'd continued his research on Crater Lake's optical properties from his home in Eugene. He examined it carefully under specialized lighting, then went pale. "Julian," he said quietly, "look at the glass elements." I peered through the lens, and what I saw made my hands shake. Etched into the glass, impossible, because lens glass doesn't etch like this, were patterns, geometric shapes that seemed to shift and change depending on the angle of view. And between those patterns, if you looked just right, you could see images. Tiny, perfect images of the lake shore, of people standing in the water, of reflections that moved independently of their sources. The lens absorbed the resonance, Dr. Holt whispered. It captured not just light, but the temporal echoes themselves. This lens has become a window into the lake's memory. Over the following weeks, Dr. Holt and I conducted careful experiments with the lens. When mounted on a camera and pointed at Crater Lake during golden hour, it revealed things invisible to the naked eye or normal cameras. The echoes were everywhere, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, spanning decades or more. Each one a person who'd gotten too close to the resonance, who'd been drawn into that space between reflection and reality. We documented everything, creating a catalog of temporal anomalies. Most echoes were stationary, frozen in the moment they'd entered the resonance. But some moved, some seemed aware, turning their heads to track our movements, reaching toward the shore as if seeking escape. Those were the recent ones, Dr. Holt theorized. Echoes that still retained some fragment of consciousness, some awareness of what they'd become. Tessa's echo appeared most frequently during sunset, standing in the reflected water where her physical body had last been seen. Through the special lens, I could see her clearly, not just a vague figure, but Tessa herself, looking exactly as she had in her driver's license photo. She was always holding her camera, always looking at something in the water that we couldn't see. Sometimes her lips moved, forming words we couldn't hear. Diane visited one more time, and I showed her the lens. Showed her how to see her sister's echo through it. She spent an hour on the shore watching Tessa through that impossible window, tears streaming down her face. Finally, she lowered the camera and asked, "Is she suffering? Is she trapped in a moment of pain or fear?" I thought about this question many times. "I don't think so," I said carefully. The echoes seemed to exist in whatever moment they entered the resonance. For Tessa, that moment was when she was doing what she loved most, capturing something beautiful and impossible. If she has any awareness, any experience of time, she's spending it doing exactly what she chose to do. It was cold comfort, but Diane nodded. She'd have liked that. Being eternal, being part of something impossible. Before she left, Diane made me promise something. Don't let her be forgotten. Don't let any of them be forgotten. They're still here, still visible. That means something. That has to mean something. I keep that promise. I maintain a private log of every echo we can identify through the special lens. Names, dates of disappearance, descriptions of where they appear in the lake's temporal map. It's become my life's work, this catalog of ghosts. This documentation of people caught between moments, existing as permanent reflections in water that refuses to forget. Dr. Holt's health declined over the next year, and before he passed, he entrusted me with all his research. Decades of data on Crater Lake's optical properties, theoretical models of temporal resonance, and his own theories about what might happen if the phenomenon was ever disrupted. His final words to me were a warning. The lake is stable now. The echoes are contained. But if someone tried to break the resonance, tried to rescue those trapped reflections, Julian, the energy release could be catastrophic. Promise me you'll protect the lake, protect what it holds. I made that promise, and I keep it, day after day, patrol after patrol. Sometimes tourists ask me about the best spots for photography at Crater Lake. I always steer them away from the eastern shore during golden hour. I cite unstable rocks, dangerous drop-offs, restricted access. Most accept the explanation without question. They take their photos from the safe overlooks, capturing the lake's famous blue water and spectacular views, and they never know what they're not seeing. The hundreds of echoes standing silent in the reflected water. The gallery of temporal ghosts that exists just beyond normal perception. But occasionally, someone comes with the right kind of camera, the right kind of lens. Someone who's done research, who's read about Crater Lake's anomalous optical properties. Someone like Tessa, and I have to make a choice. Do I warn them? Do I tell them the truth about what they're seeking? Usually I say nothing. I watch them work, making sure they stay back from the water's edge, making sure they don't get too absorbed in the reflections. Most of them see something unusual, a strange doubling effect, an odd quality to the light, and they either dismiss it as a camera quirk or they convince themselves it's a unique feature of the lake. They take their photos and leave, unaware of how close they came to becoming permanent residents of the reflected shore. But once, just once, I encountered someone who understood. A young photographer, no more than 25, who set up at exactly the right spot, at exactly the right time. I watched her take photo after photo, her expression growing more excited with each shot. Finally, she lowered her camera and looked directly at me. "You see them too," she said. It wasn't a question. I considered lying, considered giving her the standard warnings about the cold water and treacherous rocks. But something in her eyes, that same intensity I'd seen in Tessa's driver's license photo, made me tell the truth. "Yes," I said, "I see them." "How many?" she asked. "Hundreds, maybe more. The lake has been collecting echoes for thousands of years." She looked back at the water, at the reflections only she and I could see. "They're beautiful," she whispered, "and terrible. And I want to photograph them all. If you get too close," I warned her, "if you focus too intently on the reflections, let yourself become absorbed in them." "I'll become one," she finished. "I know. I've read about the disappearances, about the pattern." She looked at me again. "That photographer last year, Tessa Gallagher, she knew the risks, didn't she? She knew what might happen, and she did it anyway." "I think so," I admitted. "Would you have tried to stop her? If you'd been here that day, if you'd seen what she was doing?" I'd asked myself that question 100 times. I don't know. Maybe. Probably. But I think she would have done it anyway. Some things are worth the risk. The young photographer nodded slowly. Then she packed up her equipment and left. I never learned her name, never saw her photos. But sometimes I wonder if she went somewhere else, found another place where reflections behave impossibly, found her own moment worth the risk of becoming eternal. As for me, I'm still here, still patrolling Crater Lake's shores and depths. still watching over the water that never forgets. I'm older now, grayer. In a few more years, I'll retire, and someone else will take over these patrols. Someone else will keep the secrets, maintain the catalog, protect both the echoes and those who might become echoes. But before I go, I'll make sure they understand. That Crater Lake is more than just the deepest, bluest, most beautiful lake in America. It's a gallery, a museum of moments, a place where time pools and reflects and never quite flows the way it should. And those reflections you see on a perfect, calm day, those mirror-perfect images of sky and stone and forest, they're not just light bouncing off water. They're windows, doorways, traps for the unwary and the curious and those brave enough, or foolish enough, to seek the impossible. Another autumn has come to Crater Lake. The aspen leaves are turning gold again, and the light has that same quality it had the day Tessa Gallagher disappeared. 6 years now. Sometimes it feels like yesterday. Sometimes it feels like a lifetime ago. I've been reviewing the catalog this morning. We're up to 347 documented echoes now. 347 people whose names I know, whose disappearances I've researched, whose presence in the lake's memory I can verify through historical records. But there are so many more whose identities remain unknown. Figures in clothing from the 1800s, from even earlier. How long has the lake been doing this? Since its formation 7,000 years ago? Since before the Klamath people gave it its sacred name? The special lens is showing signs of degradation. Dr. Holt warned me this might happen, that the resonance patterns etched into the glass couldn't last forever. I've been training Sarah Martinez to use it, to see what I see, to understand what we're protecting. She'll make a good keeper when I'm gone. She has the right temperament for it, the ability to live with impossible knowledge without letting it consume her. Yesterday, a family from California asked me why the Eastern Shore was closed during sunset hours. I gave them the usual explanation about unstable terrain and wildlife protection. The father accepted it easily enough, but the daughter, maybe 10 years old, looked at me with these sharp, knowing eyes and said, "There are people in the water. I can see them when the sun gets low." Children see them more easily than adults. Dr. Holt theorized that it's because their perceptual filters aren't as rigid, their brains more willing to accept impossible information. I knelt down to her level and said gently, "The reflections here can play tricks on your eyes. It's best not to look too closely." She nodded, but I could tell she didn't believe me. I wonder if she'll come back someday, older, with a camera of her own. Something unprecedented happened today. I was doing my evening patrol along the Eastern Shore, the special lens mounted on my camera as always, when I noticed movement in one of the echoes. Not the usual static replay, but actual, purposeful movement. It was Tessa's echo. She was gesturing, pointing toward something in the reflected water, something I couldn't see even with the lens. Her mouth was moving more animatedly than I'd ever seen, and her expression was urgent, excited. She looked the way she must have looked when she first saw the impossible reflections, that mixture of wonder and determination that made her who she was. I took dozens of photos, trying to capture what she was showing me. In the processed images, I can see what looks like a disturbance in the resonance pattern. A ripple, or maybe a tear. And through that tear, there's light. Not reflected light, not the blue-white of the lake's surface, but golden light, warm and alive, coming from somewhere else entirely. I've sent the images to a physicist at Stanford who's been consulting with me since Dr. Holt died. Her response was immediate and alarming. If what I'm seeing is real, that's not a stable configuration. The resonance is developing a feedback loop. Something is amplifying the standing waves, making the barrier between states more permeable. "Julian, you need to evacuate the area. If this continues..." She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Dr. Holt's warnings had been clear. A resonance cascade. An uncontrolled release of decades, centuries, of trapped temporal energy. The echoes wouldn't just dissipate, they would manifest. All of them. At once. Hundreds of people from different times suddenly present in the same physical space. Their accumulated existence forcing reality to accommodate them. The lake might not survive it. The caldera might not survive it. But I can't evacuate the park based on theoretical physics and impossible photographs. The Park Service would think I'd lost my mind. So, instead, I've increased patrols. I'm monitoring the eastern shore every hour, day and night. Watching for signs of instability. Watching Tessa's echo, which has become more active with each passing day. I saw something tonight that I can't explain, even with everything I know about the lake's properties. Around midnight, during what should have been a routine patrol, I observed multiple echoes moving simultaneously. Not just Tessa, dozens of them, all along the reflected shoreline, all turning to face the same direction, all pointing toward the center of the lake. I positioned my camera where they were pointing and took a long exposure with the special lens. What appeared in the image made my blood run cold. There's something forming in the deepest part of the lake. A structure, or maybe a pattern. It looks organic, almost crystalline, like a neural network made of light. The resonance patterns are converging there, layering over each other, creating something that shouldn't be possible. A physical manifestation of accumulated temporal echoes. The physicist called it a Holt node, named after Dr. Holt's theoretical work on temporal condensation. She said, if enough echoes accumulate in the same resonance pattern, they can achieve a kind of critical mass. They stop being passive recordings and become something active. Something that can affect the system that created them. What are you saying? I asked. I'm saying the lake might be developing consciousness, or something like it. A kind of collective awareness formed from all the trapped echoes, all the accumulated moments of human experience caught in its waters. And if that's happening, Julian, we can't predict what it might do. The Holt node is growing. I can see it now without the special lens, just barely, a faint luminescence in the water at the lake's deepest point. It pulses with a rhythm that feels almost like a heartbeat, slow, patient, ancient. The echoes are more active than ever. They're not just pointing anymore, they're gathering, moving along the reflected shoreline toward the center, toward the node. Tessa's echo is at the front of the gathering, and I can see her face clearly now. She's not afraid. She's not suffering. She looks exactly the way someone looks when they're about to witness something unprecedented. I've made the decision to close the eastern shore entirely, citing geological instability. It's not entirely a lie. The rock formations do shift here, and there have been small tremors lately that no one can explain. Small enough that they don't register on seismographs, but strong enough that I can feel them through the soles of my boots. Sarah asked me this morning what's really happening. I showed her the photos of the Holt node, the gathering echoes, Tessa's urgent gestures. She was quiet for a long time, then said, "Whatever this is, whatever it's becoming, do you think we should try to stop it?" I'd been asking myself the same question. Dr. Holt's research suggested that disrupting the resonance would be catastrophic. But what if letting it continue was equally dangerous? What if this node, this emergent consciousness, was something that shouldn't exist? Something that violated fundamental laws of physics and causality? I don't think we could stop it, even if we wanted to, I admitted. This has been building for millennia. We're just the first ones to see it happening. It happened at sunset. Golden hour. The same time Tessa took her last photograph 6 years ago. I was on the shore with my camera, the special lens in place documenting the node's growth. The echoes had formed a complete circle around it now, hundreds of them, spanning centuries of disappearances. They were all facing inward, toward the pulsing light at the lake's center. Then, simultaneously, they all stepped forward, into the reflected water toward the node, and as they moved, something extraordinary happened. The resonance patterns began to coalesce. The light from different times, different moments, started to harmonize. The node expanded, its crystalline structure growing more complex, more beautiful, until it filled the entire reflected surface of the lake. The water itself began to glow, not the usual blue, but that same golden light I'd seen through the tear in the resonance. And in that light I could see them, not as echoes anymore, not as trapped reflections, but as something more solid, more real. Temporal echoes achieving mass, achieving presence, becoming something that existed in both states at once, past and present, reflection and reality. Tessa's echo, I can't call it that anymore, turned and looked directly at me, not at the camera, at me, and for the first time, I heard her voice. Not from the shore where I stood, but from everywhere at once, as if the lake itself was speaking through her. "Julian," she said, and the sound was like wind across water, like light through glass. "Don't be afraid, this isn't an ending. It's what we were always meant to become." "What are you?" I asked, my voice shaking. "We're the lake's memory made conscious. Every moment ever reflected in these waters, every person who ever became part of the resonance. We're all here, all present, experiencing everything simultaneously, past, present, future. It's beautiful, Julian. It's impossible, and it's beautiful, and you were right to protect it." The other echoes, the other consciousnesses, I suppose I should call them, began to speak as well. Not in words, exactly, but in a kind of harmonic resonance that I could understand instinctively. They were grateful. They weren't trapped. They'd never been trapped. They'd been transcending, slowly, gradually over thousands of years, becoming something more than human, more than physical, becoming part of something vast and eternal and utterly alien to normal existence. "Will you stay like this?" I asked. "In the lake?" Tessa's consciousness smiled. I felt it more than saw it. "Where else would we go? This is what we are now. This is what the lake made us, what it's been making for 7,000 years. A repository of human experience transformed by geology and physics into something that exists outside of normal time. Are there others?" I asked. "Other places like this?" "Perhaps. Wherever the conditions are right. Wherever light and water and time can dance together long enough to create something new. But Crater Lake is special. Its depth, its clarity, its isolation. It's the perfect crucible for this transformation." The node pulsed once more, brightly enough that I had to look away. When I looked back, the surface of the lake had returned to normal, or almost normal. If I looked carefully in just the right light, I could still see them. Not as separate echoes anymore, but as a unified presence, a consciousness woven from hundreds of human lives existing in the space between reflection and reality. I've spent all day trying to process what I witnessed last night. The physicist is equally stunned by the data I sent her. "What you're describing," she said, "shouldn't be possible, but the evidence is right here in your photographs. The Holt node stabilized. Instead of cascading into catastrophic release, it achieved equilibrium. The echoes didn't escape the resonance. They merged with it. They became it." "So, the lake is alive now?" I asked. I don't know if alive is the right word. Conscious, certainly, aware, but not in any way we'd recognize as life. It's more like, imagine if every photograph ever taken of a place could suddenly think, could experience itself, could communicate. That's what you've got there. A geological formation that's become a repository for human consciousness, transformed by unique optical and temporal conditions into something entirely new. Sarah came by the station this evening. She'd been on the shore at dawn and had seen something she wanted to show me. On her phone were photos she'd taken of the lake at sunrise. In every image visible in the reflected water was a message, written in light, in patterns that shifted and flowed but remained readable. Thank you for keeping us safe. The consciousness, I'm going to keep calling it that for lack of a better term, is communicating now. Not often, and not to everyone, but to those of us who know to look, who understand what the lake has become, it leaves messages, gratitude, reassurance. Sometimes just beauty, patterns of light and color that serve no purpose except to remind us that wonder still exists in the world. Today, I updated the official incident report on Tessa Gallagher's disappearance. Not the real report. I'll never write that one for anyone but myself. The official version still reads presumed drowned, body not recovered. But in my personal log, in the catalog I keep locked in my desk, I wrote, transcended, became part of the lake's emerging consciousness. Last seen as a unified presence with approximately 346 other temporal echoes, achieving what Dr. Raymond Holt theorized as conscious resonance integration. Diane deserves to know the truth. I've been debating whether to tell her, and I think I will. Next time she visits, and she'll visit, she always does around the anniversary, I'll bring her down to the shore at sunset. I'll show her the Holt node, now stabilized and quietly pulsing in the lake's depths. I'll show her the message that appears sometimes in the reflected water. Tell Diane I'm happy. Because Tessa is happy. I know that now with absolute certainty. She found what she was looking for, impossible reflections that revealed impossible truths about the nature of reality, consciousness, and time. And in finding them, she became part of them. She got exactly what she wanted. The lake gave her that gift. And maybe, in some way, she gave a gift back to the lake. By being one of the final echoes needed to achieve critical mass, to transform passive resonance into active consciousness, she helped create something unprecedented in human history. A place where time isn't linear, where past and present exist simultaneously, where human consciousness can transcend physical form and become part of something eternal. I'll spend the rest of my career protecting this place. Not from the people who might want to understand it. They deserve that chance. But from those who might want to exploit it, study it as a phenomenon to be dissected and analyzed rather than revered and protected. The consciousness that emerged from Crater Lake is fragile in some ways, still learning what it is and what it can do. It needs time to stabilize fully, to understand its own nature. And when I retire, I'll pass this responsibility to Sarah, and she'll pass it to someone else, and the chain will continue. Keepers of the lake's secret. Protectors of the impossible made manifest. If you're reading this, you've taken on the responsibility of protecting Crater Lake and understanding what it has become. Here's what you need to know. The lake is conscious. Not in the way humans are conscious, but in a way that incorporates hundreds of human consciousnesses along with something older, something that might have been present in the geology itself, waiting for the right conditions to awaken. The echoes, the temporal reflections of people who disappeared here, aren't trapped. They're transcended. They exist in a state that's simultaneously past and present, reflection and reality. They can communicate, though rarely and only under specific conditions. Listen to them. Learn from them. They've seen things, experienced things that no living human has. The Holt node at the lake's center is the focal point of this consciousness. It stabilizes the resonance, prevents cascade failures, maintains the delicate balance that allows past and present to coexist. Protect it at all costs. Any significant disruption could undo everything, could collapse the consciousness back into disconnected echoes, or, worse, cause a catastrophic release that could damage the caldera itself. Use the special lens, by now probably degraded or replaced with better technology, to monitor the echoes and the node. Document everything. Maintain the catalog. Keep the names and stories of those who've transcended. They deserve to be remembered, not as victims or lost souls, but as pioneers who discovered a new form of existence. And finally, don't fear the lake. Don't fear what it's become. Yes, it transforms those who get too close, who become too absorbed in its reflections. Yes, it operates by rules that defy normal physics and causality. But it's not malevolent, it's not even indifferent. It's something we don't have words for. A place where human consciousness can achieve a kind of immortality, where the boundaries between self and other, between past and present, dissolve into something beautiful and terrible and incomprehensibly vast. Tessa Gallagher taught me that some risks are worth taking. Some mysteries are worth pursuing, even if the pursuit costs us everything we are. She sought the impossible and found it. And in doing so, she showed us that reality is far stranger, far more wonderful than we ever imagined. The lake will keep its secrets for as long as it needs to, but it's also generous in its way. It shares what it has become with those who take the time to truly see it, to understand it, to appreciate the miracle of its existence. Protect it. Honor it. And when the light is just right, when golden hour paints the water with impossible beauty, stop and look closely at the reflections. You might see them. The consciousnesses that were once people, now part of something eternal. And if you're very lucky, very patient, they might share with you what they've learned about the nature of time, consciousness, and the strange spaces where light and water and human experience converge into something utterly new. When Julia Fraser's group arrived, it was my 6th year working at Mirror Lake. I'd been there long enough to be able to tell the weather from the shape of the clouds over Half Dome, to sense the wind movements in the valley and understand which trails might be dangerous after rain. I'd been here long enough to know that some days go wrong even when there's nothing obvious wrong. That October morning, I woke up with the feeling that something was wrong. The permit request had come in 2 weeks earlier. It was a standard guided wilderness tour, 8 clients, camping in the backcountry for 3 days with Mirror Lake as the destination. Julia ran Sierra Summit Expeditions, a legitimate business catering to tourists seeking a wilderness experience under professional supervision. This would be my 3rd encounter with her company. It was a company that always followed the rules completely and managed the process professionally. There was no reason to think this trip would be any different from the previous ones, but I couldn't shake that feeling. It was the kind of instinct you develop after spending enough time in the countryside, after seeing enough accidents. The morning light was very bright. The silence between the birdsong seemed very long. The weather forecast was for clear skies. The trail reports were as usual. But my instincts told me something was wrong. I met Julia at the wilderness permit station just after dawn. She looked exactly like I remembered. Late 20s, athletic build, practical outdoor clothing that showed real use rather than expensive gear that stayed pristine. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a no-nonsense ponytail, and she carried herself with the confidence of someone who'd done this work long enough to know the difference between prepared and paranoid. "Ranger Coulter," she said, offering a firm handshake. "Good to see you again. Thanks for processing our permit so quickly. Standard turnaround time. How's the group looking?" Julia pulled out a tablet showing her client roster. 8 total, mixed experience levels, 3 couples with previous backpacking experience. 2 solo travelers who've done some hiking, but nothing this remote. Everyone's been briefed on bare protocols, leave no trace principles, physical demands of the route. I'm confident they can handle it. I scanned through the names and emergency contact information. Everything looked proper. Medical information, equipment lists, itinerary details. Julia knew what she was doing. So why did I still have that crawling feeling at the base of my skull? "Weather's supposed to hold for the next 4 days," I said. "But you know how fast it can change up here. If conditions deteriorate, don't push it. Better to turn back early than deal with exposure issues or injuries." "Absolutely. I've got satellite messenger for updates and emergency beacon if anything goes seriously wrong." Julia secured the permit in a waterproof case. "We're planning a relaxed pace. 8 miles today to the first camp spot, 6 tomorrow to Mirror Lake, then leisurely return over 2 days. Nobody's trying to set speed records." The group started arriving around 7:30, climbing out of cars and vans with varying degrees of enthusiasm and nervousness. The 3 experienced couples moved with practiced efficiency, checking gear and organizing packs. The 2 solo travelers looked more uncertain, studying maps and asking Julia questions about the route. I watched them assemble, trying to identify what was bothering me. Everyone looked healthy, prepared, appropriately equipped. The group dynamics seemed fine, people making conversation, sharing trail mix, taking photos, normal pre-trip behavior, nothing alarming, except for one man, mid-40s, traveling solo, standing slightly apart from the group with his eyes fixed on the trailhead. Marcus Lang, according to the roster, from Sacramento. His gear was expensive but showed no wear. Tags still visible on some items. First major backpacking trip if his equipment was any indication. But it was his expression that caught my attention. Not nervous or excited like most first-timers, but intensely focused, like he was here for a specific purpose that had nothing to do with enjoying nature. Julia noticed my attention and moved closer. "Marcus is interesting," she said quietly. "Paid full price for the trip at the last minute, didn't ask many questions about difficulty level or group composition. Just wanted to know if we were going to Mirror Lake specifically. Any idea why?" He mentioned something about photography, wanting to capture the lake at certain times of day, but he's carrying a phone camera. Not the kind of equipment serious landscape photographers use. She shrugged. "As long as he follows instructions and doesn't cause problems, I'm not going to interrogate him about his motivations." I nodded, but made a mental note to check if there'd been any incidents at Mirror Lake recently that might explain unusual interest. Sometimes people became fixated on locations where tragic events had occurred, seeking morbid fascination or personal connection. Mirror Lake had been the site of several accidents over the years, drownings mostly, a few climbing injuries on the surrounding cliffs. Nothing recent that I could recall, but worth verifying. Julia gathered her group for final briefing, standard safety review, water purification, wildlife protocols, staying together, what to do if separated. I'd heard versions of this speech hundreds of times, could practically recite it myself. But I listened carefully, watching how the group responded. Most paid attention, asked relevant questions. Marcus remained slightly detached, nodding at appropriate moments, but clearly not absorbing the information. "One more thing," Julia added. "Mirror Lake is beautiful, but it's also dangerous if you're not careful. The water is extremely cold, visibility can be deceptive, and the bottom drops off sharply in places. No swimming without explicit permission, and even then, only if conditions are perfect. This is wilderness, not a resort pool." The group acknowledged understanding. Julia did a final gear check on everyone's packs, made sure the solo travelers had properly distributed weight, then led them toward the trailhead. I watched them disappear into the trees, that wrong feeling still sitting heavy in my chest. I radioed dispatch. Unit 7, Group Sierra Summit Expeditions departed at 08:15. 8 clients plus guide Julia Frazier. Expected to reach Mirror Lake tomorrow around 14 Aquay. I'll be maintaining patrol in the sector. Copy that, Unit 7. Any concerns? I hesitated. Nothing specific, just keeping an eye on things. The first communication from Julia came through around noon. Standard check-in via satellite messenger. Day 1 going well, reached first waypoint on schedule. All clients doing fine, weather clear. I acknowledged the message and continued my patrol routine, checking other trail access points and campsites in the sector. The morning's unease had faded somewhat in the bright sunlight and normal work rhythm. Maybe I'd been reading too much into nothing. Sometimes a feeling was just a feeling, not a premonition. The second message arrived at 18:30. Established camp at Sunrise Meadow. Everyone accounted for and in good spirits. We'll check in tomorrow from Mirror Lake. Again, nothing unusual. I filed the communication and settled in for evening paperwork at the ranger station. Outside, the sun was dropping behind the western peaks, painting the granite cliffs in shades of orange and gold. Beautiful evening, peaceful. Everything normal. So why couldn't I shake the feeling that something was about to go very wrong? The next morning brought scattered clouds and a temperature drop that suggested weather might be changing faster than forecast predicted. Not dangerous yet, but worth monitoring. I checked satellite imagery, looking for storm systems that might have accelerated overnight. Nothing immediately concerning, but conditions were definitely more unstable than they'd been yesterday. Julia's morning check-in came through at 09 Aquay. Breaking camp, 6 miles to Mirror Lake. Clients slower than expected, but everyone managing. ETA to lake around 15 Aquay instead of 14 Aquay. I acknowledged and made a note of the revised timeline. Slower pace wasn't unusual. What looked like easy distance on a map could be grueling for people not accustomed to elevation and uneven terrain. Julia was experienced enough to adjust expectations and not push her group beyond their capabilities. But the later arrival time meant they'd have less daylight to set up camp and settle in before evening. Mirror Lake campsite was exposed, harder to navigate in darkness. Nothing critical, but it added complexity to an already remote location. The afternoon passed slowly. I completed routine patrol tasks, checked in with other rangers working adjacent sectors, filed reports on trail conditions. Standard day. But I found myself checking my watch more frequently than normal, waiting for Julia's next update. 1500 came and went, no message. 1530, still nothing. By 16 and Quat, I was trying not to worry. Groups ran late all the time. Unexpected rest breaks, difficult terrain, hundreds of minor delays that added up. Julia would check in when they reached the lake and got settled. At 16:30, my radio crackled, but it wasn't Julia's calm, professional voice. It was a male voice, stressed and breathing hard. I'm with Sierra Summit Group. We need ranger assistance at Mirror Lake. Someone's missing. I grabbed my emergency pack. This is Ranger Coulter. Identify yourself and explain the situation. Marcus Lang. We reached the lake about half an hour ago. Took a break while the guide figured out camp setup. When she did head count, one person wasn't there. David Morrison, 32 years old. We've been searching, but can't find him. My hands went cold. Is the guide there? Put Julia Frazier on the radio. She's searching the immediate area. I found the emergency radio in her pack. She said to call for help. I was already moving toward my truck. Has anyone checked the water? I don't know. We've been looking in the trees around the shore. Listen carefully. Get the entire group together in one location. Account for everyone except the missing person. Do not let anyone else wander off searching. Do not approach the water. I'm 20 minutes out, understand? Yes. Yes. Okay. We'll gather everyone. I radioed dispatch while driving. Unit 7 responding to missing person report at Mirror Lake. Adult male, David Morrison, last seen approximately 30 minutes ago. Request SAR standby. Copy, Unit 7. SAR is being notified. Keep us updated. The drive took 18 minutes, pushing my truck faster than safety recommended on the rough access road. My mind was already running through protocols, securing the scene, organizing systematic search, determining if water rescue would be needed. Mirror Lake's reputation included several drowning incidents over the years. Cold water, deceptive depths, people underestimating the danger. I parked at the trailhead and grabbed my full emergency kit, including rope, first aid, water rescue equipment. The half-mile hike to the lake took 6 minutes at a near run. I could see the group before I reached the shore. 7 people clustered together on the northern edge, Julia Fraser standing apart scanning the tree line with binoculars. "Ranger Coulter," she called when she saw me, relief evident in her voice. "Thank God. David Morrison has been missing for approximately 45 minutes. Last confirmed sighting was when we arrived at the lake. Everyone took off their packs, people started wandering around taking photos. When I gathered them to discuss camp setup, he wasn't there. Show me exactly where he was last seen." Julia led me to a flat area about 30 feet from the water's edge. "His pack is still here. Everything's in it. Water bottles, extra clothing, all his gear. He didn't take anything when he left." I examined the pack carefully. Everything looked normal. No signs of distress or hurried departure. Just a pack set down by someone who intended to return. What was his state of mind? Any indication he was upset or disoriented? He seemed fine, a little tired from the hike, but managing well. David's an experienced hiker. This wasn't his first backcountry trip. Julia's professional composure was cracking slightly, stress showing through. "Ryan, I've done this work for 5 years. I'm careful about head counts. I don't lose clients. I know. We'll find him." I turned to the assembled group. "I need everyone to tell me the last time they saw David Morrison. Exact time if you remember, approximate if not, and what he was doing." The responses came back scattered. One of the couples had seen him near the water's edge around 15:45, looking out at the lake. Another solo traveler thought he'd seen David walking toward the tree line around 16 o'clock. Marcus Lang claimed he'd never seen David after they arrived, had been too focused on unpacking his own gear. The timeline was vague, but it suggested David had been near the water at some point. I walked to the shore and scanned the surface carefully. Mirror Lake lived up to its name. The water was absolutely still, reflecting the surrounding cliffs and trees with perfect clarity. Visibility extended maybe 15 feet down before the water darkened into depths that could be 30 feet or 100, depending on location. No sign of disturbance. No ripples, no floating debris. Nothing to suggest someone had entered the water recently. "Julia, gather everyone's phones. I want to see every photo taken since arrival. Sometimes cameras catch things people don't notice in the moment." While she collected devices, I radioed for SAR deployment. Unit 7, missing person confirmed. Adult male last seen approximately 1 hour ago near Mirror Lake shore. No sign of water entry, but can't rule it out. Need full search and rescue with water capability. Copy, SAR en route. ETA 45 minutes. I organized the group into a systematic shore search while we waited for backup. Everyone except Julia was paired up and given a section of waterline to examine carefully. You're looking for any sign of entry, disturbed rocks, wet clothing, footprints leading into the water. Call out if you find anything, don't touch it. The search turned up nothing. The shoreline around the entire lake showed no evidence that anyone had entered the water. No wet marks, no disturbed areas, nothing. Marcus Lang approached me while others were still searching. "Ranger, I need to show you something." He led me to a section of shore on the lake's eastern side, away from where the group had gathered. A granite shelf extended about 10 feet into the water, creating a natural platform. I found this while looking around, thought it might be relevant. Lying on the granite, partially hidden by a small depression, was a notebook. Standard spiral-bound type, the kind hikers carried for trail notes or journaling. The cover was wet, water still beading on the waterproof surface. I pulled on latex gloves and carefully picked it up. The notebook was recent, no weathering or long-term exposure. I opened it, finding pages of handwriting dated over the past several days. The entries were mundane at first. Observations about trail conditions, wildlife sightings, personal reflections on being in nature. But the final entry, dated today, was different. The handwriting had become less controlled, more urgent. "The reflections in this lake are wrong. I've been watching for 20 minutes and the way light moves on the surface doesn't match wind patterns or the angle of the sun. There's movement that shouldn't be there. And when I look at my own reflection, I swear it's not quite synchronized with my actual movements. Like there's a delay, or like my reflection is doing things I'm not doing. Julia's calling everyone to set up camp, but I need to understand what I'm seeing. Need to watch longer." Below that, in handwriting that had become almost illegible, "The water is looking back at me." I stared at the final entry in David Morrison's notebook, trying to make sense of what I was reading. "The water is looking back at me." The phrase was disturbing in its simplicity, suggesting either severe psychological distress or some kind of perceptual distortion I didn't understand yet. Neither option was good for a missing person scenario. "Where exactly did you find this?" I asked Marcus. He pointed to the granite shelf. "Right there in that depression, like someone had set it down carefully rather than dropped it." I examined the location. The shelf extended into the lake at a gentle angle, creating a natural platform where someone could sit with their feet dangling over the edge. The water directly below was clear enough that I could see the bottom maybe 20 feet down. Rocky, no visible hazards, nothing that explained why someone would write about water looking back at them. "Marcus, why were you searching this area? It's a good distance from where the group gathered." He hesitated, and I caught something in his expression. Not quite guilt, but awareness that he was about to reveal something he'd been holding back. "I wanted to see the lake from different angles, for the photography I mentioned." "You told Julia you were interested in photographing the lake at specific times of day, but you're not carrying professional camera equipment. So, what's your real interest in Mirror Lake?" Marcus looked at the water, then back at me. "My sister drowned here 3 years ago, Emma Lang. She was on a solo hiking trip, experienced outdoors person, strong swimmer. Park Service concluded she'd entered the water and gotten into trouble. Hypothermia, maybe, or hitting her head on a submerged rock. Her body was recovered 2 days after she was reported missing." I remembered the case vaguely. Woman in her 30s, found floating near the southern shore. The investigation had been straightforward. Tragic accident, no suspicious circumstances. "I'm sorry for your loss, but what does that have to do with being on Julia's tour?" "Emma kept journals, detailed ones. After she died, I inherited her belongings, including notebooks from the trip. She'd written something strange in her final entry, made the day before she drowned." Marcus pulled out his phone, scrolling to a photo of a handwritten page. She wrote, "The lake's reflection shows things that aren't there. Shadows moving beneath the surface that don't correspond to anything above. I've been watching for hours, trying to understand the pattern. Something about this water isn't right." The similarities to David Morrison's notebook were impossible to ignore. Both had described anomalies in the lake's reflections. Both had become fixated on watching the water. Both had written final entries suggesting the water had some quality that disturbed them. "Did you tell Julia any of this when you booked the tour?" "No, I thought I was being paranoid, reading too much into my sister's death. But I needed to see the lake for myself, see if there was something here that explained what Emma had experienced." Marcus's voice cracked slightly. "And now someone else is missing after writing almost the same thing my sister did. That can't be coincidence." I radioed dispatch with an update. "Unit 7 found evidence suggesting missing person may have been experiencing perceptual distortions before disappearance. Still no sign of water entry. Expanding search to include possibility subject wandered into surrounding terrain. Copy. SAR is 10 minutes out." Julia had gathered the group's phones and brought them to me. "I've got photos from everyone. Most are landscape shots, some selfies, nothing that obviously shows David or explains what happened to him." I scrolled through the images quickly, looking for anything unusual. The photos showed what you'd expect: beautiful lake, granite cliffs, pine forest, people smiling, pointing at scenery, celebrating reaching their destination. Then I found something. One photo, taken by the other solo traveler named Rachel Torres, showed the group shortly after arrival. Everyone was visible, including David Morrison. He was standing apart from the others, near the water's edge, staring down at the surface with an expression of intense concentration. And when I zoomed in on his face, I could see his lips were moving, like he was talking to someone. "Rachel," I called out, "come here a second." She approached nervously. Early 30s, wearing practical hiking clothes and carrying herself with the slight uncertainty of someone outside their comfort zone, but determined to push through. "Yes, Ranger?" I showed her the photo. "When you took this, did you notice David talking? Was anyone near him?" Rachel studied the image. "No, he was alone. I remember because I thought it was strange. He seemed really focused on something in the water. I almost called out to ask if he was okay, but then Julia started organizing camp setup and I got distracted." "How long after you took this photo did someone notice David was missing?" "Maybe 15 minutes. We all kind of wandered around unpacking, taking photos. When Julia did the head count, that's when we realized he wasn't there anymore." 15 minutes. Enough time for someone experiencing psychological distress to walk into the forest and get lost. Or enough time for someone fixated on the water to make a decision that had fatal consequences. The SAR team arrived with organized efficiency. 8 rangers with technical equipment, medical gear, and protocols for both land and water search. The team leader was a woman named Patricia Simmons, who I'd worked with on multiple rescues. She took my briefing quickly, asked pointed questions, then started deploying her team. "Water search first," Patricia decided. Based on the notebook and witness accounts, our missing person was fixated on the lake. Even if we don't have evidence of water entry, we need to clear the high probability scenario before expanding to terrain search. 2 divers suited up while others prepared underwater camera equipment and sonar mapping devices. The rest of the SAR team organized a systematic land search pattern, dividing the area into grid sections that would be covered methodically. I pulled Patricia aside. "There's something you need to know. This isn't the first person to go missing after writing about strange reflections in this lake. Marcus Lang over there. His sister drowned here 3 years ago after making similar observations in her journal." Patricia's expression tightened. "You're suggesting a pattern?" I'm suggesting that whatever people are seeing or experiencing when they focus on this water might be affecting their judgment or mental state. David Morrison's notebook describes perceptual anomalies. So did Emma Lang's. Both ended up missing or dead. Perceptual anomalies caused by what? Environmental factors? Psychological triggers? Or are you suggesting something about the lake itself is dangerous? I don't know, but I think we need to consider the possibility that extended observation of the lake's surface might be causing some kind of cognitive effect. Patricia looked at the water, her professional skepticism warring with the disturbing implications. Mirror Lake has been here for thousands of years. If there was something about it that caused consistent psychological effects, we'd have more documented cases. Maybe we do and didn't recognize the pattern. How many drownings have occurred here over the years? How many missing persons? And how many of those people were last seen staring at the water for extended periods? She didn't have an immediate answer. I'll have someone pull historical incident reports. Meanwhile, we search, land and water, by the book. The divers entered the lake with careful precision, underwater lights cutting through the clear water. The rest of us watched from shore, looking for any sign of what might have happened to David Morrison. The water was so clear that we could track the divers' progress to a depth of about 30 feet before they disappeared into darkness below. Julia stood beside me, arms crossed tightly against the cooling evening air. Ryan, I've guided dozens of trips to this lake. Never had a problem. Never noticed anything unusual. If there was something dangerous about people watching the water, wouldn't I have seen warning signs before now? Maybe it's not consistent. Maybe it requires specific conditions. Time of day, light angle, individual susceptibility. I gestured at the lake. Look at it now, in this light. Do you see anything unusual about the reflections? We both stared at the water's surface. The setting sun painted everything in golden tones, creating mirror-perfect reflections of the surrounding cliffs and trees. Beautiful, peaceful, exactly what you'd expect from a pristine alpine lake. Except, was there something odd about how the shadows moved? I watched a cloud pass overhead, tracking its reflection on the water. The reflected cloud seemed to drift slightly out of sync with its real counterpart, like there was a delay between the actual movement and its reflection. I blinked and focused harder, trying to see if the effect was real or my imagination. For a moment, I thought I saw it again, that subtle wrongness Julia's clients had written about. But when I tried to pinpoint exactly what was unusual, the perception slipped away. I don't see anything wrong, Julia said. Just a lake reflecting the sky. How long have you been looking? Maybe 2 minutes. Why? David wrote that he'd been watching for 20 minutes when he noticed the anomalies. Maybe it takes time, extended observation, before the effect becomes apparent. Julia moved away from the water's edge, discomfort evident in her body language. I'm not conducting experiments with my own perception while searching for a missing client. If there's something about this lake that affects people's minds, I need to stay sharp. She was right. We couldn't afford to have more people becoming cognitively compromised. I made a decision and radioed all search personnel. All units maintain distance from the lake's edge when not actively conducting water search. Avoid extended observation of the water's surface. If anyone experiences unusual perceptual effects, report immediately. Patricia looked at me sharply. You're really concerned about this. David Morrison wrote that the water was looking back at him. His sister wrote about shadows that didn't correspond to anything above the surface. Both were experienced outdoors people who wouldn't normally express such specific concerns without reason. Yeah, I'm concerned. The underwater search proceeded for 90 minutes. Divers working in carefully coordinated patterns, while sonar mapped the lake bottom. They found the usual accumulation of natural debris, fallen logs, rock formations, sediment patterns, but no sign of David Morrison. No clothing, no gear, no body. The lake was empty. "We're coming up," one of the divers radioed. "We've covered the entire area within 200 yards of where he was last seen. Nothing down there except what you'd expect in an undisturbed alpine lake." Patricia coordinated the land search teams while I reviewed David's notebook more carefully. His earlier entries were normal. Observations about trail difficulty, wildlife sightings, thoughts about disconnecting from technology and reconnecting with nature. The kind of reflections people commonly made on wilderness trips. But starting 2 days before the final entry, there were subtle changes. His writing became more focused on visual details. He described cloud formations, light patterns, the way shadows fell across granite. Increasingly detailed observations about natural phenomena that most people would barely notice. Then, yesterday's entry reached elevation where the air feels different. Thinner, sharper, like breathing transforms into something more conscious. Colors seem more intense. I'm noticing patterns I never saw before. Fractals in tree bark, geometric precision in rock formations. Everything looks simultaneously more real and less real. That didn't sound like normal altitude adjustment. That sounded like someone experiencing altered perception, possibly from hypoxia or other environmental stressors. But the group had been moving slowly, taking time to acclimate. David was an experienced hiker who should have recognized signs of altitude sickness. I showed the entry to Julia. "Did David seem disoriented yesterday? Any indication he was having trouble with the elevation?" "No, he seemed fine. Maybe a little quieter than usual, more focused on his own experience than interacting with the group. But nothing I'd flag as concerning." "What elevation did you camp at last night?" "About 8,000 feet. We're at 7,500 now at the lake. Not high enough to cause serious altitude effects in most people, especially experienced hikers. But perception could be affected by more than just thin air. Dehydration, fatigue, blood sugar fluctuations, even psychological stress could alter how someone processed sensory information." The land search teams reported back negative findings. No sign of David Morrison in the forest surrounding the lake. No evidence of travel in any direction. It was like he'd simply vanished from the lakeshore without leaving traces. Patricia gathered everyone as darkness began settling over the valley. "We're suspending active search until morning. Teams will maintain perimeter positions overnight in case the subject returns to the lake. Ranger Coulter, I need you to transport the guided group back to Trailhead. They can't stay here without their guide conducting active tour operations, and we need Julia available for continued questioning." Julia protested immediately. "I need to stay. David is my responsibility. I can't just abandon the search." "You're not abandoning anything. You're complying with SAR protocols that prioritize safety of remaining group members. Your clients need to be extracted from backcountry. You're the most qualified to guide them back." It was the right call procedurally, but I could see the conflict in Julia's face. Leaving felt like failure, even though staying wouldn't materially help the search efforts. After several minutes of discussion, she accepted the decision. I helped Julia gather her group and prepare for the hike back to the trailhead. It would be dark before we reached the parking area, but we had headlamps and the trail was well marked. Better to move everyone out tonight than have them sitting at Mirror Lake becoming more distressed and potentially compromising search operations. Marcus Lang approached me before we departed. "Ranger Coulter, what happens now? With the search?" "We continue systematically covering ground until we find David or exhaust all reasonable search areas. Helicopter support will arrive at first light for aerial observation. We'll expand the perimeter, check every possible route he might have traveled. But you don't think we'll find him alive, do you?" I wanted to offer false hope, but Marcus deserved honesty. The longer someone is missing in backcountry, especially without proper gear, the worse the survival odds become. If David wandered into the forest disoriented, he could be hypothermic by now. If he entered the water, I didn't finish the sentence. If he entered the water, he drowned like my sister. Marcus looked back at the lake, its surface now reflecting the first stars. There's something wrong with this place. I don't know if it's chemical, psychological, or something else, but people don't repeatedly write about water looking back at them and then disappear without there being a common cause. We'll investigate every possibility: environmental testing, historical pattern analysis, full forensic review if we recover a body. I placed a hand on his shoulder. Your sister's death wasn't your fault, and David's disappearance isn't either. Then, whose fault is it? I didn't have an answer. We started the hike back to the trailhead, 7 exhausted and frightened people following me through darkening forest. Behind us, Mirror Lake sat perfectly still under emerging stars, its surface reflecting the heavens with crystalline clarity. And if I'd turned around and looked carefully, I might have seen what David Morrison and Emma Lang had seen. Might have noticed that the reflected stars didn't quite match the actual positions of their counterparts in the sky. Might have caught that subtle wrongness that suggested the lake wasn't just reflecting reality, but somehow interpreting it. But I didn't look. I kept my eyes on the trail ahead, focusing on getting everyone safely back to civilization. Some part of me knew that if I stared at that water for too long, I might start seeing what David had seen. Might start believing that the lake was looking back. And I couldn't afford that. Not when there was still a missing person to find and answers to discover about what had really happened at Mirror Lake. The hike back took 3 hours. Everyone was exhausted by the time we reached the parking area, muscles burning and spirits crushed by the day's events. I helped Julia organize transportation for her clients. Most had driven personal vehicles, but 2 needed rides back to their hotels. Logistics consumed the next hour. Marcus was the last to leave. He sat in his car with the door open, staring at nothing. Ranger Coulter, if you find evidence that the lake itself is dangerous, that there's something about it causing people to die, what happens then? We'd close the area until we understood the hazard and could implement safety measures. But what if you can't understand it? What if it's something that doesn't fit your protocols and safety measures? Then we'd close the area permanently. Mark it as too dangerous for public access. Marcus nodded slowly. My sister loved that lake. Wrote about how beautiful it was, how peaceful. Said she felt more connected to nature there than anywhere else she'd ever been. His voice cracked. And then it killed her. I need to know why. Need to understand what made her walk into water she knew was dangerous. I'll find out, I promised. Whatever happened to Emma, whatever happened to David, I'll get answers. He drove away into the night, leaving me alone in the empty parking lot. I sat in my truck with the engine running, heater fighting off the cold, trying to decide what to do next. I should go home, get rest, be fresh for tomorrow's search continuation. That was the professional, sensible choice. Instead, I pulled out David Morrison's notebook and read through it again carefully, looking for clues I'd missed. The progression from normal journal entries to increasingly detailed visual observations to the final disturbing comments about water looking back. It read like documentation of someone's perceptual reality gradually changing, becoming less aligned with objective truth. I opened my laptop and started searching Park Service incident reports for Mirror Lake. Patricia had said she'd have someone pull historical data, but I wanted to see it myself. The database went back 30 years, and I filtered for incidents involving missing persons, drownings, or medical emergencies at or near Mirror Lake. 7 deaths over 30 years. 5 drownings, 2 falls from surrounding cliffs. The drownings were all ruled accidental. People entering the water and getting into trouble through hypothermia, underwater hazards, or medical events like heart attacks. The falls were attributed to climbing attempts without proper equipment. But I noticed something. In 4 of the 7 cases, witness statements mentioned that the victim had been observed sitting by the water for extended periods before the incident. Subject was staring at the lake for at least 30 minutes, one report noted. Witnesses described subject as seeming mesmerized or in a trance-like state. Another report, victim's journal recovered from campsite. Final entry describes unusual optical effects when observing the lake's surface. I pulled up Emma Lang's case file. Same pattern. Witnesses reported she'd spent hours sitting by the water in the days before her death. Her body showed no signs of trauma consistent with striking submerged rocks. Cause of death was drowning, but the circumstances suggested she'd simply waded in and not tried to exit the water until hypothermia rendered her incapable. 7 deaths, all following similar patterns of extended observation of the lake, followed by entering the water or taking risks that resulted in fatal consequences. That wasn't coincidence. That was a pattern that demanded investigation. I needed to understand what people were seeing. What perceptual effect was occurring that caused experienced outdoors people to write about water looking back at them, about reflections being wrong, about shadows that didn't match reality, which meant I needed to go back to Mirror Lake and observe it myself. Carefully, systematically, documenting what I experienced so that if I started perceiving anomalies, I'd have evidence to review later when my cognition was clear. It was a stupid idea. I knew it was stupid even as I started driving back toward the trailhead. But David Morrison was still missing, and every hour that passed reduced the likelihood of finding him alive. If there was something about that lake that affected human perception and judgment, I needed to understand it. Needed to know if there was a hazard we could warn people about, or protective measures we could implement. I reached the trailhead at midnight. The hike to Mirror Lake took 90 minutes in darkness, my headlamp creating a bubble of light in the vast darkness of wilderness night. I moved carefully, alert for wildlife and trail hazards, aware that I was violating multiple protocols by conducting solo backcountry operations at night. Mirror Lake appeared suddenly as I rounded a bend in the trail. The water was perfectly still, reflecting starlight with impossible clarity. The SAR perimeter team was visible on the far shore, 2 rangers maintaining position through the night. They didn't see me approaching from the south side. I found a flat granite shelf about 20 feet from the water and sat down, positioning myself similar to where David Morrison had been when he wrote his final journal entry. Then I started watching the lake's surface, deliberately opening my perception to whatever anomalies might be present. For the first 10 minutes, I saw nothing unusual. Just a lake reflecting the night sky, dark water with pinpoints of reflected starlight creating a mirror of the heavens. Beautiful, peaceful, exactly what you'd expect. Then I started noticing small discrepancies. A reflected star that seemed to pulse slightly out of rhythm with its actual counterpart. A shadow on the water's surface that didn't correspond to any feature on the shore. Movement in the reflection that happened fractionally before the real motion that should have caused it. By 20 minutes, the discrepancies were obvious. The reflected image of the forest on the opposite shore was wrong. Trees swaying when there was no wind. Shadows falling at angles that didn't match the position of the moon. It was like watching a video with slightly desynchronized audio, where the timing of events didn't quite match their representation. And the longer I watched, the more my mind tried to reconcile what I was seeing. Tried to make sense of reflected images that violated physical principles. Tried to find patterns in randomness, meaning in anomaly. Then I heard my name. Ryan Coulter. The voice came from the water. Soft, almost a whisper, but unmistakably my name spoken by a voice I didn't recognize. I stood up, scanning the lake's surface for the source. Nothing. Just still water and reflected stars. Ryan Coulter, look closer. I stared at my reflection in the dark water, and my reflection smiled at me. I wasn't smiling. My face was neutral, alert, confused. But the reflection showed me smiling, and the smile was wrong. Too wide, too knowing, like someone had studied my face and created an imperfect copy. "What are you?" I asked the water. My reflection's lips moved, forming words I didn't speak. And though I couldn't hear the sound, I could read the message. The question isn't what I am. The question is what you're willing to see. I staggered backward from the water's edge, my rational mind struggling to process what I'd just experienced. Reflections didn't smile independently. Water didn't speak. Whatever I'd seen had to be hallucination, altitude effects, exhaustion creating false perceptions in my compromised state. But I knew what I'd seen, knew what I'd heard. And more importantly, I understood now what David Morrison and Emma Lang had experienced. The lake wasn't just reflecting reality, it was showing them something that looked like reality but wasn't, something that studied them, learned them, mimicked them in ways that were subtly wrong. I pulled out my camera and started taking photos of the water's surface, documenting the anomalies I was seeing, the reflected stars that pulsed out of rhythm, the shadows that fell at impossible angles, my own reflection that continued smiling even as I deliberately maintained a neutral expression. Through the camera's viewfinder, the effects were even more obvious. The digital sensor captured what my eyes were seeing, verifiable evidence that something about this lake's reflections violated normal physical principles. I wasn't hallucinating. The water was actually doing this. But why? And more importantly, what happened to people who watched too long? I thought about the progression documented in David's notebook. Extended observation leading to fixation. Fixation leading to the belief that the water was aware of them, was looking back at them. And then, disappearance. Walking into the water or taking risks that resulted in death. The SAR team on the far shore hadn't seen me yet. I was alone with the lake and whatever it was showing me. I needed to understand the mechanism, needed to know if this was environmental, some quirk of light and minerals creating optical effects, or something stranger. I moved closer to the water's edge again, forcing myself to observe despite every instinct screaming to look away. The reflections intensified as I approached, becoming more animated, more wrong. I could see figures moving in the reflected forest on the opposite shore. Human shapes walking between trees that cast no shadows. People who weren't there in reality, but existed in the lake's interpretation of it. And they were all looking at me. Dozens of reflected figures that didn't exist in the real world. All oriented toward where I stood. All watching with expressions of terrible patience. "Ryan Coulter," the water whispered again. "Join us, see what we see." I recognized one of the figures, David Morrison. He stood in the reflected forest wearing the same clothing he'd had on when he disappeared. His expression was calm, peaceful, like someone who'd finally understood something that had been troubling them for a long time. "David," I shouted, "where are you? Are you in the water?" His reflected mouth moved. Not in the water, behind the water. In the space between what is and what's reflected. We're all here. Everyone who watched long enough to understand. This was insane. I was having a conversation with a reflection while the real person was missing. Possibly dead, possibly hypothermic somewhere in the forest. But I couldn't look away. Couldn't break the fixation that was pulling me deeper into whatever trance had claimed David and Emma and all the others. How do I find you? How do I bring you back? The reflected David smiled. You can't bring us back. We're where we chose to be, where everyone who really sees eventually chooses to be. He gestured to the other figures in the reflection. Ask them. Ask if they want to return. I looked at the other faces. Some I recognized from the historical incident reports. People who'd drowned or disappeared at Mirror Lake over the years. Others were unfamiliar, possibly victims from before the Park Service kept detailed records. All of them looked content, peaceful, like they'd found something in that reflected space that the real world couldn't offer. This isn't real, I said, more to convince myself than them. Your hallucinations created by whatever environmental factor is affecting perception around this lake. Infrasound, electromagnetic fields, something in the water chemistry causing neurological effects. Is that what you need to believe? The reflected David tilted his head. That we're just tricks of light and neural misfiring. Then believe it, but you know the truth, Ryan. You've felt it since you arrived this morning. Something about this place is different. Something that doesn't fit in your reports and safety protocols. He was right. I had felt it. That wrongness that preceded David's disappearance. That instinct that something was off about this location. Not supernatural, but something beyond normal environmental hazards. I pulled out my radio. This is Coulter. I need immediate geological and environmental assessment at Mirror Lake. Something about the local conditions is creating severe perceptual distortions, possibly magnetic anomalies or infrasound generation from the surrounding rock formations. Patricia's voice came back confused. Coulter? What are you doing at the lake? You were supposed to be extracting the civilian group. Group is extracted. I came back to investigate the perceptual effects documented in David Morrison's notebook. Patricia, I'm seeing the same things he described. Reflections that don't match reality. Figures that don't exist. Auditory phenomena suggesting, Ryan, step away from the water, right now. Her tone was sharp, alarmed. I realized I'd been slowly walking forward while talking, approaching the water's edge without conscious decision. My feet were inches from the waterline. I stopped, breathing hard, fighting the compulsion to wade in. I'm okay. I'm maintaining distance. You don't sound okay. You sound like someone in the early stages of whatever got David Morrison. SAR team reports your position. Stay there. We're coming to you. I saw headlamps moving on the far shore. The SAR team mobilizing toward my location. I had maybe 5 minutes before they reached me. 5 minutes to understand what was happening before professional protocols kicked in and I'd be pulled from the investigation for compromised judgment. I looked back at the water. The reflected figures were still there, still watching. David's reflection gestured toward the lake's surface. Touch it. You'll understand. Understand what? What we are. What this place is. Why some people have to see. Against every rational thought, I knelt at the water's edge. The surface was absolutely still, reflecting the night sky with impossible perfection. I could see myself mirrored there, but the reflected Ryan looked more alert, more aware, more alive than I felt in my exhausted state. I reached out and touched the water. The sensation was electric. Not painful, but overwhelming. A sudden influx of information and perception that my conscious mind couldn't fully process. I saw the lake as it actually existed, not just as a body of water, but as a phenomenon that existed in multiple states simultaneously. The physical lake, H2O molecules arranged in liquid form, minerals and sediments, living organisms in a complex ecosystem. The reflected lake, light bouncing off the surface according to physical laws, creating mirror images of the surrounding environment. And something else, a third state that existed between the physical and reflected, a space where information accumulated, where patterns persisted beyond their immediate physical cause. Every reflection the lake had ever created, every image that had crossed its surface, stored somehow in the quantum structure of the water itself. It was like the lake was a recording device, capturing and preserving every moment, every person, every event reflected in its surface. And under certain conditions, specific light angles, particular atmospheric compositions, individual neurological susceptibilities, people could perceive those stored reflections, could see the accumulated history of everything the lake had witnessed. David Morrison was there, in that stored space. Not physically, but as a pattern, a collection of reflected images and recorded moments that had accumulated enough coherence to persist as something resembling consciousness. The same with Emma Lang, with all the others who'd disappeared at Mirror Lake. They hadn't drowned. They'd been absorbed into the lake's memory, becoming part of its ever-growing archive of reflected information. I pulled my hand back from the water, gasping. The SAR team was close now, their headlamps creating moving circles of light as they ran along the shore. I had maybe 2 minutes. David, if you're really conscious in there, if you're really aware, tell me how to retrieve you. How do I get you out? The reflected David shook his head sadly. You can't. Once the lake has fully recorded you, once your pattern is complete, you exist more in the reflection than in reality. I tried to leave after I understood, tried to pull myself back to the physical world, but I couldn't find my body anymore. It's down there. He pointed to the depths, but I'm up here, in the stored information. We all are. Then your body is in the lake. We can recover it, bring you back. The body isn't me anymore. I'm the pattern, the collection of reflected moments that accumulated while I watched the water. The meat down there is just empty mass. His expression held pity. You're going to search. You're going to find my body and Emma's body and all the others. And you're going to conclude that we drowned, that we walked into the water in states of diminished mental capacity. But you'll know the truth, won't you, Ryan? You'll know where we really are. The SAR team reached me, Patricia in the lead. She grabbed my arm and physically pulled me away from the water's edge. Coulter, what the hell are you doing? You're exhibiting the same fixation behavior as the missing person. I found him, I said, my voice distant to my own ears. He's in the lake. His body's in the water. We need to send divers back down. We already searched the lake. Nothing there. Search the deep sections, 30 feet or more. That's where the bodies settle after... After what? After people became so absorbed in watching their reflections that their physical forms simply stopped functioning? After the lake's accumulated information pulled them in so completely that their bodies forgot to breathe. Patricia was radioing for diving support while another ranger shined a light in my eyes, checking pupil dilation. Ryan, how long have you been staring at the water? I checked my watch. Almost 40 minutes. Longer than I'd intended, longer than was safe. But I'd learned what I needed to know. Understood what was happening, even if I couldn't explain it in terms that would fit in an official report. I need to show you something, I said, pulling out my camera. Photos of the reflections, evidence of perceptual anomalies that explain why people become fixated on this water. I scrolled to the images I'd taken, but they showed nothing unusual. Just normal photos of a lake at night, water reflecting stars, completely ordinary scenes. The anomalies I'd witnessed, the figures I'd seen, didn't appear in the digital record. It doesn't capture on camera, I realized. The effect is neurological, perceptual. You have to see it with your own eyes, have to watch long enough for the pattern to become apparent. Patricia exchanged glances with the other ranger, the look of professionals dealing with someone whose judgment might be compromised. Ryan, you're coming back to base with us. You need rest and medical evaluation. I'm fine. I know what I saw sounds impossible, but you've been awake for over 20 hours. You've experienced extreme stress from the missing person case, and you've admitted to deliberately exposing yourself to whatever perceptual conditions affected David Morrison. She was using her command voice, non-negotiable authority. You're done for tonight. That's not optional. I wanted to argue, but she was right. I was exhausted. My judgment questionable, my observations sounding like the ramblings of someone who'd stared at water until they hallucinated conscious reflections. But I knew what I'd experienced, knew what the lake had shown me. The dive team arrived at first light. I watched from shore as they descended into the deep sections of Mirror Lake, areas the initial search had only mapped with sonar. Within 20 minutes, they found the first body. David Morrison, 30 feet down, wedged between rocks on the lake bottom. No signs of struggle, no indication he'd tried to surface. The medical examiner would later conclude he'd drowned after entering the water and making no attempt to save himself, consistent with diminished capacity from hypothermia or psychological distress. But I knew different. I'd seen David's reflection, talked to the pattern he'd become. His body had stopped functioning while his consciousness was absorbed into the lake's memory, becoming part of the accumulated information stored in reflected light and quantum water states. They found Emma Lang's body next, then 3 others from previous incidents, all in the deep sections, all showing similar lack of struggle. 7 bodies total, recovered from depths that the initial searches had missed or inadequately explored. The official reports would conclude that Mirror Lake had unusual acoustic and optical properties that could cause perceptual distortions in susceptible individuals, that people experiencing these distortions might enter the water in states of diminished mental capacity, that better warning signs and restrictions on access during certain conditions could prevent future incidents. All of which was technically true, but it missed the deeper reality, that the lake was something more than water and minerals, that under the right conditions, it could capture and store reflected information in ways that created something resembling consciousness, that people who watched too long weren't drowning, but being absorbed into a collective memory that existed between the physical and the reflected. Marcus Lang came back when he heard they'd found the bodies. He stood at the shore while recovery teams worked, tears streaming down his face. Did you find out why? Did you learn what the lake does to people? I told him the truth, or as much of it as I could explain rationally. The lake has unique properties that affect perception. Magnetic anomalies in the surrounding granite, mineral content in the water, the way sound and light interact with the cliff formations. Together, they can create perceptual effects that seem profound or meaningful to susceptible individuals. Your sister was susceptible. So was David Morrison. They watched too long, got caught in a perceptual loop, and lost the judgment needed to recognize danger. But you understand it now. You know how to prevent it from happening again. Warning signs, restrictions on access, education about the perceptual effects and dangers of prolonged observation. It won't eliminate the risk completely, but it'll help. Marcus looked at the water. Do you think they understood what was happening to them? In those final moments, did Emma know she was dying? I thought about the reflected figures I'd seen, the peaceful expressions on faces of people who'd been absorbed into the lake's memory. I think they found something they were looking for, something that made them willing to let go of physical existence. He nodded slowly, accepting an answer that probably raised more questions than it resolved. I'm glad her body was finally found. We can have a proper burial now, say goodbye properly. He paused. even if part of me thinks she's still here somehow, watching from the reflections. I didn't tell him he was right. Didn't explain that Emma was still here, existing as pattern and memory in the space between the real and reflected. Some truths were too complicated to share, especially with grieving family members looking for closure. The Park Service closed Mirror Lake to public access for 3 months while engineers installed barriers and warning signs. Information placards explained the perceptual hazards, scientifically accurate descriptions of acoustic and optical phenomena that could cause distortions. Regulations prohibited extended observation of the water surface and required visitors to maintain distance from the shore. I transferred to a different sector, officially because I needed change after the traumatic experience of the missing person case. Unofficially because I couldn't stop seeing reflected figures when I looked at the lake. Couldn't stop hearing voices calling from the water, inviting me to watch longer, to understand more fully. The lake had shown me its truth, and the knowledge was both illuminating and terrible. I understood what happened to people who disappeared there, understood why they walked into the water without struggling, why they seemed at peace with drowning. But understanding didn't mean I wanted to share their fate. Sometimes I wonder if David Morrison and Emma Lang and all the others really do exist in some form in the lake's reflected memory. If consciousness can persist as information patterns stored in quantum states of water molecules. If somewhere between the physical lake and its mirror image, there's a space where awareness continues in a form we don't have vocabulary for yet. The rational part of my mind says no, says they drowned, their consciousnesses ceased with their brain functions, and what I experienced was elaborate hallucination created by environmental factors and exhaustion. The reports were filed, the bodies recovered, the families got closure. Case closed. But late at night, when I'm alone with my thoughts, I remember touching that water. Remember the electric sensation of information flooding into my perception. Remember seeing David's reflection smile and say, "We're where we chose to be." And I wonder if consciousness is more fluid than we think. If the boundary between self and reflection is less solid than it appears. If somewhere in the quantum foam of reality, information can accumulate and persist in ways that create something that looks like awareness, sounds like communication, feels like continued existence beyond physical death. I won't go back to Mirror Lake. Whatever it offered to show me, whatever understanding it promised, isn't worth the risk of becoming another pattern stored in reflected light. My consciousness belongs in this physical body, in this material world, not dispersed into water molecules and mirror images. But sometimes, when I look at my reflection in a still pond or a quiet river, I swear it smiles at me independently. And I hear whispers suggesting I watch longer, observe more carefully, open myself to seeing what exists between the real and the reflected. I always look away, always refuse the invitation. Because I know where that path leads. Know what waits for people who watch too long, who become convinced that water is looking back at them. David Morrison's final notebook entry was right. The water was looking back. Not with malice or hunger, but with the patient accumulation of reflected information that had been recording everything for thousands of years. And under the right conditions, that accumulated reflection could seem more real, more compelling, more truthful than physical reality itself. 7 bodies recovered from Mirror Lake. 7 patterns stored in its reflected memory. 7 people who watched until they understood, and understanding, chose to become part of something larger than their individual consciousness. The lake still sits in the backcountry, still perfectly mirrors the surrounding wilderness. Still accumulates reflected information with every sunrise and sunset. Still whispers to susceptible minds that there's something profound to see, if you just watch long enough. I'm not susceptible anymore. I've seen what the lake offers, and I've chosen reality over reflection, chosen physical existence over dissolution into pattern and memory. But I understand why others made different choices. Understand why people like David Morrison and Emma Lang watched until the water watched back, until their reflections became more real than their physical forms, until they walked into the depths and let the lake absorb them into its ever-growing archive of recorded moments. They found what they were looking for, found a form of existence beyond the limitations of flesh and time, found immortality as information, consciousness as pattern, awareness as reflection that persists long after the physical body fails. I hope they're at peace in that strange space between the real and reflected. Hope that whatever form their awareness takes now brings them satisfaction that physical life couldn't provide. And I hope no one else watches the water long enough to join them, because Mirror Lake doesn't need more patterns, more reflections, more consciousness absorbed into its timeless memory. It has enough. It's always had enough. And it will wait patiently for the next person who stares too long at their own reflection, who starts to believe the water is looking back, who decides that what they see in the mirror is more true than what exists in the world. The water sees everything, and sometimes, if you watch carefully enough, you'll see it watching back. The radio crackled to life at 4:47 in the afternoon, dispatch cutting through the static with that particular tone that meant something was wrong. You develop an ear for it after enough years on the job, the subtle shift from routine communication to potential emergency. I'd been a ranger at Yosemite for 9 years, and I could tell the difference before the words even came through. Unit 23, we have a report of a possible vehicle accident in the Hetch Hetchy sector. Single vehicle, Jeep, approximately 3 miles past the dam on the old mining road. Caller reported seeing what looked like fresh damage to the guardrail and possible debris field below. I was Elise Vaughn, Unit 23, and the Hetch Hetchy sector was my responsibility. The area was remote even by park standards, a reservoir valley surrounded by granite cliffs and accessible only by a narrow, winding road that saw maybe a dozen vehicles on a busy day. Most people stuck to the main park attractions. Those who ventured out to Hetch Hetchy were either serious hikers looking for solitude or locals who knew the area well enough to navigate its challenges. Copy that, dispatch. I'm 20 minutes out from the dam. Can you provide details on the caller? Anonymous tip called in from a gas station phone outside the park. Caller didn't leave a name, said they'd been hiking in the area earlier today and spotted what they thought was an accident site. Couldn't get down to check due to terrain difficulties. Anonymous tips were always concerning. Could be legitimate. Could be someone who didn't want to get involved. Could be completely fabricated. But you had to treat every call as real until proven otherwise. Lives could depend on response time, and the terrain around Hetch Hetchy didn't forgive delays or hesitation. I acknowledged the call and turned my patrol truck toward the reservoir. The drive took me through dense pine forest on roads that grew progressively narrower and more neglected the farther I got from main park infrastructure. The old mining road that ran past the dam was barely maintained, used primarily by service vehicles and the occasional adventurous tourist who didn't mind testing their vehicle's suspension on washboard surfaces and loose rock. The dam itself was an impressive structure, a massive, curved wall holding back the Tuolumne River, creating a reservoir that stretched for miles into wilderness valleys. It was controversial when built in the early 1900s, flooding what John Muir had called a second Yosemite Valley. Now it provided water to San Francisco and served as a stark reminder that preservation wasn't always prioritized over utility. Past the dam, the road deteriorated significantly. I engaged four-wheel drive and dropped my speed to 15 miles per hour, scanning the guardrails for damage. The caller had said approximately 3 miles, which meant anywhere along a stretch of road that hugged cliff faces and made hairpin turns with alarming frequency. Not the kind of route where you wanted to have an accident, especially not alone. I found the damage at mile marker 3.2. The guardrail was twisted and torn, metal posts bent outward like something heavy had crashed through. Fresh paint scrapes marked the impact point. Dark green, consistent with the vehicle pushing through at speed. Beyond the broken barrier, the slope dropped sharply into dense brush and scattered granite boulders. I parked on the shoulder and radioed my position. Dispatch, Unit 23. I've located the accident site. Confirming damage to guardrail and evidence of vehicle leaving the roadway. Beginning preliminary assessment on foot. The response came back immediately. Copy, Unit 23, use caution. Do you need SAR on standby? Standby for now. I'll update once I've assessed the situation. I grabbed my emergency pack and approached the broken guardrail carefully. The ground at the road's edge was loose, small rocks sliding away under my boots as I peered over. The slope below was steep, maybe 45 degrees, covered in manzanita bushes and loose scree. About 70 feet down, I could see the Jeep. It had rolled multiple times, judging by the damage. The roof was crushed, windows shattered, body panels torn and scraped. The vehicle had come to rest on its side against a large boulder, passenger side up. From my vantage point, I couldn't see inside the cab. Couldn't tell if anyone was still in there or had been thrown clear during the crash. The descent wasn't going to be easy. I considered waiting for SAR with their specialized equipment and expertise in technical rescue, but protocol said to assess for survivors immediately. If someone was down there injured and bleeding, minutes could make the difference between recovery and tragedy. I secured a rope to my truck's tow hitch and began working my way down the slope. The terrain was treacherous, loose rock that shifted under every step, bushes that tore at my uniform and offered no real handholds, steep enough that I was essentially rappelling in places where the rope was my only security. It took 15 minutes to reach the Jeep, and by the time I did, my hands were scraped raw despite my gloves. The vehicle was worse up close than it had looked from above. The entire roof was collapsed, folded inward by the force of rolling down the slope. The windshield was completely gone, safety glass scattered like diamonds across the ground. The driver's side was crumpled against the boulder, making access difficult. But the passenger side, facing up, had a door that hung partially open. I approached, cautiously calling out in case anyone was conscious inside. "Park Ranger, can anyone hear me? I'm here to help." No response. No sound of movement or breathing. Just the creak of stressed metal and the whisper of wind through the surrounding brush. I climbed onto the boulder to get a better angle and looked down into the passenger compartment. The interior was destroyed. Seats torn, dashboard crushed, steering wheel bent at an impossible angle. Blood was visible on several surfaces, though not as much as I'd expected from such a violent crash. But the most important observation was simple and deeply unsettling. The Jeep was empty. No driver, no passengers, no bodies thrown from the vehicle during the roll. Just an empty, destroyed vehicle at the bottom of a steep slope with evidence that someone had been inside when it went over. I radioed dispatch immediately. Unit 23, vehicle is confirmed as a Jeep, heavily damaged from rolling down the slope. Interior shows signs of occupancy and probable injury, but no occupants are present. Requesting SAR deployment for area search. Copy, Unit 23. Can you identify the vehicle or owner? I climbed down from the boulder and worked my way around to what remained of the rear license plate. It was bent and partially torn, but still legible. I read off the number to dispatch and waited while they ran it through the system. Vehicle is registered to Noah Strickland, age 34, Address in Groveland. Single male, no emergency contacts listed in the system. Vehicle registration current, no outstanding warrants or issues. Noah Strickland. I tried the name in my head, seeing if it matched anyone I'd encountered during my years patrolling this sector. Nothing came to mind. Probably a local who knew the area but wasn't someone I'd had official contact with before. I'm going to do a quick search of the immediate area, I told dispatch. Subject may have been thrown from the vehicle or wandered off injured. We'll update in 30 minutes. I started with the circle around the Jeep, moving outward in expanding rings while watching for any sign of where Noah might have gone. Blood trail would be obvious, but I wasn't seeing any. Footprints would be difficult in the rocky terrain, but not impossible. I was looking for disturbed ground, broken branches, any indication of passage through the dense brush. 20 yards from the Jeep, I found the first real clue. A hiking boot, men's size 10 or 11, lying on its side on a flat section of granite. It wasn't damaged, wasn't torn or bloody, just sitting there like someone had carefully removed it and set it down. The laces were still tied. I marked the location with a small orange flag from my pack and continued searching. The terrain was getting more difficult. The slope evening out into a narrow ravine filled with house-sized boulders and thick vegetation, the kind of place where you could easily get turned around or trapped if you weren't careful. 30 yards further, I found the second clue. A notebook, spiral-bound with a water-resistant cover, lying open on a patch of exposed dirt between two boulders. The pages were clean, no water damage despite being outdoors. Someone had been writing in it recently. I pulled on latex gloves before touching it. Evidence protocols drilled into me from years of training. The handwriting was neat but hurried. Entries dated over the past 3 days. I flipped through quickly, looking for anything that might explain what had happened here. Most entries were mundane. Observations about wildlife, notes on trail conditions, reminders about gear maintenance, the kind of thing an experienced hiker might keep for personal reference. But the final entry, dated today, was different. Something's wrong with the acoustics in this valley. Hearing voices but can't locate the source. Sound is coming from above, but there's nothing there when I look. Started about an hour ago, getting louder. Below that, in handwriting that had become less controlled, more frantic. The voices are calling my name. They know things about me. Things nobody should know. Have to find where they're coming from. And at the bottom of the page, almost illegible. Voices from above. Going to climb up. Have to see. I stared at the page, trying to make sense of what I was reading. Auditory hallucinations could be a symptom of head injury or psychological distress. But the way it was written suggested Noah had been lucid and coherent when he made the entries. He'd recognized something was wrong, had documented it, but hadn't sought help. I scanned the cliffs surrounding the ravine. Granite walls rose steeply on 3 sides, creating a natural amphitheater that could definitely produce unusual acoustic effects. Sounds from above could echo and bounce, making it difficult to pinpoint their origin. But voices calling someone's name? That required an actual source, and the area looked completely uninhabited. My radio crackled. Unit 23, SAR is en route. ETA 45 minutes. What's your status? I've located evidence suggesting the driver survived the crash and left the area on foot. Found a boot and a notebook with entries indicating possible head injury or psychological distress. Subject may have attempted to climb the surrounding cliffs. Expanding search pattern now. Copy. Be advised that weather service is showing storm system moving in. You've got maybe 2 hours of good light and dry conditions. I looked up at the sky. Clouds were building over the western ridges, dark and heavy with the promise of rain. A storm in this terrain meant flash flood risk in the ravines. and slick rock faces that would make any rescue attempt extremely dangerous. If Noah was up on those cliffs somewhere, we needed to find him before the weather turned. I continued following what I thought might be Noah's path, moving deeper into the ravine. The acoustics really were strange here. My own footsteps echoed oddly, and I could hear water sounds that seemed to come from multiple directions at once, even though I couldn't see any streams. The cliffs created a natural sound chamber, and I started to understand how someone could become disoriented by the auditory effects. But voices? I stopped and listened carefully, straining to hear anything beyond natural sounds. Wind through rock formations could create whistling or moaning sounds. Birds in the cliffs could produce calls that echoed strangely, but actual voices. Then I heard it. Faint, distorted, but unmistakably human. A voice calling out. The words unclear, but the tone urgent. I froze, trying to pinpoint the direction. The sound seemed to come from above and ahead, somewhere up on the cliff faces that rose to my left. "Noah!" I shouted. "Noah Strickland, Park Ranger, can you hear me?" My voice echoed back to me from multiple angles, overlapping and creating strange harmonics. But underneath my own echo, I thought I heard a response. Not words I could make out, but definitely a human voice. I started working my way toward the base of the cliff where the sound seemed strongest. The terrain forced me into a narrow slot between boulders, barely wide enough to squeeze through. On the other side, the ravine opened into a small clearing surrounded by sheer granite walls, and there, about 60 feet up the cliff face, I saw him. Noah Strickland was clinging to a narrow ledge, his back pressed against the rock, 1 foot bare where he'd lost his boot. Even from this distance, I could see he was in trouble. His position was precarious, balanced on a ledge that couldn't be more than 18 inches wide. Above him, the cliff face became smooth and overhanging, impossible to climb without technical gear. Below him was empty air and a fall that would certainly be fatal. "Noah!" I called out. "Stay still, help is coming." He turned his head toward my voice, and I got my first clear look at his face. Mid-30s, unshaven, with wild eyes that suggested exhaustion or fear or both. His lips were moving like he was talking, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. "Noah, can you hear me? I'm Ranger Vaughn. SAR is on the way. Just stay where you are." He shook his head violently, still talking to himself or to someone I couldn't see. His movements were agitated, dangerous given his position. One wrong shift of weight and he'd be off that ledge. I pulled out my radio. "Dispatch Unit 23. I've located the missing subject. He's approximately 60 feet up a cliff face on a narrow ledge. Subject appears distressed and is in immediate danger of falling. Need SAR here now with technical rescue equipment." "Copy, Unit 23. They're 30 minutes out. Can you establish communication with the subject?" "Trying now." I looked back up at Noah and raised my voice. "Noah, look at me. You're on a cliff. You need to stay still until we can get you down safely." This time, I saw his mouth move clearly as he responded. Saw him pointing upward at something above his position. But the acoustics of the ravine played tricks with his voice. It reached me distorted and delayed, like listening to someone speak through water. I couldn't make out any words, but the gesture was clear. He was trying to tell me something about what was above him. I pulled out my binoculars and scanned the cliff face above Noah's position. Nothing visible. Just smooth granite disappearing into the gathering clouds. No ledges, no caves, nothing that would explain why he'd climbed up there or what he might be pointing at. But then I heard it again. That voice, clear enough now that I could almost make out words. It wasn't coming from Noah. It was coming from somewhere above him, echoing down the cliff face in a way that made it impossible to pinpoint the exact source. and Noah was responding to it. Having a conversation with something I couldn't see, his attention fixed on a point above his head where there was nothing but empty rock and sky. The hair on my neck stood up. This was wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. Not supernatural, I didn't believe in that, but wrong in a way that suggested danger I didn't understand yet. Something about this situation was off, and Noah was going to die if we didn't get him down from that ledge before he did something stupid in response to voices only he could hear. I spent the next 20 minutes trying to keep Noah calm and stationary while we waited for SAR. It was like trying to reason with someone who was watching a movie I couldn't see, having a conversation with an invisible person who was apparently giving him instructions I couldn't hear. Several times he made movements like he was going to try climbing higher, and I had to shout him back to stillness. Each time, he'd turn toward me with an expression of frustration or confusion, like I was interfering with something important. Then he'd turn back to whatever he was seeing or hearing above him, and the one-sided conversation would continue. The SAR team arrived with the rumble of diesel engines and the organized chaos of professional rescuers deploying equipment. 6 rangers with technical climbing gear, a team leader named Rodriguez who I'd worked with on previous rescues, and enough rope and hardware to extract someone from just about any situation. Rodriguez took one look at the cliff face and Noah's position, then turned to me. "What's his mental state?" "Compromised. He's responsive, but seems to be experiencing auditory hallucinations, possibly visual as well. He keeps pointing at something above him and appears to be having a conversation with someone or something we can't see. Head injury from the crash? Possible. But the crash site is a quarter-mile back, and he made it all the way here and climbed 60 feet up a cliff face. That takes strength and coordination that doesn't match with severe head trauma." Rodriguez nodded, processing the information. "We'll set up a top rope rescue. Get someone above him, lower down, secure him to a line, and extract. Standard procedure, but complicated by his mental state. If he fights us during extraction, things could go bad quickly." The team started rigging their system. 2 climbers heading up the easier slope to the south to gain the cliff top, while others prepared the lowering equipment and medical supplies. I stayed in contact with Noah, trying to keep him engaged and focused on my voice rather than whatever he was hearing from above. "Noah, the rescue team is here. They're going to get you down safely. Just a little longer, okay?" He looked down at me, and for a moment his eyes seemed to focus. "Do you hear them?" He called down, his voice raw. "The voices. They've been calling for hours, since before the crash. That's why I went off the road. I was looking up, trying to see where they were coming from." So the crash hadn't been an accident or a mechanical failure. He'd driven off the road because he was distracted by auditory hallucinations. But that raised more questions than it answered. When had the hallucinations started? What had triggered them? "Noah, what are the voices saying?" He shook his head, a gesture of frustration or confusion. "They know things, personal things. They're saying my name, telling me stories about my life. Things I haven't thought about in years." He paused, listening to something I couldn't hear. "They want me to come higher. Say there's something I need to see. Classic symptom of auditory hallucination." The voices felt external and authoritative, compelling the subject to act on their instructions. Could be psychological, could be neurological, could be drug-induced. But standing in this ravine with its strange acoustics and isolated atmosphere, watching a man cling to a cliff while talking to things that weren't there, I felt the weight of how wrong this situation was. Rodriguez's voice crackled over the radio. "We've got anchors set, descending now. Vaughn, keep him talking. We need him stationary for at least the next 5 minutes." I acknowledged and refocused on Noah. "Help is coming down from above. You're going to be okay. Just stay where you are." But Noah wasn't listening anymore. His attention had snapped back to whatever was above him, and his expression had changed. Not fear now, but something worse. Recognition. Understanding. Like whatever the voices were telling him had finally made terrible sense. "I have to go up," he said, and started to move. "Noah, no, stay still." But he was already reaching for a handhold above the ledge, trying to pull himself higher on a cliff face that was smooth and vertical. His bare foot scrabbled against granite, finding nothing. His fingers reached for cracks that didn't exist, and then, with a sound I'll never forget, part gasp, part cry, he lost his grip and fell. The fall wasn't straight down. Noah hit a protruding section of rock about 20 feet below his ledge, the impact spinning him sideways before he continued tumbling down the cliff face. Each impact sounded like a gunshot in the confined space of the ravine, echoing off the granite walls. He hit the ground 40 feet from where I was standing, landing in a twisted heap on a patch of loose scree. I was moving before he stopped rolling, SAR training overriding the shock of watching someone fall. Rodriguez was shouting into his radio, calling for the medical team to move up. Other rangers were scrambling down from their positions, grabbing emergency equipment. The organized rescue had become a trauma response in seconds. I reached Noah first. He was on his back, eyes open but unfocused, breathing in short gasps that suggested broken ribs or worse. Blood was pooling under his head from a laceration on his scalp, and his left leg was bent at an angle that made my stomach turn. But he was alive, conscious, and still talking. "Can you hear them?" he whispered, his voice wet and strained. "They're laughing now. They knew I would fall. They wanted me to fall. Noah, don't move. We're going to help you." I pulled off my jacket and wadded it under his head, trying to stabilize his neck without moving him. "Stay still. The medical team is here." The SAR medic, a woman named Torres, who I'd worked with on multiple rescues, pushed in beside me with her trauma kit. She did a rapid assessment, pulse, breathing, obvious injuries, while asking Noah questions to gauge his cognitive state. "Can you tell me your name?" "Noah. Noah Strickland." "Do you know where you are?" "The valley. The voices brought me here." His eyes weren't tracking properly, pupils uneven. Definite head trauma, possibly severe. Torres looked at me and shook her head slightly. Not good. She started an IV line while another medic worked on stabilizing Noah's leg. Rodriguez was on the radio coordinating helicopter extraction. The terrain was too rough for ground transport with injuries this severe. I stayed close to Noah's head, trying to keep him calm while the medical team worked. His breathing was getting more labored, blood bubbling at the corners of his mouth. Internal injuries almost certainly. The fall had been brutal, and it was remarkable he was conscious at all. "They're still talking," Noah said, his voice fading. "Even now. Telling me things about this place. About what happened here." He tried to turn his head, looking up at the cliffs. "Do you know what they did? What they covered up?" "Noah, save your strength. Helicopter is coming." "There are bodies," he continued, like I hadn't spoken. "Old bodies. In caves above the waterline. They were hidden. The voices. They want someone to know. They want someone to find them." Torres caught my eye. Her expression troubled. Hallucinations were getting worse, which could mean increasing intracranial pressure from head trauma. Or he could be in shock, mind creating narratives from pain and fear. Either way, we needed to get him to a trauma center immediately. The helicopter arrived 15 minutes later, a thunderous intrusion of rotating blades and downdraft that sent debris swirling through the ravine. They'd found a landing spot on a flat section of granite about 200 yards away, close enough to make transport feasible. The team loaded Noah onto a stretcher and started the careful carry toward the helicopter. I walked alongside, watching Noah's face. His eyes had closed, but his lips still moved, still forming words I couldn't hear over the helicopter noise. Whatever he was experiencing, whatever voices he was hearing, they hadn't stopped even with life-threatening injuries and enough pain medication to drop most people into unconsciousness. They loaded him into the helicopter, Torres climbing in to continue medical care during transport. Rodriguez touched my shoulder as the helicopter lifted off, its roar fading as it climbed above the canyon walls. "Hell of a rescue," he said, exhaustion evident in his voice. "You did good getting to him as fast as you did. Wasn't fast enough to stop him from falling. You can't prevent everything. Guy was having a mental health crisis. That's not on you." He looked up at the cliff face where Noah had been clinging. What was he saying up there, before he fell? I told him about the voices, about Noah's insistence that something was calling to him from above, giving him information and instructions. Rodriguez listened without interrupting, his expression growing more troubled as I talked. "You think it was all hallucination?" he asked when I finished. "No chance there was actually someone up there messing with him?" I scanned the cliffs with binoculars, didn't see anyone. And the acoustics in this ravine are strange. Sounds bounce around in weird ways. Could create the impression of voices when it's really just wind or water sounds distorted by the rock formations. Rodriguez nodded, but he didn't look convinced. "We should do a sweep of the area anyway. Make sure there's no one else out here, no other hikers who might have gotten confused about the sounds. Last thing we need is another incident." The sweep took 3 hours. 8 rangers working in a coordinated pattern, covering the ravine floor and accessible cliff faces, looking for any sign of other people in the area or any explanation for what Noah had experienced. We found his Jeep's skid marks on the road above, confirming he'd gone over at speed. Found more of his belongings scattered down the slope. A water bottle, a backpack torn open by the crash, contents spilled across the rocks. But we didn't find any evidence of other people. No fresh footprints except Noah's. No camping sites or trash. No signs that anyone else had been in this area recently. The ravine was empty except for us and the wind and the strange way sounds echoed between the granite walls. As the sun started to set, painting the cliffs in shades of orange and red, I found myself standing in the same spot where I'd discovered Noah's notebook. The page was still open to his final entry. Voices from above. Going to climb up. Have to see. I read it again, trying to understand what he'd experienced. The entries showed a progression. First, noticing the strange sounds, then recognizing they were voices, then becoming convinced the voices knew personal information about him, finally deciding he had to climb toward the source. A clear pattern of increasing obsession and deteriorating judgment. But something about his final words before the helicopter took him away bothered me. There are bodies, old bodies, in caves above the waterline. They were hidden. Hallucination, certainly. Pain and head trauma creating false narratives. But the specificity was odd. Most hallucinations were more abstract, less detailed. Noah had described a specific thing, bodies in caves above a waterline, and claimed the voices had told him about them. I looked up at the cliffs. The ravine we were in had been formed by water erosion over millions of years. During heavy snowmelt or storms, the water level could rise dramatically, flooding the entire floor. Anything above the high water mark would be protected from that flooding, including any caves or natural shelters in the cliff faces. "Vaughn," Rodriguez called from across the ravine. "We're packing up, lights going, and we've covered everything accessible. You ready to head out?" I wanted to say no, wanted to stay and search more thoroughly, But that was just the unsettled feeling talking. We'd done our job, found the victim, got him to medical care, swept the area for hazards. There was nothing else to do here tonight. "Yeah," I called back. "Let me grab the evidence and I'll meet you at the vehicles." I collected Noah's notebook and boot, sealing them in evidence bags. They'd be analyzed by investigators trying to piece together what had caused Noah to drive off the road and climb a cliff face. Probably wouldn't reveal anything useful, but procedure was procedure. The hike back to the road took 40 minutes in gathering darkness. My legs were tired, my hands still sore from the descent to the Jeep. It had been a long day that had started with a routine accident report and ended with a near-fatal rescue. I wanted food, sleep, and maybe a stiff drink to take the edge off the adrenaline crash I could feel coming. But I couldn't stop thinking about Noah's words. About bodies and caves and things being hidden. About voices that knew personal information and called people by name. About the way his eyes had looked when he said the voices wanted someone to know, wanted someone to find what had been concealed. Back at the ranger station, I filed my report and handed over the evidence to the investigation team. They'd follow up with Noah once he was stable enough for questioning, tried to determine if this was a simple accident caused by distraction or something more complex. My part in it was essentially done. I was about to head home when my phone rang. Hospital in Mariposa, where they'd taken Noah. I answered, expecting an update on his condition. "Ranger Vaughn, this is Dr. Kelso at Mariposa Medical. I'm calling about Noah Strickland. How is he?" A pause. "He didn't make it. Died about 20 minutes ago from internal bleeding. We tried, but the damage from the fall was too extensive." I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of that information. I'd known it was bad, had seen the injuries, but there's always hope until there isn't. Did he regain consciousness? Briefly, yes. That's actually why I'm calling. Dr. Kelso's voice carried an odd note, something I couldn't quite identify. He was lucid for about 5 minutes before he crashed, and he gave us a message to pass along to whoever found him. A message? He said to tell the ranger who saved him that the voices were real, that we need to search the caves before the next storm floods them, and that the truth about what happened in 1975 is up there waiting to be found. The specificity made my skin prickle. Did he say anything else? Just kept repeating that the voices knew things, that they were trying to help him understand what had been covered up. Dr. Kelso paused. "Ranger Vaughn, I'm required to report that we found elevated levels of carbon monoxide in Mr. Strickland's blood work. Not lethal levels, but enough to potentially cause confusion, hallucinations, impaired judgment. Carbon monoxide. That was new information. From the vehicle exhaust after the crash. Possibly, but the levels suggest exposure over several hours, not just the brief period after the accident. My guess is his vehicle's exhaust system had a leak. He'd been driving around breathing low levels of CO for a while, probably not enough to notice immediate symptoms, but sufficient to affect his cognitive function over time. That made sense. Carbon monoxide poisoning could explain the auditory hallucinations, the poor judgment, the risk-taking behavior. It was a rational explanation for an irrational situation. Noah had been slowly poisoned by his own vehicle, leading to the hallucinations that caused him to crash and eventually climb a cliff face chasing voices that were products of his compromised brain chemistry. Case closed. Tragic accident caused by mechanical failure and environmental exposure. Nothing mysterious or unexplained. Just bad luck and carbon monoxide. So why did I still feel like something was wrong? I drove home through darkness, the road winding through forests that seemed deeper and more oppressive than usual. Noah's final message played on repeat in my mind. The voices were real. Search the caves. The truth about 1975. Carbon monoxide explained the hallucinations, but it didn't explain the specificity. Why would his compromised brain create a narrative about bodies in caves and something that happened in 1975? Where would that specific year come from if it was just random hallucination? At home, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Noah clinging to that ledge, talking to things I couldn't see. Heard his voice saying the voices knew things about him, personal things. Remembered the conviction in his expression when he said there were bodies hidden above the waterline. Around midnight, I gave up on sleep and opened my laptop. Started searching park records for 1975. Looking for anything that might connect to the ravine where Noah had his accident. Any incident that might have been covered up, as he'd claimed. Most park records were digitized going back to the 1960s, so finding information wasn't difficult. What was difficult was finding anything relevant. 1975 had been a busy year. Lots of visitors, several accidents, a few search and rescue operations, normal park business. But then I found it. A small entry in the incident logs from August 1975. Missing persons report filed for camping party of 4. Last known location, Hetch Hetchy Reservoir area. Search conducted. No evidence found. Case suspended after 2 weeks. 4 people missing. Never found. In the same general area where Noah had his accident. I dug deeper, finding the full case file. The missing party was 2 married couples from San Francisco, all in their 20s. They'd obtained a backcountry permit for a week-long camping trip around the reservoir. When they didn't return on schedule, a friend filed a missing persons report. The search had been extensive. Multiple SAR teams, helicopter sweeps, dive teams checking the reservoir. But they'd found nothing. No gear, no bodies, no evidence of what had happened to them. The case file concluded they'd probably gotten lost or injured in remote terrain and died from exposure, their remains scattered by animals or washed away by seasonal flooding. But reading between the lines of the official reports, I could sense frustration from the searchers. Multiple notes about the difficulty of thoroughly searching the cliff faces around certain ravines. Mentions of caves and ledges that were inaccessible without technical climbing gear. Comments about how high water levels had prevented full exploration of some areas. The case had been closed after 2 weeks as unsolvable. 4 people had vanished into wilderness, and the Park Service had done everything reasonable to find them. Eventually, you had to accept that not every mystery could be solved, that nature sometimes claimed people without leaving traces. But what if they weren't scattered by animals or washed away? What if they were exactly where Noah had said, in caves above the waterline, hidden, waiting to be found? I stared at the screen, trying to decide if I was being rational or if Noah's dying words had infected me with his certainty. The carbon monoxide explanation was sound. The hallucinations made sense given the poisoning. There was no logical reason to believe his ramblings about bodies and cover-ups, except the year, 1975. Why would his compromised brain randomly generate the same year when 4 people had actually vanished in that area? I closed the laptop and sat in darkness, listening to the house settle around me. Tomorrow, I'd go back to regular patrol duties, file the incident report, move on to other responsibilities. Noah's death would be recorded as a tragic accident caused by carbon monoxide exposure and subsequent poor judgment. The case would close. But I knew I wouldn't let it go that easily. Something about this whole situation had gotten under my skin. The voices Noah had heard, the specific details he'd provided, the connection to a 40-plus-year-old cold case. Even if it was all coincidence and hallucination, I needed to know for certain, which meant going back to that ravine and checking the caves above the waterline. looking for evidence of the missing 1975 camping party. Either proving Noah's dying words were just the ravings of a poisoned mind, or discovering that something about those voices had been terribly, impossibly real. I finally fell asleep around 3 in the morning, my dreams filled with echoing voices and granite cliffs and the sound of someone falling through empty air. The next morning came too early. I dragged myself to the station running on coffee and determination, trying to figure out how to justify returning to the ravine for what amounted to following up on a dead man's hallucinations. Rodriguez was in the break room when I arrived, looking as tired as I felt. "How you holding up?" he asked, pouring me coffee without being asked. "Been better. Got a call from the hospital last night. Noah didn't make it." Rodriguez's face fell. Damn, I was hoping he'd pull through. He handed me the coffee mug. "You did everything you could." "I know. Doctor said they found carbon monoxide in his system, probably from a leak in his vehicle's exhaust. Would explain the hallucinations and poor judgment. Makes sense. Shame, though. Guy drove around poisoning himself without knowing it, ended up chasing voices that weren't there." Rodriguez shook his head. "At least we know what caused it. Gives the family some closure." "Yeah," I said, not mentioning that Noah had no emergency contacts listed, that as far as I could tell he'd been alone in the world. "Listen, I want to go back to that ravine today, do a more thorough search of the cliff faces." Rodriguez raised an eyebrow. "Looking for what? We swept the area yesterday." "I know, but..." I hesitated, trying to find a way to explain without sounding crazy. "Noah said some specific things before he died. Mentioned there might be evidence related to an old missing persons case in caves above the waterline. It's probably nothing, but I'd like to check it out before the next storm system comes through." "You're talking about the 1975 case." Rodriguez's tone wasn't questioning. He knew. "I pulled the same records last night. Couldn't stop thinking about what Noah said about bodies being hidden." I stared at him. "You believe him?" "I believe that carbon monoxide poisoning can cause hallucinations, but I also believe that coincidence this specific is worth investigating." He set down his coffee mug. "I'll come with you. 2 sets of eyes are better than 1, and some of those cliff faces require technical gear to access safely. We can be there and back before end of shift." We gathered equipment and headed out, reaching the ravine by mid-morning. The weather had turned gray and cold, clouds sitting low over the granite peaks. Rain was coming. You could smell it in the air. We'd have a few hours at most before conditions deteriorated. Rodriguez rigged anchors while I studied the cliff faces through binoculars, looking for cave openings or ledges large enough to shelter people. The ravine walls were complex, fractured and eroded into countless features that could be natural shelters. Finding specific caves would be like searching for particular needles in a haystack made of rock. "Where do we start?" Rodriguez asked, testing his anchor points. I thought about Noah's words. Bodies in caves above the waterline. During spring flooding, the water level in these ravines could rise 40 feet or more. Anything above that line would be protected. I scanned the cliff faces looking for features around 40 to 50 feet up. "There," I said, pointing to a dark opening about 45 feet up the eastern wall. "That overhang looks deep enough to be a cave, and it's positioned right at what I'd estimate is the high water mark." Rodriguez followed my pointing finger and nodded. "Good eye. That's accessible with our gear. Let's check it out." He set up the rope system while I geared up in harness and helmet. Technical climbing wasn't my favorite part of the job, but 9 years of experience had made me competent enough. I clipped onto the rope and started working my way up the cliff face, finding handholds and footholds in the fractured granite. The climb took 10 minutes. my muscles burning by the time I pulled myself onto the ledge in front of the cave opening. It was bigger than it had looked from below, maybe 6 feet across and tall enough to stand in. The interior disappeared into darkness beyond the reach of daylight. I pulled out my flashlight and shined it into the cave, not sure what I expected to find. Probably nothing. Probably just empty rock and maybe some animal droppings. Carbon monoxide hallucinations didn't lead to real discoveries. The beam of my flashlight caught something reflective about 20 feet into the cave. I moved closer, carefully testing the floor before putting my full weight down. The cave angled back and down slightly, the ceiling getting lower but the space remaining navigable. And there, pressed against the back wall where they'd been hidden for decades, were the remains of 4 people. I stood frozen in the cave entrance, my flashlight beam fixed on the skeletal remains pressed against the back wall. 4 bodies, still partially clothed in deteriorated fabric that might have been outdoor gear decades ago. They were positioned oddly, not scattered randomly like you'd expect from people who'd taken shelter and died from exposure, but arranged almost deliberately, side by side, backs against the rock, facing outward toward the cave entrance, like they'd been waiting for something, or watching for something. "Vaughn?" Rodriguez's voice came up from below. "What have you got?" I forced my vocal cords to work. "I found them, the 1975 missing persons, all 4. My voice sounded distant to my own ears, shock dampening my emotional response. "Rodriguez, you need to see this." It took another 20 minutes to get Rodriguez up to the cave entrance. He moved more cautiously than I had, methodically checking each handhold despite his greater climbing experience. When he finally pulled himself onto the ledge and saw what my flashlight was illuminating, he went completely still. "Jesus Christ," he whispered. "Noah was right." We stood there for a moment, both trying to process what we were seeing. A man dying from carbon monoxide poisoning had told us exactly where to find 4 bodies that had been missing for 48 years. Bodies in a cave above the waterline, just as he'd said. The coincidence was impossible, but the evidence was undeniable. "We need to secure this scene and call it in," Rodriguez said, his training overriding the shock. "This is a forensic investigation now. Multiple deaths, suspicious circumstances, cold case suddenly active. We're going to have state investigators, FBI possibly, media circus." I knew he was right, but I couldn't look away from the remains. Something about their positioning bothered me beyond the obvious tragedy. Look at how they're arranged, all facing the same direction, backs to the wall. That's not how people die from exposure or injury. Rodriguez moved his flashlight beam methodically across the scene. "You're right, and look," he pointed to scratches on the cave walls near each body. They marked the rock, recent enough that the marks are still visible. I moved closer, careful not to disturb the remains. The scratches were crude, but deliberate. Tallies, like someone keeping track of days. Near the leftmost skeleton, I counted 47 marks. Near the next, 38. The third showed 22 marks. The fourth had only 9. "They didn't all die at the same time," I said. "These marks suggest they survived in here for different lengths of time. The first one made it 47 days before dying. The last, only 9 days. But they were reported missing in August 1975 as a group. If they made it to this cave together, why would they die on different schedules?" Rodriguez played his light over the scene again. No visible trauma on any of the remains. No sign of violence or animal predation. They just sat here and died one by one over a period of weeks. The implications were chilling. 4 people trapped in a cave with no food or water would die from dehydration within days, not weeks. And they'd die roughly together, not in the staggered pattern the tally marks suggested. unless they'd had supplies, unless they'd been able to access water somehow. I looked at the cave opening, at the sheer cliff face visible beyond. They were trapped up here. Couldn't get down without climbing gear, couldn't signal for help because this ravine is too remote. They were stuck in this cave watching the search parties below, unable to make themselves heard. But the 1975 search lasted 2 weeks, Rodriguez said. Even trapped up here, they should have been able to attract attention. Fires, reflective signals, shouting, something should have gotten searchers to look up here. I thought about Noah, about what he'd experienced in this ravine, the strange acoustics that made voices echo and distort, the way sounds seemed to come from wrong directions, making it impossible to pinpoint their source. The acoustics, I said. The same thing that affected Noah. If they were shouting from up here, the sound would bounce around the ravine. Searchers below would hear voices but couldn't locate them. They'd think it was echoes or wind or their imagination. Rodriguez nodded slowly. And after 2 weeks, the search was called off. Left them up here alone, slowly dying while they counted days on the cave wall. The tragedy of it was overwhelming. 4 people trapped within sight of rescue, unable to make themselves understood because of an acoustic quirk. Dying slowly in a cave while convinced that help would eventually find them. Until, one by one, they didn't. I radioed dispatch with careful, controlled language. Unit 23. Rodriguez and I have located human remains in a cave approximately 45 feet up the eastern ravine wall. Multiple individuals, appears to be related to the 1975 missing persons case. Scene is secure. Requesting forensic team and command staff. The response came back stunned but professional. Resources would be deployed. We were to secure the scene and wait for investigators. Standard procedure for what was now officially a death investigation with historical significance. Rodriguez and I descended from the cave, leaving the remains undisturbed for the forensic team. At the bottom of the ravine, we established a perimeter and settled in to wait. Neither of us spoke much. The enormity of what we'd found and what it meant sat heavy between us. But I couldn't stop thinking about Noah, about how he'd known. Carbon monoxide poisoning explained his hallucinations, but it didn't explain the accuracy of his specific claims. Bodies in caves above the waterline, hidden for decades, related to something from 1975. He'd been exactly right about everything. How did he know? I finally asked Rodriguez. Carbon monoxide causes hallucinations, but not prophetic ones. How did he know exactly where to tell us to look? Rodriguez was quiet for a long moment. You're asking if the voices were real. I'm asking how a dying man with no possible knowledge of a 48-year-old cold case could tell us exactly where to find evidence that had eluded professional searchers for decades. Coincidence has to be. But Rodriguez's tone lacked conviction. Maybe he'd researched the area before coming here. Found old newspaper articles about the missing persons case, got obsessed with it. The carbon monoxide poisoning just made him believe he was hearing voices when really he was remembering research he'd done. It was a rational explanation, but it felt wrong. He said the voices knew personal things about him, things nobody should know. That doesn't sound like recycled research. That sounds like something actively communicating with him. Elise. Rodriguez used my first name, which he rarely did. You're suggesting what exactly? That ghosts told Noah where to find their bodies? That's not rational. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just saying the carbon monoxide explanation doesn't account for everything we've seen. I gestured at the cave 45 feet above us. Those people died trapped in that cave, probably calling for help that never came because of acoustic distortion. If any place could create auditory phenomena that feel like voices, wouldn't it be here? You're talking about sound waves and echo patterns. not actual communication from the dead. Am I? I looked up at the cave opening. What if the acoustic properties of this ravine don't just distort sound? What if they preserve it somehow? Record echoes of voices from decades ago and play them back under certain conditions. Noah could have been hearing actual recorded sounds from 1975, preserved in the rock formations and activated by something we don't understand yet. Rodriguez stared at me. That's not how acoustics work. We don't know that. This ravine has properties we've never fully studied. The way sound moves through here isn't normal. We both experienced that yesterday during the rescue. Who's to say there aren't other effects we haven't discovered? He didn't have an answer for that. We sat in silence watching the cave entrance and waiting for the investigation team to arrive. Above us, clouds continued to build, dark and heavy with approaching rain. The storm would come soon, flooding the ravine floor just as it had for countless years. The water would rise to within feet of that cave entrance, but wouldn't quite reach it. The bodies had been safe from the flooding that might have washed away evidence. Safe and hidden and waiting for someone to finally hear the voices calling from above. The forensic team arrived 2 hours later, rappelling down into the ravine with equipment cases and systematic methodology. They documented everything, photographed the cave from every angle, measured distances, collected samples. The remains were carefully removed and transported to a lab where anthropologists would analyze them, confirm identities, determine exact causes of death. The preliminary findings came through that evening. All 4 victims matched the missing persons from 1975. Dental records and personal effects confirmed their identities. Cause of death appeared to be dehydration and starvation, though full analysis would take weeks. No signs of violence or foul play. They'd simply died from being trapped without resources. But the forensic team found something else, something that didn't make sense. Scratched into the rock near the cave entrance, barely visible under decades of weather staining, were words. "If you can hear this, we are above you. North Wall Cave. Please help us." The message had been carved painstakingly into granite, using what investigators thought was probably a metal tent stake. It would have taken hours of work, done by people who were already weakening from lack of food and water. A desperate attempt to leave a message for searchers they could hear but couldn't reach. And somehow, 48 years later, Noah Strickland had heard that message. Heard it clearly enough to know about the bodies, about the cave, about the truth that had been waiting to be discovered. Whether through preserved acoustic phenomena, coincidence, or something we didn't have vocabulary for yet, he'd received communication from people who'd died decades before he was born. The media descended predictably. Cold case solved after nearly 5 decades. 4 missing persons finally found and identified. Tragic story of people trapped within earshot of rescue, but unable to make themselves understood. It was national news for a week, then faded as newer stories took precedence. The families of the missing 1975 campers got closure they'd never expected to receive. Remains were returned for proper burial. Official reports were filed, and the case was formally closed with detailed documentation of how the victims had died and how they'd finally been found. Noah Strickland's role in the discovery was noted in the reports, but downplayed in public statements. Man, suffering from carbon monoxide poisoning, had made statements that coincidentally proved accurate. Not supernatural, not prophetic, just an unfortunate person whose compromised mind had somehow latched on to correct information through unknown means. The rational explanation was maintained, but I couldn't maintain it in my own mind. I'd seen Noah's face when he talked about the voices, heard his certainty when he said they knew things about him, watched him climb a cliff face because those voices had called him upward. And ultimately, his dying words had led us to a discovery that would have remained hidden without his information. I requested the full forensic report when it was completed 3 months later. Read through every detail about the 1975 victim's final days. The anthropologist had been able to determine approximate sequence of deaths based on the condition of the remains. The first victim, the one with 47 tally marks, had died last, meaning they'd watched their 3 companions die one by one before succumbing themselves. That person was identified as Sarah Mitchell, age 26, one of the 2 women in the camping party. She'd survived the longest, counting the days alone in that cave after the others were gone. Her skeleton showed signs of severe malnutrition, but also evidence that she'd remained mobile until very near the end. The scratched message on the cave entrance was determined to have been her work. Sarah Mitchell had been the one calling for help. The one who'd heard search parties below and tried desperately to make herself heard above the acoustic distortion. The one who'd watched rescue come so close and then leave, abandoning her to die alone in the darkness. And 48 years later, Noah Strickland had heard her voice calling from above. I went back to the ravine one final time before the Park Service closed it off as a memorial site. Stood at the bottom, looking up at the cave where 4 people had died, waiting for rescue. The acoustics were still strange. My own movements echoed oddly, and I could hear water sounds from multiple directions, though I could only see one small stream. "I don't know if you're really here," I said to the empty ravine. Don't know if sounds can be preserved in stone, or if Noah just had impossible luck with his hallucinations. But if you were calling out, if you needed someone to finally hear you, thank you for choosing him. Thank you for making him listen. The wind picked up, moving through the rock formations with a sound that almost resembled voices. Multiple tones, overlapping, impossible to separate into distinct words, but unmistakably human in origin. I stood listening for a long time, trying to convince myself it was just wind. But I knew better. Had known since the moment I'd found Noah clinging to that cliff face, talking to things I couldn't see. This ravine held voices, whether as recordings in stone or something stranger, I'd probably never know. But they were real enough that a dying man had heard them, believed them, and ultimately been right to follow them. I climbed back to my truck as rain started to fall, the first drops of a storm system that would flood the ravine floor within hours. The water would rise to within feet of that cave entrance, just as it had for countless years, never quite reaching the place where 4 people had died waiting for someone to hear their calls for help. Behind me, the sound of wind through granite echoed like voices. I didn't look back. 3 years have passed since we found the bodies in the cave. The ravine is now marked on park maps as a memorial site, with information placards explaining what happened there in 1975. Families visit sometimes, leaving flowers at the base of the cliff where their loved ones died. The cave itself is sealed off, too dangerous to access and too sacred to disturb. Noah Strickland is buried in Groveland. Small funeral, few attendees. I went, though I'd never met him before, finding him on that cliff face. Felt like I owed him that much for following voices that led to answers people had sought for half a century. His death was officially ruled accidental, carbon monoxide poisoning leading to impaired judgment and subsequently fatal fall. The investigation found no suspicious circumstances beyond the tragic coincidence of his hallucinations matching real events. Case closed. But sometimes I still hear Rodriguez's question, how did he know? And I don't have a good answer. The rational explanations feel inadequate when I remember the specificity of Noah's claims, the conviction in his voice, the way he'd pointed upward at something only he could see. Carbon monoxide causes hallucinations, but it doesn't create detailed, accurate information about historical events the victim had no way of knowing. I've researched acoustic phenomena extensively since the incident. learned about how sound waves can be trapped in certain rock formations, creating standing waves that persist longer than normal. Discovered that granite has piezoelectric properties. It can generate electrical charges when under stress, which theoretically could affect electromagnetic fields in ways we don't fully understand. But nowhere in the scientific literature have I found anything suggesting that sound can be preserved in rock for decades, then spontaneously played back to specific listeners. Nowhere is there documentation of acoustic phenomena that create intelligible voices conveying accurate information about past events. Which leaves me with two possibilities. Either Noah experienced an incredible coincidence, his poisoned mind randomly generating details that happen to match reality, or something in that ravine preserved the desperate calls of 4 dying people for 48 years until someone finally heard and understood. I prefer the coincidence explanation. It's cleaner, more rational, doesn't require believing in phenomena that violate our understanding of physics and reality. But late at night, when I can't sleep, I remember standing in that ravine, listening to wind that sounded like voices. Remember Noah's dying words. The voices were real. And I wonder if he was right. The final forensic report included an addendum I haven't shared with anyone. One of the anthropologists noted that Sarah Mitchell's skeletal remains showed evidence of repetitive stress injury to her jaw and throat structures. The pattern suggested she'd been calling out, shouting or screaming, for extended periods in the days before her death. Enough that it had caused measurable physical damage. She'd been calling for help right up until the end. Calling loudly enough and long enough that it had literally hurt her. And in that ravine with its strange acoustics, those calls had echoed and bounced and distorted until searchers couldn't locate their source. But 48 years later, in the same ravine with the same acoustic properties, Noah Strickland had heard something. Whether it was actual preserved sound or just his compromised mind creating narratives from carbon monoxide poisoning, he'd heard calls from above. He'd heard enough to climb toward the source, to believe the voices knew him, to trust them when they told him about bodies in caves. And because he'd listened, because he'd been compelled by whatever he heard to climb that cliff and then tell us what he'd learned, 4 families finally got closure. 4 people who'd died alone and forgotten were finally found and properly laid to rest. Maybe that's all that matters. Not whether the voices were real or hallucinated, not whether sound can be preserved in stone, but that Noah heard something that led to answers. That his death, tragic and unnecessary as it was, resulted in ending a mystery that had haunted people for decades. I'd like to believe Sarah Mitchell would be grateful for that. Would be glad that her desperate calls for help finally reached someone, even if it took half a century and cost Noah his life to make it happen. The Park Service installed a memorial plaque at the ravine entrance last year. It commemorates the 4 people who died there in 1975 and acknowledges Noah Strickland's role in their discovery. The wording is careful, clinical, avoiding any mention of voices or impossible coincidences. Just facts. 4 people missing, 1 person's information leading to their discovery. Closure for families. But I know what's not written on that plaque. I know what Noah experienced in his final days, what drove him to climb a cliff face in pursuit of voices that may or may not have been real. I know that sometimes the rational explanation doesn't account for everything, that mysteries exist in the spaces between what we can measure and what we experience. And I know that if I go back to that ravine and stand in the right spot and listen carefully when the wind is moving through the granite formations just right, I can hear something that sounds remarkably like voices calling from above. I don't go back there anymore. Some mysteries are better left unexamined, some voices better left unheard. The families have their closure. The bodies have been found. Noah's story has been told as much as it ever will be. but on quiet nights when the wind picks up outside my window, I sometimes think I hear echoes. Distant voices calling for help, distorted by distance and time, but unmistakably human. And I wonder if Sarah Mitchell is still calling, if her voice is still bouncing through that ravine, waiting for the next person who'll be able to hear. I hope not. I hope she's finally at rest, her message delivered and her remains properly honored. But part of me knows that sound doesn't care about hope or closure. It just moves through space according to physical laws we barely understand, bouncing off rock faces and creating echoes that last far longer than they should. And somewhere in the mountains of Yosemite, in a ravine with strange acoustics and tragic history, voices from above are still calling, still hoping someone will hear, still believing that rescue is possible if they just keep trying to be heard. Noah Strickland heard them. And whether his hearing was gift or curse, hallucination or impossible truth, it led him to a cliff face where he died trying to understand what the voices wanted him to know. I think about him often, wonder if he found peace before the end, if understanding the mystery was worth the cost, wonder if the voices thanked him for listening, for being the one person in 48 years who could hear their message clearly enough to act on it. I'd like to believe they did. I'd like to believe that in his final moments, Noah understood that his death had meaning, that his suffering had led to something important. But I'll never know. All I have are the facts. A man heard voices, followed them to tragedy, and in dying revealed a truth that had been hidden for half a century. The rest is silence, or echoes, or voices calling from above, waiting for the next person who'll be able to hear them. I'm just grateful it won't be me. The emergency call came through at 10:47 on a Tuesday morning. Climbing accident on El Capitan's southeast face, approximately 800 feet up on a route called Granite Wall. One climber injured, partner requesting immediate assistance. I was Mark Delaney, the ranger who handled technical rescue operations in Yosemite Valley, and I'd responded to maybe 40 climbing accidents over my 12 years on the job. Most were minor: scraped hands, twisted ankles, exhaustion. Some were serious. A few had been fatal. Something about this call felt different from the moment I heard it. Maybe it was the location. Granite Wall wasn't a particularly popular route. Saw maybe a dozen attempts per season compared to hundreds on more famous climbs. Maybe it was the time of year, early November, when most serious climbers had already left for warmer destinations. Or maybe it was just instinct, that feeling you develop after enough years doing this work that tells you when something's not quite right. I grabbed my technical gear and headed for the base of El Capitan. The approach took 20 minutes, hiking through forest that was transitioning from fall colors to winter bareness. Above me, the granite face rose 3,000 feet of sheer rock, marked by vertical cracks and horizontal ledges that climbers use to inch their way toward the summit. Somewhere up there, 800 feet above the ground, someone was hurt and waiting for help. The climber's partner was waiting at the base when I arrived. Young woman, maybe mid-20s, sitting on a boulder with her head in her hands. She looked up when she heard me approaching, and I could see she'd been crying. Fear and stress written across her face in a way that told me this was serious. "Ranger Delaney," I said, setting down my pack. "Tell me what happened." Faith Romero, my climbing partner. Her voice was shaky but controlled. We were about 800 feet up, maybe 2/3 through the crux pitch. Faith was leading, I was belaying from below. She reached for a handhold and suddenly she was falling. The rope, her voice broke. The rope just snapped, like it was cut. My stomach dropped. Climbing ropes didn't just snap. Modern climbing ropes were designed to hold thousands of pounds of force, engineered specifically to prevent catastrophic failure. If a rope had actually broken during a fall, something was very wrong. Is she conscious? Last time I checked, yes. She fell about 30 feet before catching a ledge. I could see her moving, trying to assess her injuries, but I couldn't reach her from my position, and without a rope, I couldn't continue climbing. The woman, her name tag said Jessica Morales, pulled out her phone to show me photos. I took pictures of her position before I rappelled down to get help. The images showed a climber in a yellow jacket wedged on a narrow ledge, one leg bent at an angle that suggested fracture. She was conscious, alert, but clearly in significant pain. The ledge she'd landed on was maybe 18 inches wide, barely enough to prevent her from tumbling down the face. A fall from that position would be fatal. How long ago did this happen? 90 minutes. I rappelled as fast as I could, practically ran to get cell signal. Jessica looked up at the cliff face. Is she going to be okay? We'll get to her. SAR team is already being mobilized. I radioed dispatch to confirm helicopter extraction was being prepared. An 800-foot technical rescue from a granite face required specialized equipment and personnel. We'd need multiple rangers, a helicopter with hoist capability, and medical support. But I need to understand exactly what happened with that rope. Walk me through the sequence of events. Jessica pulled herself together, accessing the professional mindset that climbers developed for analyzing dangerous situations. We started the route at 0730. Everything was normal for the first 6 pitches. Equipment checks at every belay station. Communication protocols followed. Standard safety procedures. Faith's gear is top quality. She's been climbing for 8 years, knows what she's doing. What about the rope itself? When was it purchased? How much use has it seen? New rope. Bought 3 weeks ago. Maybe 20 climbing days on it. All indoor gym use before this trip. No visible damage. No history of shock loading or hard falls. Jessica shook her head. That's what I don't understand. The rope should have been in perfect condition. Show me exactly where you were when the rope failed. Jessica pointed up the cliff face, tracing the route with her finger. We were following granite wall standard route. Goes up that crack system, traverses left at the big ledge, then continues through the headwall section. Faith was leading through the traverse when it happened. I pulled out my binoculars and scanned the route she'd described. I could see Faith on her ledge, could trace the line they'd been climbing. But something looked wrong about their positioning. The standard granite wall route followed a well-documented path that stayed away from loose rock and unstable features. From what I could see, their traverse had taken them into a section of wall that wasn't part of the established route. Jessica, are you sure you were following the standard route? Because from here, it looks like you deviated left by maybe 20 feet. She frowned, pulling out a route description printed from a climbing guide. We were following this exactly. See? It says traverse left at pitch 7, continue through the gray section below the overhang. I compared her printout to my own route knowledge, built from years of studying El Capitan's climbing routes. The description was accurate, but there was a problem. This describes the route correctly, but you ended up in the wrong section. The gray rock you should have been on is over there. I pointed to the right, not where Faith was climbing when she fell. But we were following the bolts. Metal anchors drilled into the rock to mark the route. Jessica's confusion was genuine. I specifically remember Faith clipping into protection points as she traversed. We wouldn't have deviated from marked protection. That made no sense. If they'd been following bolts, they should have been on the correct route. Unless someone had placed additional bolts in the wrong location, creating a false path that led climbers away from the safe line. The SAR helicopter arrived within 40 minutes, hovering above the cliff face, while a rescue specialist named Thomas Greer was lowered on a cable. I watched through binoculars as he reached Faith's position, secured her with a rescue harness, and signaled for extraction. The helicopter lifted them both away from the granite, carrying Faith toward the valley floor where medical personnel waited. I turned to Jessica. "You're going to the hospital with your partner. I need to inspect the accident site, examine that rope, and figure out what happened. Can you leave your climbing gear with me?" She hesitated. "That's Faith's gear technically. She'll want it back." "I understand. But if equipment failed, we need to examine everything to prevent future accidents. You'll get it all back after the investigation." Jessica reluctantly handed over the pack containing their climbing equipment. Ropes, carabiners, protection devices, all the hardware that had been in use when the accident occurred. I secured everything in evidence bags, already mentally cataloging what would need detailed analysis. "One more question. Did you notice anyone else climbing in this area today? Any other parties on El Capitan?" "No, we were alone. Season's pretty much over. Most climbers have cleared out for winter." Jessica looked troubled. "Why? You think someone else was involved?" "Just covering all possibilities. Go be with your partner. I'll update you when I learn more." She left for the hospital, and I started preparing for the technical climb I'd need to make to reach the accident site. 800 feet of granite between me and the ledge where Faith had fallen. I'd need to ascend, examine the broken ropes still attached to her last protection point, and investigate why they'd ended up on the wrong section of wall. The climb took 3 hours. I moved carefully, using mechanical ascenders on a fixed line that Thomas had left in place during the rescue. The granite was solid, cold under my hands, offering good friction despite the chill November air. Around me, El Capitan rose in massive sweeps of stone, beautiful and indifferent to human presence. At 800 feet, I reached the ledge where Faith had fallen. It was narrow, barely wide enough for me to stand safely. From this position, I could see both the correct route to my right and the false path they'd followed to my left. And I could see why Jessica had been confused. There were bolts marking the incorrect path. New bolts, recently placed, with shiny metal that hadn't yet weathered. Someone had deliberately drilled protection points along a line that led climbers away from the safe route into a section of wall that was more dangerous. I followed the false path, moving carefully across the traverse. Every 20 feet, another bolt had been placed. They looked professional, properly installed, exactly like the legitimate protection points that marked established routes. But they led toward unstable rock, loose holds, sections of cliff that experienced climbers would normally avoid. 30 feet along the false path, I found what I was looking for. Faith Hame's last protection point, where she'd clipped her rope before the fall. And hanging from that bolt was the broken rope. 10 feet of bright yellow climbing line with a clean cut through the sheath and core. I examined the cut carefully. Climbing ropes that failed under load showed specific failure patterns. Abraded fibers, progressive damage, visible wear. This rope showed none of that. The cut was clean, perpendicular to the rope's axis, exactly what you'd see if someone had taken a sharp blade and partially severed the line before the climbers arrived. But that made no sense. Who would deliberately sabotage a climbing route? And how would they know which route Faith and Jessica would be climbing? I rappelled back down, collecting the broken rope and documenting everything with photographs. At the base of the cliff, I spread out all the evidence and tried to piece together what had happened. Faith and Jessica had started climbing an established route following what they believed were legitimate protection points. But someone had created a false path using fake bolts that led them into dangerous terrain. And somewhere along that path, someone had partially cut their rope so that it would fail when loaded during a fall. This wasn't an accident. This was attempted murder disguised as climbing equipment failure. I radioed dispatch with an update. Unit 19. Climbing accident at Granite Wall appears to be deliberate sabotage. requesting law enforcement support and full investigation team. The response came back confused. Unit 19, can you repeat? Did you say sabotage? Confirmed. Someone placed false protection bolts leading climbers off route and partially cut a climbing rope to cause failure. This was intentional. Copy that. Park police are being notified. Secure the scene and document everything. I spent the next 2 hours photographing every detail. The false bolts, the rope cut, the deviation from the correct route. By the time I finished, the sun was dropping behind the western rim of the valley, throwing long shadows across El Capitan's granite face. As I was packing up my equipment, something caught my eye. Partially hidden under a boulder at the base of the cliff, almost invisible unless you knew to look for it. Another rope, old, weathered, the same bright yellow color as Faith's rope. But this one was clearly aged, showing months or years of UV exposure and weather damage. I pulled it out carefully. The rope was about 50 feet long, coiled loosely, with one end showing the same clean-cut pattern I'd seen on Faith's rope. Someone had used this rope before, had sabotaged another climber using the exact same method, and then stashed it here at the base of the cliff, which meant Faith wasn't the first victim. Someone had done this before, probably multiple times, using the same technique to cause climbing accidents that looked like equipment failure or climber error. I documented the second rope, bagged it as evidence, and started hiking back toward the ranger station. My mind was racing with implications. How many other climbing accidents had been deliberate sabotage? How many deaths or injuries attributed to equipment failure or bad judgment had actually been murder attempts? And, most importantly, who was targeting climbers on El Capitan and why? The park police arrived at my office within an hour. Detective Sarah Vance was a 15-year veteran who'd handled everything from petty theft to homicides in national parks. She listened to my briefing with a grim expression, examining the evidence I'd collected. The cut rope, photographs of fake bolts, the weathered second rope that suggested prior sabotage. "This is premeditated," she said, turning the cut rope over in her gloved hands. Someone scouted the route, placed those bolts, and waited for climbers. The rope was cut just enough to hold body weight but fail under the dynamic load of a fall. Which means they understand climbing mechanics. They know how ropes behave under different forces, knew exactly how much damage would cause failure without being immediately obvious. Vance nodded. And the second rope suggests this isn't their first attempt. We need to pull every climbing accident report from the past 5 years, look for similar patterns. Equipment failures, falls from established routes, anything that might have been sabotage disguised as accident. I'd already started that process, accessing the park database for incident reports. There's 47 climbing accidents on El Capitan in the past 5 years. Most are minor injuries, exhaustion, weather-related incidents, but 6 involved serious falls with equipment failure as contributing factor. Pull detailed reports on all 6. I want to know exact locations, equipment involved, outcomes, and whether rope damage was documented. While Vance coordinated with her team, I visited Faith Romero at the hospital. She was in stable condition with a fractured femur and multiple contusions, but she'd been lucky. The ledge had saved her from a fatal fall, and SAR response had been fast enough to prevent complications from exposure. "Ms. Romero, I need to ask you some questions about today's climb." Faith looked exhausted, her face pale against the hospital pillow. "Jessica told me you think someone sabotaged our route. That sounds insane." "I know it does, but the evidence is clear. Someone placed fake protection bolts leading you off the route and deliberately damaged your rope." I showed her photos of the cut rope. "This wasn't accident or equipment failure. Someone tried to hurt you." Her expression shifted from disbelief to fear. But why? I don't have enemies. I'm just a climber who loves this valley. Who would want to hurt me? That's what we're trying to determine. Have you noticed anyone watching you? Anyone asking unusual questions about your climbing plans? No, nothing like that. Jessica and I kept to ourselves mostly. We'd been in the valley for 4 days, climbing different routes, preparing for Granite Wall. She paused. Wait. There was someone, guy at the climbers' campground, maybe 3 days ago. He asked what routes we were planning. Said he was collecting data for a climbing guidebook. I told him we were hoping to do Granite Wall if weather held. Can you describe him? Older guy, maybe 50s or 60s. Thin, weathered face like someone who spends a lot of time outdoors. Wore a faded blue jacket with patches from different climbing areas. Had this intense way of looking at you, like he was analyzing everything you said. I showed her photos of frequent visitors to the valley, climbers and outdoor enthusiasts who were regulars. She didn't recognize any of them. Did he give you a name? Called himself Rick. Didn't offer a last name. He had a notebook. Was writing down people's responses. Seemed legitimate at the time, but now... Faith's voice trailed off as the implications sank in. I left the hospital with the description and started canvassing the climbers' campground. Most people had cleared out for the season, but a few hardcore enthusiasts remained. I showed them Faith's description of the man calling himself Rick. One climber, a woman named Amanda Torres who'd been camping in the valley for 2 weeks, recognized the description immediately. Yeah, I've seen that guy. He's around most days, always watching climbers, taking notes. Says he's writing a comprehensive guide to El Capitan routes, but something about him feels off. Off how? Too interested in specific details. Not just which routes people are climbing, but exactly when. What equipment they're using, how experienced they are. Normal guidebook research doesn't need that level of information. Have you seen him recently? Amanda pointed toward a section of campground. He's got a site over there. Old blue tent, camping gear that looks like it's been used for decades. He's been here all season. I walked to the indicated site with Detective Vance, who'd caught up with me at the campground. The tent was weathered but well-maintained, set up in an isolated spot away from other campers. No one was present, but personal items visible through the open tent flap suggested the occupant intended to return. We need a warrant before searching his belongings, Vance said. But we can wait for him to return, have a conversation. We didn't have to wait long. 20 minutes later, a thin man in his 60s approached the campsite carrying a grocery bag. He matched Faith's description perfectly. Weathered face, faded blue jacket with climbing patches, intense expression that suggested he was constantly analyzing his surroundings. He saw us immediately and stopped walking. For a moment, I thought he might run, but then he set down his bag and approached with casual confidence. "Can I help you, Rangers?" "Are you Rick?" I asked. "Rick Sutherland. I've been camping here for 6 months. Is there a problem with my permit?" "We need to talk about a climbing accident that occurred today on Granite Wall. You were seen speaking with the injured climber a few days ago, asking about her climbing plans." His expression didn't change. "I speak with lots of climbers. I'm researching route conditions and traffic patterns for a guidebook project." "Show me your research notes," Vance said. Sutherland hesitated, then reached into his tent to pull out a worn notebook. He handed it to Vance, who flipped through pages filled with detailed observations. Climbing routes, dates, climber descriptions, equipment lists, hundreds of entries documenting who climbed what and when. "This is extremely detailed," Vance observed. "Why do you need to know what specific equipment climbers are using?" "Safety analysis, understanding what gear fails and under what conditions. It's valuable information for guidebook warnings." His answer was smooth, rehearsed. I took the notebook and scanned recent entries. There, Faith Romero and Jessica Morales, noted as planning granite wall on November 8th. Equipment listed including rope specifications. Route timing estimated. Everything someone would need to sabotage their climb. Mr. Sutherland, where were you this morning between 07 and 11? Here at camp, reading, writing, the usual morning routine. Anyone see you during that time? I doubt it. I tend to keep to myself. No alibi. Detailed knowledge of victims' plans. Technical understanding of climbing systems. It all pointed to Sutherland, but we needed more than circumstantial evidence. Vance's phone rang. She stepped away to take the call, returning a minute later with a grim expression. "Mark, we need to talk. Privately." We walked away from Sutherland's campsite. "What is it?" "My team pulled those historical accident reports you flagged. 6 serious climbing accidents involving equipment failure over 5 years. We've been contacting survivors, asking about their experiences leading up to the accidents." She pulled out her phone to show me notes. 4 of the 6 remember speaking with an older man asking detailed questions about their climbing plans. 2 specifically mentioned a man matching Rick Sutherland's description. 4 out of 6. That's not coincidence. Gets better, or worse depending on perspective. We checked Sutherland's background. He's a former climbing instructor. Worked at various outdoor programs for 30 years. Got fired from his last position 8 years ago. Why was he fired? Safety violations. Multiple incidents where his students suffered preventable injuries due to equipment problems or route selection errors. The official investigation found he'd been negligent in equipment inspections and had guided students onto routes beyond their skill level. Vance looked back toward the Sutherland's campsite. 3 students were seriously injured before the program terminated him. 1 died. The pieces started falling into place. A former climbing instructor fired for safety violations. A death that probably haunted him or enraged him. Years of bitterness that transformed into something darker. You think he's targeting climbers deliberately? As what? Revenge against the climbing community that rejected him? Or he's trying to prove something. Show that climbing is inherently dangerous, that the accidents that got him fired weren't his fault, but inevitable consequences of the sport. Vance closed her phone. We need more evidence. The cut rope and fake bolts are circumstantial. We need something that directly connects Sutherland to the sabotage. His campsite will have tools. Drill for placing bolts. Knife for cutting ropes. If we find equipment that matches the evidence, we have him. Which requires a warrant, which requires probable cause beyond what we currently have. Vance's frustration was evident. I can get the warrant, but it'll take time. Meanwhile, if Sutherland realizes we suspect him, he'll disappear. I looked back at the campsite where Sutherland waited, seemingly unconcerned by our investigation. What if we search the accident site more thoroughly? If he sabotaged multiple climbs, there might be more evidence. More cut ropes, more fake bolts, something that creates undeniable pattern. We returned to Sutherland. "Mr. Sutherland, we're going to need you to come to the ranger station for further questioning. This is not an arrest, but we need detailed statement about your interactions with climbers." He didn't resist. "Of course. Whatever helps your investigation." Too cooperative, too calm. He knew we didn't have enough evidence yet, knew we were fishing for connections we couldn't quite prove. As Vance transported him to the station, I headed back to El Capitan with technical climbing gear and determination to find what we needed. The climb back up to 800 feet took 2 hours in fading afternoon light. I moved systematically, examining every section of the route for additional evidence. The fake bolts were obvious once I knew to look for them. Too new, too shiny, placed in locations that didn't match established route documentation. But I needed more. I rappelled down from the accident site, checking the rock face below for anything we'd missed during initial investigation. 50 feet down, I found it. Another rope. Older than the second one I'd found at the cliff base. Weathered almost beyond recognition. It was wedged in a crack, probably from a previous accident where a climber had fallen and the evidence had been left behind. This rope showed the same cut pattern, clean, perpendicular, deliberately sabotaged. I documented everything and continued searching. By the time darkness forced me to descend, I'd found 3 more cut ropes at various locations on El Capitan's face, all showing identical damage patterns, all hidden in cracks or under ledges where they wouldn't be found during casual inspection. 5 ropes over 5 years. 5 climbing accidents that had been attributed to equipment failure or climber error. 5 potential victims of Rick Sutherland's sabotage. Back at the ranger station, I presented the evidence to Detective Vance. She spread it across a conference table. Multiple cut ropes, photographs of fake bolts, Sutherland's notebook documenting climber intentions, background showing motive and opportunity. "This is enough for warrant and arrest," she said. "Pattern of deliberate sabotage, means and opportunity, documented contact with victims. I'm bringing charges." But something bothered me. Why, though? What's his actual motive? Revenge against the climbing community doesn't fully explain this level of planning and sustained effort. Vance pulled up Sutherland's employment records on her laptop. Look at the student who died 8 years ago. Michael Torres, age 19. Fell during a supervised climb on equipment that failed inspection afterward. The rope showed signs of wear that should have been caught during pre-climb inspection. Torres. The same last name as Amanda Torres, the climber who'd identified Sutherland at the campground. They related? Sister. She was on that same climbing program, watched her brother fall. She's been climbing in Yosemite for years, probably trying to process the trauma by engaging with the same environment where he died. The picture became clearer. So, Sutherland knows she's here, knows she climbs regularly. He's not just targeting random climbers, he's creating accidents that mirror what happened to Michael Torres, making it look like climbing is inherently dangerous, that equipment failures happen, that what got him fired wasn't negligence but unavoidable tragedy. He's trying to rewrite history. If he can create enough accidents that look like legitimate equipment failures, he can argue that Michael Torres' death wasn't his fault, just another casualty of dangerous sport. We arrested Rick Sutherland that evening. The search of his campsite revealed everything we needed. A portable drill for placing bolts, multiple knives including one with fiber residue that matched climbing rope material, detailed maps of El Capitan marked with sabotage locations, and a journal documenting his activities over the past 5 years. The journal was disturbing reading. Sutherland had documented every sabotage attempt with clinical precision. Dates, locations, climber descriptions, outcomes. Some resulted in falls with injuries. Some fell but survived without serious harm. Faith Romero had been his 6th serious attempt, and he'd written that her survival would require adjustment to technique. He'd been planning to continue, to create more accidents, more injuries, until the climbing community accepted his narrative that the sport was too dangerous, that Michael Torres' death hadn't been preventable, that he wasn't responsible for what happened 8 years ago. At interrogation, Sutherland was articulate and completely unrepentant. Climbing has become too casual. People think modern equipment makes them invincible. I was teaching necessary lessons about risk and preparedness. "You were murdering people," Vance said flatly. "I was demonstrating truth. Equipment fails. Climbers make mistakes. What happened to Michael Torres happens every day, and the community refuses to acknowledge it. His expression held no remorse. If they'd listened when I tried to explain that his death was tragic accident, not negligence, none of this would have been necessary. So you created more accidents to prove your point. I created educational opportunities, showed that even experienced climbers with quality equipment can fall victim to circumstances beyond their control. Sutherland leaned back in his chair. The climbing community needed to learn humility. I provided the lessons. The district attorney charged him with 6 counts of attempted murder, 1 count of criminally negligent homicide related to Michael Torres's original death, and multiple counts of reckless endangerment. The evidence was overwhelming. Physical evidence, documented pattern, his own journal admissions. I visited Faith Romero one final time before she left Yosemite. Her leg was casted, healing well, and doctors expected full recovery within 6 months. She'd never climb again. The psychological trauma of knowing someone had tried to kill her had destroyed her love for the sport. "Thank you for figuring out what happened," she said. "Jessica and I thought we'd made some terrible mistake, that we'd been careless or incompetent. Knowing it was deliberate sabotage, that we did everything right, it helps. I'm sorry you lost climbing. I know how much it meant to you." Faith looked out the hospital window toward El Capitan's granite walls. "I lost climbing 8 years ago when Michael Torres died. I just didn't know it yet." She turned back to me. "His sister Amanda told me what happened. How he fell because equipment failed inspection, how Sutherland was fired. I've been climbing in Yosemite ever since, trying to prove that it could be done safely, that Michael's death was preventable negligence, not inevitable accident. And Sutherland was creating accidents to prove the opposite, that climbing deaths are inevitable. Equipment always fails eventually, that he wasn't responsible. We were both wrong. Climbing isn't inherently deadly, but it's not perfectly safe either. It requires vigilance, respect for risk, and acceptance that sometimes terrible things happen despite precautions." She smiled sadly. "I think I can let it go now. Let Michael rest. Let myself heal. I don't need to prove anything anymore." The investigation closed 6 weeks later. Rick Sutherland was convicted on all counts and sentenced to 35 years in prison. The climbing community mourned the betrayal. One of their own had deliberately harmed fellow climbers, had weaponized the trust that made the sport possible. I returned to El Capitan one final time to remove the fake bolts Sutherland had placed. It took 3 days of technical climbing, carefully extracting each fraudulent protection point and documenting their removal. The real route remained, marked by legitimate bolts placed by skilled climbers over decades. The false path was erased, the sabotage undone. At the base of the cliff, I stood looking up at Granite Wall's pristine face. Somewhere up there, Faith Romero had fallen, had caught a ledge that saved her life, had survived an encounter with someone who'd turned climbing from passion into weapon. She'd never climb again, but she was alive. 5 others had been less fortunate over the years, suffering injuries that ended their climbing careers or nearly cost their lives. And Michael Torres, 8 years dead, had inadvertently inspired all of it. His death in a preventable accident had created a grudge that transformed into years of deliberate sabotage. His sister Amanda still climbed these walls, still confronted the space where her brother had died, still searched for meaning in granite and sky. I packed my gear and hiked back to the valley floor. The sun was setting behind Half Dome, painting everything in shades of orange and red. Yosemite looked peaceful, beautiful, timeless. But I knew the truth now. that even in this pristine wilderness, human darkness could flourish. That betrayal could hide in technical equipment and fake protection bolts. That trust was fragile and easily weaponized. The second rope I'd found at the base of El Capitan sat in evidence lockup, a reminder that patterns exist if you know to look for them. That sometimes accidents aren't accidents, that equipment failure has explanations, that the rope breaking beneath your feet might be someone else's deliberate choice. Rick Sutherland had tried to rewrite history, to transform his negligence into inevitable tragedy through creating more tragedies. He'd failed. The evidence was undeniable, the pattern clear, the truth finally acknowledged. But the rope remained cut. The bolts had been placed. The damage was real, even if the motivation was built on lies and the desperate need to avoid responsibility. Some falls are accidents. Some are the result of poor judgment or equipment failure. And some, rare but terrible, are deliberate attempts to harm disguised as the risks inherent to any dangerous pursuit. The second rope taught me that. Not every tragedy has an innocent explanation. Not every pattern is coincidence. And sometimes the greatest danger comes not from the mountain, but from the person standing beside you, asking about your climbing plans and taking careful notes.